think I could go with I could do Sage. Oh, what? Wait, what happens if I go into a duty on this thing? Do I dismount? What? Oh, because I changed that. This? No. There, that's... Wait, can I... Oh, I can. Ah. Oops. Ooh. This one. I don't remember it at all.
There is no turning back!
What do we have? Scholar? No. Yes?
Steel yourself!
Uh-huh. Oh yeah, this is the first one, so it's the easiest one, right? But it has a quick time event. I think. Okay. still standing at that? No. Okay. I don't have my...
Twofold is my wrath! Twice cast my foes!
That's not get close to him. DPS check.
All creation trembles before my might! Behold, fury given fall!
Oh yeah, this! Now I remember. The falling.
My wrath is a ceaseless torrent!
Is anyone gonna die? Ah, someone took damage.
No more games!
Ew.
To ashes with you! Impressive! Very well, I shall bring all to bear! Lightning Sear!
Oh yeah, this annoying shit.
Tempest Surge!
Oh, some people got a bit
Lightning
of...
Sear!
Well, can't fix that.
Steel yourself!
There's a stack.
You're mine!
There's another stack. Man, I really don't feel like I ever use Ashra the Solace at all. Honestly. What?
are stronger than I dared hope. Tempest Surge!
Oh, well, someone had to die. Big level 80. Okay, so what am I missing? Bracelets and a ring. So 530 ring and 530 bracelets, and then a weapon. I think I'll go get that right now, actually. Because I'm overcapping anyway. Oh jeez, how many people are here? Bracelet, ring, weapon. God damn, this is an ugly stuff. What the fuck? Did I like this one? Not really. I don't know. Save it for now. Oh jeez, how many fucking ring spaces? Oh, I don't use that? How about it's one of those? That's the same. Back. What was the other thing? Oh yeah, I can do this. Finish off that, then I only have the range. Wait. So I've done healer, caster, and melee DPS. So I have tank left. Wait, what was my level 80 spell? Temperance. Increase healing magic potency by 20% while reducing damage taken by self and all party members within 30 round. Okay. So it's a big healing CD. Also, did I get? No, I did not. Why did it feel like Laird AoE? shows up and test our helm on the bait first. They'll also save us from killing it over and over. Yep. This feels familiar. At last. A bit less toppling over on our part this time, if you please. Yep. I'll give it a bit of palm oil and you put... I'll give it... Okay, I have to fucking sleep it. A good thing I have it on the... Alright, times. Sleep. Okay, now we kill it. Looks like it's not arriving the thing now. I don't know if it's... AoE is better. Okay, that one can get slapped. All with no helms away. Get on with it with the... Yeah. Wait, do I just sleep her then? Because she's fucking... She doesn't have a sleep immunity. Okay. I feel like I need to put to sleep. Maybe down? Okay, maybe we don't. So he failed. This is where we take his own helmet. He takes off his own helmet and disrespects his tribe to get the job done. We do have one more helmet. Yeah. Your helmet. Yep. Wait, that's a Wait, it's been a she all this time? Or is... I don't know. Wait. I don't know. Is that a he or a she? They looked identical. Okay. I wonder if they would ever do okay. If they'd ever do a thing where you have to pull the fucking NPC. That would be kinda... Boom. Finish. Ow! I was overgeared, I think. Ah, it actually worked. Let's go and see if the transmog set is pretty good or not, or if it's good or not. Take that, you pasty bastard. So is it a he or a she? The Lalafell. I can't tell still. I don't know what the difference is. What's that you got there? Some kind of crystal? And now... Tradition wouldn't have saved her, that's why I left. I left and I traveled, I met Arbert, we found our companions and together we searched. Are You, her, Lamit? Listen, I called you a disgrace before and my journey was not an easy one. To save my sister, to save them all, I faced 1,000 foes. I know I understand now, and I'm so... She is not responsive. She is only telling as it is. But as I did, I learned how wide this world is, how beautiful, how cruel, and how much I wanted to protect it. Perhaps it should have been easy for me then to give up my home forever for a greater cause. It wasn't. It hurt so much. But you bore it. You forgave them. You survived. Yes, it hurt, but I survived because they were there, because he was there. Albert, you stubborn idiot, you sweet boy, you never did understand what you meant to me. Oh. Oh. Slash hug. Serge. Rest well, Lamit, you were the best of us. So, the ones I have left to save is the Paladin. I say, wait, it's only the Paladin. We did it, I can hardly believe it. This calls for a drink at the Crystarium, don't you think? If that silence is you wondering if I want to go home, well, I can't. I showed my face to you, didn't I? Broke our rules. So I'm thinking I'll give Lamit's way a try, live proud as an exile, just like all the other folks that she saved. Don't make that face, it's nothing like it's nothing that a little ale won't solve. I still don't know if it's a she or a he. Impossible to tell. Honestly. Wait, does this quest even give experience now? It does. Can I help you? You're staring, really staring. Do you know you're doing that? Exactly how much? Well, I lost count. So about as much as casual. I may be an exile, but I'm still a dwarf, and don't you forget it. Anyway, there's something I've been wanting to tell you first. Well, you've been following along with my crazy plans this whole time, but I never really said much. How much I appreciate your help with Sofrosin and Lamit. Thank you. And I think you deserve to know something else too. You know the elder who exiled Lamit? That was my great-grandfather. He's remembered as the greatest warrior of our kind. I always wanted to be just like him, to be strong, honorable, protector of traditions. But Lamit, she saved so many of from their suffering. Us dwarves might not even be here today if she hadn't cured Stoneblight. And he took away her home forever. It's hard to see that as anything other than cruel. Tradition is important, but it's not the only important thing. Kindness, empathy, love, this world and the living, breathing people in it, they matter more. That's what I learned from other folks I shared drinks with, from Lamit and from you. And I intend to keep learning here in this city, with my face plain for all to see and my head held high. So you know where to find me next time you want to share a drink. I know our job is done, but you'll always have a place at my side, you hear? No. Let's go turn in the crystal and see if the transmog set is any good. healer. Ah. Yeah, the fucking... Of course, the scholar ones looks like ass every time. Every time. Scholar always looks bad. Think that... Do I care for this? Maybe. How's these look? Looks pretty cool. Uh, sure. Eh. Okay. And then we go back and finish off this. And then dailies are done. Or well, I haven't done the daily roulettes yet, I guess. Let's see here. I do this, no, this, this. This. Put them together so I can do that. Phlegma. These were all a bunch of heals, right? Restores own HP and never party members by removing... Okay, that's the one that I needed to apply for. These are AoE. Single target AoE, and then the middle one is the... Can go assist in this. See here, boom, boom, boom. No, boom, 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 boom. Wait, it fell off? How did this work? Okay, that worked like that. This increased the healing from this. This is the just increases the healing of the next heal. This was my like best thingy, right? dash. Fuck is this? Oh. Don't really have a lot of... What was this? Wait. This unexpected damage to the target and all enemies nearby if the opponent's been first and test. Wait. Why can't I cast this then? Add string cost. Oh. How do I get that? Wait, how do I get that? What? What? How do I get that? Cost add string. Grants one stack of add string when barriers granted by is completely absorbed. Oh. I see. Makes sense. So it's like... Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Makes sense, makes sense. What was it I had? Normal raid. Okay. Then let's do this and let's hold Charlie and then attune or make it my home. I actually get low FPS, yeah. Oh, what? What's happening here? Man, I could listen to this for like an entire day. Or this one. I wanna move this, hello? Who's main tank? This guy's main tank. Man, that's so... It's in such a bad spot, why can't I move this? Oh, I can. Thank you. Here. Whatever. Not important, because I don't have focus on that side either, man. Was it earth or fire that was the first one? Okay, this one. I did get this right. Oh, whoops. Ah, wrong keybind. Yeah, I have to... What was it you did this one then? Oh yeah. Ship. Ah! This is a cool healer, honestly. Not gonna lie. Prognosis. I need to do empowered one, right? For to proc the fucking... Yeah. So then boom, and then I can... Wait. Oh yeah, it was standing behind, right? That's all. Oh yeah, fuck. I always forget that that's not my dot on this. What was this again? Wait, there's only one guy, right? Oh yeah, he has to fucking knock those away, no? Ah. Yeah. Man, this class is so fucking cool though. Oh yeah. Okay. Sage is cool. I think. Honestly. Okay. Then I only have the leveling one left. I can do that later. Wait, I'm going too far. No, I'm not. Sorry, were you waiting long? Don't think so. I wanted to make sure I'd borrowed at least a few promising volumes. Elfinod and Crowd should also be along shortly. I was delayed in similar fashion. As far as I could see, no titles in the Archon stacks mentioned the final day specifically, so we have no choice but to start with tangentially relevant tomes, if they are even that. At present, the plan is to skim through as quickly as we dare and share our discoveries as we make them. It would have been nice to invite everyone to this estate, plenty of comfortable places to read, and a ready supply of hot tea. Oh, I was always quite fond of reading outside, but it's not about the little pleasures, is it? You miss your home. It's been difficult. After our arrival, we managed to speak with one of the family servants and ask how things were. It seems their father has instructed the staff that even if Alphenod and I were to return to Charlene, we were not to be allowed across the threshold. Hmm. A harsh measure indeed. I hope that their efforts to understand his position and that of the Forum will perhaps lead to a reconciliation. We'll mend this rift one day, I'm certain of it. And what of you, Graha? Have you been to visit your family, or do they not live here in the city? Ah, well, my situation is also somewhat complicated. I was raised in Charlene, yes, but I was born rather further away. In the southern reaches of Ilsebard, in fact. For generations, my people have dwelt in Corvos, a coastal region opposite of the island of Thavnir. The Allegans founded a city in that fertile land and by ship brought in and subjugated tribes of the Mikoti to serve as laborers. What the fuck? That's far back. Of course, the massive earthquake of the fourth Umbral Calamity brought an end to the Empire's reign, and when the fifth Calamity froze the seas solid, many of the tribes still living in Corvus braved their journey back to Eorzea. My ancestors, however, chose to remain, and that they might prevent the remnants of Allegan technology from being misused. Isn't Corvus under Garlean rule? For the past 50 years, yes. Some semblance of local culture remains, as is the case for most imperial provinces, but Garlemald renamed the region Locus Amogus. When I was a boy, a nearby town came under the jurisdiction of an illustrious imperial family, the nobles of House Darnus. House Darnus demonstrated a singular interest in Allegan civilization, and so my tribe was forced to consider a plan of action. For some time already, voices had been raised in favor of abandoning our ancient customs. After all, the Allegan eye no longer passed to our eldest children as reliably as it once had. Fear of discovery eventually tipped the scales, and the decision was made to bury our ties to the knowledge and tradition of Allag. Bury our ties. As the last child born with the Allegan eye, I was given over to the custody of friends in the students of Baldesion, who had me registered as a Charlian citizen. I never even considered, forgive me, it was an unkind question. It's fine. I mean, dude, he's fine. Even Thancred was taken in by Archon Louisoix, was he not? Stories of adopted waifs and rescued orphans are more common among Charlians than you might think. Waifs? Waifs. Waiths. Who the f the wa a waith is a waif is a person removed by hardship, loss, or other helpless circumstances from their original surroundings. What the fuck? I didn't even know what. Yet regardless of our origins, we all provided with an equal opportunity to learn. We are all provided with an equal opportunity to learn. And with sufficient perspicacity, pers, per, per,
Perspicacity.
perspicacity, the quality of having a red insight into things. What? We outsiders can even learn the vaunted title of Archon. It is exactly why I have such love for this country and why I wish to remain a nation. Wish it to remain a nation of which its citizens can be proud. Here, here. Another good reason to get to the bottom of the forum's stubbornness, aside from the trifling matter of our impending doom. Excuse us while we try to make some headway into these books, Royce. More companies should be arriving by any moment now. Yeah. Greetings. Ishtola is gonna be stuck in the library 100%. We returned with our selections, although I must say the pickings were quite slim indeed. Mistress Kryl has already flicked through every history book devoted to disasters and more than a few which barely made mention to them. As such, we will be looking into research papers on the umbral calamities as well as articles written by prominent forum members. Perhaps their knowledge on the final days comes from an unexpected source. Speaking of which, might I ask you a few questions related to the final days? I'm the only one here who didn't witness the events of Amaruth firsthand, and I fear I might be overlooking critical details. Sure. I actually get to help, even though I'm fucking stupid. Now where to begin? First things first, what kind of phenomenon did the ancients encounter as the final days drew nigh? The worst kind of phenomenon. It was destabilization, right? Or destabilization was is right what happened, right? It wasn't really primals. As the unfolding catastrophe wrought havoc on all manner of life. The chaos extended to the ancients themselves, causing their power of creation to spiral out of control. Fear and despair manifested in terrible, tangible fashion. Meteors raining from the sky, fire erupting from the ground, indescribable abominations prowling the streets. Yeah, that more or less aligns with my understanding. If only the arts of creation had survived until the present day, we might have had something substantial to analyze. I mean, technically it has. It's in the form of summoning, but it's not really the same thing. To the best of our knowledge, however, those techniques were not preserved or passed on. Ishtola's surmises that the closest known magic is that of summoning rituals promulgated by the Asians. I can guess what promulgated means. Was there aught else of note which heralded the approach of the final days? They say it began with keening sound from the land itself. Yes, that's true. Some kind of weird sound. Yes, the Amoritans spoke of it, didn't they? We never did hear this sound ourselves, of course, thrust as we were into the midst of the madness. But it seems that each and every one of the catastrophes were preceded by this ominous noise. Eventually it resounded all across the star and not even Amaruth was spared. Yeah. So the ground was crying out, you say? To be considered the harbinger of doom, it must have been quite distinctive and probably quite loud. I'll have to speak with one of the Numenon's mammoths. Whoops. The fuck is a mammoth? A mammoth, a false god, an idol, a doll or a puppet, a lifeless figure, an effigy, a scarecrow. What the fuck? And I ask after any books which make mention of such a sound. Last but not least, would you describe how the ancients sought to quell this unprecedented calamity with what definitive action did they take? At first they ignored it. They summoned Zodiark. Yes, with Elidibus serving as his heart, so many gave themselves in sacrifice to bring him into being. Yeah, half the population, no? We do not know exactly how Zodiac brought salvation to the star, only that his godlike will were the laws of nature set aright. Then, once the balance was redressed, the ancients offered up a further sacrifice to heal the ravages of the final days. Life sprouted anew, and it was these fledgling souls they intended to render onto Zodiark, a trade that would have allowed them to resurrect the shades of loved ones absorbed by the primal. Wouldn't that Wait, but the people they would have summoned back wouldn't have been real, no? They would have been like the same thing as the primal, in that case. Or might have, had Venat and her fellows not manifested their opposition in the form of Hydaelyn. Was Venat the Traveler? It wasn't, no? Right? Thank you, both of you, for the detailed review. I feel much more confident now in my understanding of events. With all that freshly in mind, it does make me wonder what the Telophoroi truly means when they speak of bringing back the final days. We've seen what they're doing with those towers of theirs is forcing people to summon primals, a kind of catalyst. Wait, we've seen what they're doing with those towers of theirs is forcing people to summon primals, a kind of catalyst. Are they attempting to mirror the conditions caused by unstable creation magics? Or are they simply using the final days as a figure of speech, a convenient metaphor for the scale of destruction they plan to unleash? But this is all just pointless conjecture at this stage. Let us return our attention to the forum, shall we? We should keep an eye out for a Shola, but 'tis time we began studying these research papers. Yeah, I'm not surprised there's Stola is the last one. Greetings. I'm the last, am I? Well, my extended search for the Archon stacks produced one or two possibly useful books, but I wouldn't get your hopes up. If you recall, Uriandre learned of the source's reflections from the Gerun oracles. For its potential to cause panic and confusion, that tome was deemed apocrypha. I'm guessing it's like blasphemy, right? Apocrypha is a plural word that originally denoted hidden or secret writings to be read only by initiates into given Christian groups. Okay, so it's like, okay. Still away in the great Google library. It is even less likely that knowledge of the unsundered world, not to mention the horrors of the final days, would be left sitting on a shelf for any curious scholar to find. Yeah, so it's in some fucking hidden vault somewhere that only the forum members are able to read. It stands to reason that that my colleagues, be they archons or consulars, would perforce be largely ignorant of the subject. It stands to reason then that my colleagues, be they archons or counselors, should perforce be largely ignorant of the subject. Yet when you confronted Master Forchenault with knowledge of the Telophoroi and their machinations, he scoffed at the suggestion that they posed a threat. He seemed adamant that the Forum would know if the final days were truly upon us, which only supports the conclusion that whatever privileged wisdom is guiding the Forum's behavior is being kept secret from the rest of the nation. Not that I mean to excuse myself from reading duty. Whether they contain mention of the final days or no, these books could yet hold something of value. You weren't thinking of leaving, were you? There's plenty of work for everyone. Ah, me read? Keck W. Not happening. I'm not smart like the rest of you. I'm only muscle. You labor for what feels like an age as your Stola's research assistant. Your Stola's research assistant. Okay. Oh dear, you look exhausted. What about your your studies? Were you able to find any books on the subjects I mentioned? Nope. Then the day was well spent. Should you wish to read them again, a ma'am at the reference desk will point you in the right direction. For the moment, though, I suggest you take a well-deserved rest. We might be occupied with our research for quite some time. Yeah. This there. So let's see, I have level 70 gear here and level 80 gear here. Okay. Ready for tea break, Royce? I know I am. Honestly, my neck and shoulders are going to calcify if I don't stretch my legs and walk around for a bit. Yeah. You know the last stand down in the harbor, don't you? Come and meet me near the outside tables and I'll treat you to their coffee. It's quite good. Yeah, me and LSA are not as keen on the readings as these other guys. Oops. I don't think I'm gonna get 81 on White Mage before the 80 or before the 81 quests begin. Probably. Is my guess. These quests are way more shield so far than the other one. Also, they don't presume. I feel like the order I went in the correct order actually. These ones are as busy as ever. I see how very Charlene that no other gourmet cafe has sprung up to compete for customers. Actually, this crowd gives me an idea. Before we place an order, why don't we ask a few questions to gauge the mood of the city? I'm interested to hear what the average citizen has to say about the Telophoroi. We might even be learning something. Worth a try, don't you think? Alice is now accompanying you. Keep her at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. You can leave Alice behind. What? What is it? Can a man not enjoy a moment of private respite? If you're looking to share a table, then I respectfully request that you look elsewhere. Oh, you misunderstand, sir. We were simply wondering if you knew of the Telophoroi. These enemies of peace have promised to end all that we hold dear and... Wait, you're that House Levier girl, aren't you? And this woman with you is obviously a foreigner. I'd heard you were disowned for helping outsiders indulge in their barbaric whims, and here you are giving truth to the rumor. I'll thank you to leave me be. I've not to say to the likes of you. Well, I must apologize. 'Twas foolish of me to expect an ounce of civility from one so enlightened. Hello. Yes, I don't believe I had the pleasure. Pray excuse the interruption, but we were hoping you might share our thoughts on it. We're way too straightforward with what we want here. This is not gonna work. Thoughts on the Telophoroi and their unconscionable plans. My goodness, if it isn't the young Miss Levier. My apologies, but I work in the offices of the Forum, and if word reached Master Forchenault that I was helping you. I see, we're sorry to have bothered you. Ah, well, let's just grab some coffee then. Fuck these guys. Welcome, madam. What can I offer you today? Wait, is that Mistress Alice I see there? My word, how long has it been? Dickon. Far too long. Meet Dickon, the owner of the last stand. I used to frequent his cafe on occasion, in between lessons at the studio. That seems like an age ago now. I remember hearing that you and Master Elfenod has set sail for Eorsia, but then you never came back. Lately, there's been gossip about your father disowning the pair of you. Everything all right at home? Not really. It's complicated, and I hadn't expected complete strangers to be so familiar with our situation quite so quickly. Everyone has an opinion, it seems. Well, it is House Levier, no matter how discreet Master Forchenalt may have been. News of your family's doings never stays secret for long. Things being what they are, what brings you back to the city now of all times? We have questions and only Charlian has the answers. Tell me, Master Dickon, have you heard anything about the apocalypse called the Final Days? Nope. What? Like the end of the world? Nothing like that, I'm afraid. And that's what you're here to find? Information on this apocalypse? Yes, whatever we can learn. Unfortunately, your patrons appear to be unwilling to speak with me. I wish there was more I could do to help. But maybe there is. You're a visitor to Charlian, are you not? Then few will know your face. We should be able to pass you off as a server with non... We should be able to pass you off as a server with none the wiser. Okay, dude. Okay, dude. We just finished preparing a few orders. Strike up some friendly conversations while you're setting down the food, and you might just get the answers you're looking for. Ah, not a bad idea I had to ask, but what do you think? Do I get a uniform or do I walk around in this blood-stained armor? That's the spirit. Pay attention now and I'll explain where each of these dishes need to go. Oh, the tea set is for the chatty group sitting by the water's edge. The omelette is for one of our regulars, a Highlander by the name of Gisla. She's sitting at an outside table with friends of hers. Behind them you see a Mikote gentleman. He ordered an oven-baked lobster. Got all that? If you're not sure, just ask and I'll explain again. Good luck. Okay, I think I got it. Let's see here. That's not the chatty group, right? Or this is probably the chatty group, I think. The tea set for the chatty group, I think. Pretty sure. Oh, my tea set. Lovely, thank you. Who? I'm sorry, I've never heard of them or their final days. My friends and I are somewhat uninformed when it comes to current events. Now, if you wanted to hear about ritual arcane practices of the 6th astral era, common or esoteric, then I'd be happy to talk to your ear off. Okay, dude. 6th astral era, okay. And this... Yeah, this was the fucking omelette, right? Yeah. Because it's like, oh, finally, 2468. Let's dig in, no time to waste. What? The Telophoroi? Ah, yes, I remember seeing the name in the latest Gazette. What's that supposed to be? Is it like some kind of magazine or what? I don't know. Didn't seem to get any. That and some grand claim about the end of days, some old senseless warmongering. When will these fools grow tired of spilling each other's blood? Best stay out of it, I say. The Forum might have made the right choice, and I fully support their decision to remain neutral. Yeah, well, okay. Yeah, we're getting on urban banter with a smile. What? At last, the oven-baked lobster is mine. You have no idea how long I've scrimped and saved and suffered to afford this heavenly dish. What? What are you, poor? It looks like it by your company. The final days. This is the first I've heard of it. Although that would explain why my friend has been rushed off. That would explain why my friend has been rushed off his feet. It must be a busy time to be a gleaner. The fuck's a gleaner? No, noun person who produces crops, raises animals. Okay. You don't know what a gleaner is? They are collectors of... Okay, well, they explain what the fuck a gleaner is, okay. Whatever. Travel the world procuring things that we haven't got here in Charlian. Priceless books, unusual live specimens, and so forth. So named for those folk who trail after the reapers in the fields. Oh, so it did have something to do with that. So named for those who trail after the reapers in the fields, picking up every grain which was missed. By all accounts, gleaning is a most meticulous and demanding profession. If these telophori make good on their audacious threats, then many uncatalogued rarities could be lost forever. Why else would the gleaners be buzzing about in such a frenzy? Watch the harbor and you see what I mean. They're carting loads in from docks all day. It's never been this hectic before, not like this. Okay, so I learned something at least from being a server. Level 90. Any trouble with the customers? Were you able to get anyone talking? Well, I got something about gleamers or something. Gleaners. Interesting. They seem unaware of the final days, aside from whatever vague news the Gazette are printing. Even Dickon had nothing to offer, and he's the best source of gossip in the city. If the Forum does have secret knowledge, then they've done an impressive job of ensuring no one whispers it in the wrong ear. In any case, thank you for playing part so well. Here the cup of coffee I promised. Oh, we're not even gonna sit at a table, feels bad, man. Well, let's enjoy our drink somewhere else, shall we? Maybe behind the peristyle, away from gossips and their wagging tongues. Yeah, sure. What the fuck? All the way over here. What, I don't even get to sit on a table? Or at a table? What? Where the fuck here? Okay. Greetings. As they should do nicely out of the wind and out of sight. Feels good, man. But why don't we sit at the bench? Come on.
When our father disowned us, I couldn't believe what I was hearing.
What is this? Fucking 2 meter distance? What the fuck?
It wasn't until much later that his words began to sink in, that I began to feel the weight of what it meant. Do you remember when the decision was made to come to Charlian?
Which part of
Graham
it?
said that the Forum was determined to keep us in the dark, and that Father's venomous performance was part of that strategy, to keep us at arm's length.
Yeah.
Perhaps it was. Father argued with Grandfather on many occasions, but never with such dismissive contempt. And when he demanded what justifies the sacrifices we make in war, I honestly didn't know what to say.
Survival. Not going extinct. Is a good enough reason in my opinion.
Neither did Alphino, I know, but never for one moment did I believe we had made the wrong choice. So all I could do was fume silently.
Yeah.
It was only afterwards that I realized how childish I had been. How being stubborn and self-righteous must run in the family.
True.
If I could have just mustered a civil response, then things might have turned out differently.
Nope. Nope. His mind was pretty set up, or like pretty yeah.
They must be ferrying goods to Labyrinthos.
Labyrinthos. Fuck is that? I don't know shit.
A vast complex beneath the island. Charlian is famous for archiving knowledge from around the world. Well, that knowledge is not preserved exclusively in dusty tomes and desiccated samples.
What
Our
else then?
living library comprised of all manner of flora and fauna, is housed and studied within that underground facility.
Eh? Okay, so it's an entire fucking region underground, or what?
Still, that did seem to be an unusually large shipment. When I lived here, it was rare to even see such cargo transported by boat. Wait! Didn't you hear something in the last stand about the gleaners coming and going more than usual? Well, I
Yeah.
think they're the ones we saw manning those boats. And gleaners answer to the forum.
So you mean to say that maybe they know something?
If the appearance of the Telophoroi prompted this sudden burst of activity, then Labyrinthos may hold a clue as to what the forum is planning.
They're planning to let the world burn and then survive alone, or what? I don't know. Probably. Something like that. Maybe. We should tell the others what we've learned about the Gleaners. Go on ahead to Numenon, and I'll join you in a moment. Master Dickon will want his cups back. Da, 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 da. I feel like we're probably going back to fucking, what was it called? Ilsabard. After this. Sage. I like this place more. Welcome back. Been for a walk and cleared your head, have you? Well, actually we have spied some information. Not exactly. We did some impromptu investigation and turned up information on the Gleaners. It makes sense. The Gleaners take their requests directly from institutions and bureaucrats, but as you say, they ultimately answer to the forum. A sudden and significant increase in Gleaner traffic and in cargo is certainly it certainly gives the impression of an overarching plan being put into motion. Overarching. Let us see what theory we can build from the facts. As Ystola observed earlier, Numenon's archives appear to contain no information concerning the final days. Coupled with Royce and Alice learned at the last stand, we can be reasonably sure that most Charlians know nothing of that particular period of ancient history. Yet my father and his colleagues are not only familiar with the final days, but are also somehow certain that the destruction of being perpetrated by the Telophoroi is wholly unlike these apocalyptic events. Moreover, the Forum claims to be occupied by a duty of such pressing importance that they saw fit to unanimously deny Eorzea's request for aid. And now the Gleaners, official agents of the state, have been mobilized on an unprecedented scale. I do not think it a stretch to conclude that the Gleaners' recent activities are in service to the Forum's secretive ends. True. In which case, our next course of action seems obvious. We visit Labyrinthos and assess the situation for ourselves, and if we're lucky, the Gleaners will be far more receptive to our questions. What should we expect down there? Oh, I would hate to spoil the surprise. Okay, well. As for myself, there are a few more subjects I should like to research. I may join you later, but feel free to leave behind your borrowed books and be on your way. I'll see to it that each is returned to its proper place. That would be a great help. Thank you, Raha. Bookworm. Let's head down the stairs over there and I'll show you where the entrance is, okay? So it is underground. Ready? Labyrinthos is not far from here, but you may find the path a bit disorienting. I'll take the lead, so stay close. Follow Alice and try not to fall behind. Off we go. Oh! Wait, this is the first escort quest? Or... Oh, she's... Ha. Why can't you make her fucking my walking speed at least? Man, I hate... This is the first... This is the actually first escort quest. But why couldn't they get it right to the point where I have the same... Now we run, try to keep up. Yeah, okay. They could have made it so that my walk speed and her walk speed was the same, you know? That would have been nice. But at least they did make it so that you run full speed. This is up here. I mean, this is fitting, seeing as how we have quests where we escort the NPCs. So it makes sense to have quests where they escort us as well, which is nice. At least they got it right by having them fucking move at this speed. Here we are, through this door and down the stairs. You did remember to attune to the shard back there, didn't you? It will make your life much easier if you need to come back in a hurry, otherwise we should keep moving. Yep, I have. So I'm allowed to enter here? Oh shit. What's this? Hello? Ooh. Ah. Thank you. 3 experience. Is there more experience? Probably not, we just go ahead then. I think I'm gonna be going back to this place. They were watching cutscenes there anyway, so. Jesus. Yeah, there's a lot of cargo here now. Greetings. Well met, traveler. Chocobo porter. Yep. Signed up. Okay. Hello. We're all here now, yes? I've taken the liberty of securing permission for our group's descent. Right, everyone onto the lift and down we go. Jesus. How will they have sun underground or something like that then? Okay, dude.
Deep beneath the scholar's city shines a false sun within a fabricated sky. In any age exist those who consider the floor an extension of their bookshelves, and this vault's architects surely belonged to that special breed.
Yeah?
If the stack grows too high, start a new one. If no room remains, then make more rooms. A simple solution at first, and then bit by bit, a profound transformation. Knowledge buried beneath knowledge, a growing, creeping labyrinth from which there is no escape.
I wonder, are these the only zones that exist in Charlene? Underground stuff?
Not what you expected. I must admit, the artifice is very convincing. But I assure you that we are beneath Charlian itself. The breeze you feel, the flowing waters you hear, all created by the hand of man.
The island is volcanic, you see, and once upon a time this great hollow must have been a reservoir for magma. It was discovered some 400 years ago, at which point it was repurposed as a storage facility for scrolls and samples and such. Renovations have continued, with nigh on no interruption to this day, with the lower levels still undergoing expansion.
Crazy.
Aren't those people gleaners?
Aye, judging by their dress. They are said to work alone as a rule, but 'twould seem that rule is being enthusiastically broken today.
Why would they work alone? Why wouldn't they
It may
cooperate?
be as you suspected, that they are engaged in a task apart from the norm.
Let's spread out and get some answers then.
Ugh.
What happened with you?
Did you call to me just now?
Eh? Nope.
No. How odd. I must be a bit dizzy from the descent.
Oh wait, so
I'll be fine, I'm sure. Let's get to work, shall we?
oh wait, so she can't hear Heidelin then? Probably, is my guess, because that seemed like Heidelin tried, but she couldn't hear. What the fuck, this sodas? But how can there be? I mean, I guess. Okay, I'm gonna go to the edge. Alright, I can mount here probably. Holy. Haha, crazy. This zone is so much better than the other one. So much better actually. Holy. Incomparable. Let me think. The reha seeds should be item 1058, cumin seeds 1059, snurbleberry 1060, or are they 1061? Ah, my head feels like I'm stuffed with mocha grass. Why more loads to take out than carry in? Why do all this at once and risk mixing it up? What if someone mistakes the Querthan carrots for the Grabanian carrots? Why that's okay. The exchange with Divas taught you about large shipments coming in and out. Okay. Large shipments in and out, yeah. You want to know what I'm doing? Hauling books and ore and fauna. If it needs hauling, I haul it. Every decade or so they take stock in labyrinthos, you know, sort and tidy up the inventory. Never seen an operation like this before though. They just did one a few summers ago even. Then with no warning at all, this mess gets dropped in our labs. Orders from on high. Damned if I know the reason. Could be that they're changing the layout, eh? Preparing for the next big expansion. Change. Is there no BGM? I wonder if there will be like day-night cycle in this zone. Like if they turn off the thingy. You here to help or give me more headaches because you don't have the look of a gleaner and I'm in no mood for idle chatter. One of my colleagues was so exhausted he took a tumble and crashed into a pile of crates. Now I have to pack now I have a pack of marmots running loose. Okay. Any luck? What tales did the gleaners have to tell? So this grand operation began without warning, and for every item they bring in, they're sending more inventory somewhere else. That would explain the haggard faces I've been seeing. We were right, the farm is definitely up to something, and they're turning Labyrinthos upside down in the process. Fuck. Why would they do that? We would do well to learn from more of what specifically the Gleaners are being tasked to do, as well as who has tasked them to do it. If you're game, Royce, I have an idea. Why the fuck did I crouch down? Oh. Didn't one of the Gleaners you questioned say something about escape the marmots? Perhaps if you were to help him capture said creature, he might be inclined towards a more friendly and enlightened conversation, easily. In the meantime, I will turn my charms upon this Gleaner here. We can compare notes afterwards. Happy hunting. You wish to help me with the marmots? I have nothing suitable to pay you for your service, but if you're offering out of the goodness of your heart, I'd welcome the assistance. Sure. The name is Erenville. My friend, or Erenville friend, specialist in the collection of live specimens. That said, the capture of these Nagshan marmots is a trial I've no desire to repeat. Grizzled mice, they call them. For mercy, there are no other marmot species on this tier at present, so there should be no mistaking our little fugitives. If you happen to catch any, stuff them. If you happen to catch any, stuff them in this sack gently, of course. No, I'll shove them back in there as hard as I can. Where to begin, you wonder? I have not seen any scampering around here, so you will need to widen research into the surrounding forest. Be on your guard. There are beasts out there that won't hesitate to prey on a marmot or you. I'll search the trees to the west. The eastern part of the forest is all yours. Good luck. I mean, wouldn't fucking the Charlians be pretty mad if I ran around killing stuff randomly? In their fucking... Oh, it does have a night cycle. Cool. Yeah, it stops shining. Holy shit. Oh, what? There's mist. Yeah, this zone is fucking hella much better than the fucking desert island. Troll. Well, what? What? Barely ever ready to sack when the grizzled mouse scampers off into the underbrush. It's ran away. Like, I need all the XP I can get on this. Come back here. Nah, but... Hello? Oh. Mm-mm. Actually, I want to see something. Oh, there's a talking thingy here. This... This gives us experience. Right? It didn't. Oh no. Oh yeah, I need to put this somewhere. That's a raid CD heal, so or raid CD. So I can put it there at my raid CD slot actually. Okay, you can't escape this time. Succeeded putting it in the sack. But this was only one. Did I only need to capture one? Okay, well, whatever. Sure. No problem. Wait, is there no aetheryte here? Oh, there's no aetheryte, so this is the only... Wait. But that's an edge here. Well, shit. Wait, why did I lose so much HP? How did you fare? I tracked down 3 of the pack, which leaves 1 unaccounted for. Well, I have that 1. Guess I'm worse than you at this. Ah, there's the odd marmot out. Wait here a moment while I put our friends in a holding cage. Thankfully, the marmots seem to be unharmed. They've held up well in isolation, but it's much too soon to release them into the habitat. It's a good thing we were able to recapture them so swiftly. You have my thanks. What will you do with the marmots now? That's for the forum to decide. They are the guiding authority behind Labyrinthos after all, and this job was but one small part of this great inventory of theirs. Suitable for consumption and easy to breed, those were the 2 conditions I was given for the stock I was instructed to procure. I don't doubt what the forum was planned for these creatures, but at the very least I doubt they'll will be served for dinner today or tomorrow. There you are. Hello. Is this the Glini you mentioned, the one who was looking for lost marmots? True, yeah. Interesting company you keep, friend. Who are you folk anyway? Students of Baldesion? I'll cry of the students of Baldesion. These others are my associates. Truth be told, the forum's decision of late have not sat entirely well with us. That is why we made this descent into Labyrinthos. We hoped that by seeing those decisions put into action, we might more fully understand the reasoning. Wise and practical, never hurts to try and gain a broader perspective, does it? Anyway, due to cause other animals to capture and enclosures to empty. Once again, I'm sorry that I can't offer you more or your more for your services. I captured a little fucking rat thingy. That's all I did. Did you learn anything new from our friend there? I don't know. So we confirmed that the order for this ambitious operation did indeed come directly from the forum. However, the Gleaners have not been informed of its purpose. I'd say that fits with everything we've heard thus far. We also discovered that the operation was begun. The forum contacted the Gleaners guild ship and put their people to their great work some 4 days after Telophora made their chilling declaration. As seasoned travelers, the Gleaners keep abreast of news from every corner of the world out of necessity, thus I'm inclined to trust that their calendar of events is accurate. Altogether, it gives the distinct impression that this undertaking was a sudden and unexpected development. Yet I find it hard to believe that such a comprehensive restructuring of Labyrinthos and its archives could have been planned in so brief a window. Nay, this plan was long in the making. They were but awaiting the right time to put it into effect. And for the Telophoro's declaration was that what set it all in motion? Probably. It seems likely, but let us not leap to conclusions just yet. For the moment, I suggest we conduct a wider investigation of Labyrinthos. The more facilities we visit, the more pieces of the puzzle we stand to find. In that case, how about we head to the Archeon? From there we can reach the lower... Krile was wrong. I'm fine, truly. The sudden descent has left me with a bit of a headache, that's all. Nothing that will stop me from soldering on. Let's be about it then. At least allow me to take the lead. I'm fairly certain I remember the way to Archeon. What have we learned about if sudden people, react badly to stuff? We follow the path east through the forest where you were chasing after the mouse or marmot, was it? Anyway, tis the trolls you need to watch out for. Have we not learned anything from from being in the first about when people are having a bad reaction randomly? Don't just ignore. Is there a south? Okay. Wait, let me do the exploration of this side. Oh, someone's fishing here. Boom. Uh, Ooh, fate. Oops. I feel like I could. I wonder if that... If I have to restart for that. Wait, let me see here. If I lower this back to 3K. Oh, so it does change. Okay. Neat, then I can just... Let's put this to... Let's put this to fucking 6K, whatever. Maybe even more. What? Behold the Archeon. As Numenon serves as Sharlayan's literary archives, so does this structure house the city's wealth of material data. The architecture too is similar. This building you see is merely the upper entrance, an access point to the vaults carved into the cliffside itself. Within those vast rooms are stored countless samples and specimens, as well as detailed records which describe them. In a manner of speaking, Archeon contains a physical history of Sharlayan's unwavering dedication to the accumulation of knowledge. Wait, I wanna check something. Okay. So okay, so it's no point in going over 6K. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. Oh, what did it say? Well, we won't learn anything of value standing out here. Let's us proceed into the main building and speak with the custodian. Where's the there? Here's the porter. And then there should be a trader. Oh, I forgot about the fate. Wait here. Ah, whatever. Okay. Why is it water here? What? Whatever. Greetings. We are here to peruse the Archeon's vaults. Peruse? You are clearly not gleaners then. Might I ask your affiliation? We belong to the students of Baldessians, but is that relevant? I was given to believe that the vaults those open to the public, at least were open to the public. Ordinarily, yes, that would be the case. At present, however, access is restricted. Only persons directly involved in the reorganization efforts are permitted to enter. Oh, really? Not us, then. I suppose we had better move along to another facility. This building has a lift which connects to the middle tier, yes? Might we at least make use of that? Nope. Okay. That service has also been suspended, I'm afraid. For the time being, priority has been given over to the conveyance of inventory. What? So this is as far as we can go? I apologize for the inconvenience. Please come again after a restructuring operation is concluded. By that time it will be too late. We were so close to getting answers. We need to rethink our approach. Let us keep a step outside for the moment, shall we? Students of Baldessian. That was a very condoning humph. We are at an impasse. As we have no other leads, I'd like to peruse this one further. But I doubt that our stone-faced custodian will be swayed by heartfelt pleas. We must seek another means to access the lower levels. Jump! It is likely that the people in this area are involved in the restructuring in one way or another. If we were to ingratiate ourselves, they might allow us to accompany them on the lift. Let us ask around. Surely someone is in need of a few strong backs to lighten the load. True. Probably. What's that? Take you down the lift with me? Sorry, but not a chance. I've been up and down all day, and only now have I finally found a spare moment to rest. I did see a gleaner fellow heading out the gate there, though, shouldering a large pack, engaged in some manner of task. Maybe he'll be headed down below after he's done with whatever it is he's doing. Okay. Am I taking the lift? Oh no, we're just students. They won't let us into the Archeon, even though we found. Actually, we have no idea what it is we found. There's no record of such a creature anywhere, but it was wandering around Tranquility, and so we thought to donate it to the vaults. Okay. Oddest little squeal, don't you think? Anyway, I suppose we'll have to take care of it until the Archeon is open again. Okay, it's not up here. Wait, what the fuck? Hello? Oh, there you are. Look, quiet. You'll frighten it away. Dude, have you fucking lost it again? It's you again. I don't mean to be rude, but I'm in the middle of another task. The cloudkin I need to capture is close, very close. Surely, I can help. You wish to help me with this too? You spend your time in unusual ways, my friend. Still, two hunters are generally better than one. Very well. The canal here is a common gathering spot for birds of all kinds, but the one I'm after today is the hornbill. Its feathers are green and its cry a distinctive caw. Single it out and shoot it with this sleeping dart. Effects are short-lived, so I'll lie in wait down by the riverbank to claim our quarry. Be sure to hit the right one. Okay. Green feathered with a caw. Whack. Whack. Cool. Then it needs to be this one. Yeah. Oh, what? Here we go. Got it. Hello, where are you gonna go? Need to go get it.
A fair shot.
A fair shot. Wait, I recognize that voice almost.
Nicely done. Let me truss this one up and I'll make my way over to you.
It sounds like the tiger guy from the Blessed Ones. I think.
There you are. Any new revelations?
Not really, but I might have something.
So you met with that gleaner again, this time to capture a hornbill. I understand catching and bringing in creatures from the outside, but what's the point of chasing after ones already here?
Oh, it's a simple thing, really.
Maybe not.
Occasionally, we remove specimens no longer needed for study, or those we've had difficulty raising. But we can't simply turn them loose.
It kinda sounds like that guy.
Safely returning such creatures to their native habitats is another facet of a cleaner's duties.
Yeah, it for sure does sound like that guy from the last ones, the tiger guy.
But not in this case, I'm afraid. I've been asked to bring the bird below.
The restricted section in the lower levels of Labyrinthos. Open only to a select few researchers hand-picked by the Forum. The projects down there are the subject of rumor and hearsay. Forbidden magics. Advanced technologies that can never be allowed to fall into outside hands. Even Archons are not privy to the truth. Those who are, the researchers involved in this secretive work, are not permitted to walk freely in the city, and are instead required to live in isolated quarters.
What the fuck?
What could a facility subject to such strict security protocols possibly need with a hornbill? An experiment?
Possibly. I wasn't afforded an explanation.
Yeah.
But judging by the requisition list given to me and my colleagues, I doubt it's for any kind of advanced research. I'd be more inclined to believe we were making preparations to migrate to the south. Mericidia or thereabouts.
I'd be more inclined to believe we were making preparations to migrate to the south. Mericidia or thereabouts. Wait, Mericidia. Oh really? Wait, what? Wait, but that's on the other side of the planet.
What? Why would you say that?
Much of the flora and fauna we were asked to procure could serve as reliable sources of sustenance. They're comparatively hardy species too, able to endure harsh climates. And among them are specimens known to be effective in improving soil quality and purifying water.
When you put it that way, migration does sound like a reasonable assumption.
That's all it is, though. An assumption. Through our tasks, we gleaners glimpse only bits and pieces of the Forum's plans. Our prime concern is that our requisitions, be they living or otherwise, are properly preserved for the knowledge of future generations.
I wonder if this guy is gonna be like a more involved character further on. Since he has a voice.
Now, I really must be going. I regret that I cannot reward you as you deserve.
It's fine.
Perhaps you might reward us after a fashion then. It is imperative that we reach the lower levels. And seeing as you are already set to descend with your assigned cargo, mayhap we could accompany you as your assistants.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. Once the animals have been prepared for transport, we send them down separately via the lift. I will of course follow after to make my report, but I can hardly pass you off as porters when there's nothing left to carry.
Ah.
Indeed. Pray forget I said anything.
How do you feel about climbing? If you've strength and the courage to brave it, then there is another way down.
Oh boy.
This path leads to the 33rd facet, a mine shaft excavated during one of our expansions of Labyrinthos. While I cannot guarantee that the passage is safe to traverse, it should provide access to the medial circuit below.
I never even knew such a place existed. Thank you. This is the perfect solution.
You're quite welcome, but consider yourselves warned. If the going proves too treacherous, you do well to turn back. I bid you good day.
I wonder if this guy will show up later or not. I feel like he's probably gonna be a reoccurring character, right?
Well, turning back is hardly an option, not when we've come this far. Let's go and take a look at this mine shaft.
I feel like Kryl should be left behind. Seeing as headache and all. Maybe her echo is fucking going whack with all the animals or something, I don't know. Maybe they but the echo would but then it would be fucking with me as well. Oh, can I get there on time? Probably. Okay. Should be getting full. Let's see. I'm gonna go over to that as well. Probably down in the water. Not the only one. Oh, it's Greetings, guys. Here comes the cavalry. High pull. Oh, I can't hold aggro. It's because I'm not healing anything, I guess. I stepped in too early, whatever. Kokobos. Oh, that's sweet. Ooh. 200k. That's like half of a quest, or a main story quest. Pretty decent. Mm-mm-mm. Right, is there west? Oh. Wait, is it? Yeah, it's probably down there. Right. Northwest. Yeah, it's not there. It's for sure down there. Yeah, okay, whatever. Do-do-do. Wait, there's something inside. There's something here. No? It's another cave. Let's explore. Okay, discover that. This must be it, the entrance to the mine shaft. It is faint, but I hear something moving within. Creatures home there by the researchers, you think. While slavering beasts aside, we will need to watch our footing. We should tighten our straps and such before we continue. Assuming everyone's tightened their straps and checked their gear, then I say we head on in. Given the terrain ahead, though, it might be wise to leave some distance between us. We don't want to stumbling over each other if it comes to a fight. Take it slow and don't forget to check your surroundings from time to time. We can meet up again at the other side of the tunnel. Oh, I need to... Oh, it was only one. Well, shit. I think I will put the live here, actually. Okay, 2 left. Wait, if it's sacks of nuts still, then I can do the fucking Shadowbringers ones and get the reward as well. There's no thingy here. Southwest. Wait, is it on the... Oh well. Should be like possible to go both paths. Don't aggro. Thank you. Hello, can you hit it? Northwest, okay. So it should be up here in this opening. Yep. Why did I take the long way instead of the fucking short way, though? If there's two ways anyway. Oh well. Everyone seems to have made it through without incidents, nothing of consequence at least, and as promised the tunnels delivered us into the medial circuit. As I recall, this tier is where they keep a wide variety of samples for agricultural production. If Erinville's assumptions hold true that specimens are being collected in preparations for a great migration, then we should see evidence of such plans in the area's research project. Let's follow the path to the nearest farming facility and see what we see. What is this, a fucking ball of grass? Okay. Man, this place is fucking cool. There should be a fucking thing here somewhere, I swear. Nope, okay, whatever. I believe there was supposed to be one here, no? Yeah, north. Those are some nice high quality resolution grapes. Aha, now I know where we are. This is Mergel Ar I don't even know what the fuck that word was. Mergel Agronomics. Labyrinthos is a host to a wide variety of vegetation, which allows us to conduct studies on cultivation methods utilized in foreign lands. And it is this facility which coordinates and oversees those efforts. The fruits of the research go to feed their Labyrinthos colleagues, or so I hear. More notable success might make it to the Agora. Food so exotic it'd be hard-pressed to guess their origin, let alone how they might taste. Indeed. Mystery vegetables without a name, only a list of nutritional benefits scribed on a card. I see no gleaners hereabouts, yet these workers seem to share that same sense of urgency. It is possible they know something of the forum's plans and their underlying motivations. Worth looking into, wouldn't you say? See what you can coax from the workers. The rest of us will do the same, or cast about for useful clues. Let me go collect the thingy. It should be in this tower. Or around it. No, there, okay. Oh, they're friendly. I say. Okay, I'm almost 81 at least on White Mage. Oh, nice, I got the discovery as well. Shortcut! Okay, nope. Oh, hello there. We weren't expecting visitors. Not with the use of the lift being restricted. How did you make it down here anyway? Well, we just walked. The mineshaft, you say? Well, you're a much hardier soul than I. Under normal circumstances, I'd reward such tenacity with a guided tour of the fields, but I'm afraid the forum has us filling order lists a mile long. Massive yet detailed requests, literal wagon loads of crop samples, and hardly any time to put them together. When I first heard of this grand reorganization, I assumed we would be shuffling around old stock to make room for the new. Then came the orders for ridiculous quantities of seeds we've already thoroughly researched. Passing strange, eh? I pressed for an explanation and was met with vague assurance that all would be revealed in due course, not the most satisfying answer. So, I mean, the thing about fucking Charlene moving is they would have nothing of what they've already built left to them. Are you a dude? Do I have ought to be taken below? More than I can carry, and then some. Most of our stocks is sent off via the cargo lift, but some have been earmarked for aerial transport. Hence, the stack of crates atop that hill over there. Gods, hauling the lot up that slope was a job and a half. What crops are we raising? Well, as you can see, this one is a variety of grape. Only needs a good source of sunlight to grow, and the conditions here are nothing short of perfect. Hardly surprising given that it's a native to a particular locale in the very place upon which Labyrinthos was modeled, a region in the south of Ilsabar. It boasts remarkable habitat diversity, allowing for myriad flora and fauna to thrive. Chilly peaks in the north give way to swaths of temperate plains, which in turn transition into a hot, humid coastline. Such bountiful territory is ever contested, as you might expect. Used to be called Corvus before the Imperials renamed it Locus Amonis. The Forum saw it not as a prize, however, but as a researcher's ideal environment, one whose climate we strove to recreate within the confines of Labyrinthos. It's since provided a rich foundation for countless experiments in cultivation. Oh, there we have him. Oops. Fuck. How much experience does this even give? $200,000. Oh Jesus. Okay. Worth them. Stacked boxes. The labels on these crates tell the story of their contents. Bundles of common seeds and saplings, accompanied by sheaves of reports. Hmm?
Hard to look away, isn't it?
Hard to look away, isn't it? What?
But they're more than pretty flowers. Heart blooms are attuned to ambient emotion.
Eh?
You don't seem convinced, but believe me, it's true. This ashen grey, for instance, it mirrors the anxiety and urgency of those working nearby as they rush to fulfill sudden orders.
Huh.
Intense feelings like those spur the petals to change colour. Bright glowing hues in the presence of joy, dark subdued shades for frustration or despair. Yet even with the collected wisdom of Charlian at our disposal, we've yet to identify the underlying principle of this empathic effect.
Huh.
And there are other mysteries besides. Although the flower is extraordinarily long-lived, its low reproductive rate has made it difficult to find younger populations growing in the wild. With too few sightings to map its distribution, and no closely related species to track, we've been unable to pinpoint its land of origin.
Well?
To further complicate matters, every culture, even dimly aware of its existence, has given it a different name and mythos. Our attempts to study it via the historical record have been an exercise in frustration. As an avid botanist myself, I should one day like to unravel the Heartbloom's secrets. But I'm afraid other duties must take precedence. I will leave you to your thoughts.
Okay. Oh, Matoya's team?
Have you learned aught of interest?
What was it I learned again? I learned something, right? It's just common shit.
A flower that reacts to one's feelings? Strange. I must say, I have never heard of such a thing.
Well, that wasn't really the important thing, right?
This is all very fascinating. But as it stands, we failed to gain any significant insight into the Forum's undertaking.
Indeed. While there is certainly enough activity to support Erenville's supposition that a priority has been placed on improving food production, unfortunately for our investigation, these workers were never informed as to how their duties serve the master plan.
Nope. Why would they?
If only we could interrogate the Forum members directly.
What's happening?
Isn't that the entrance to the Archaean?
Well
Look,
done.
there. I think that's Erenville.
A little difficult to tell from here, but I think you're right. He did say he was coming down to make his report.
Erenville receives his orders from the Forum. Would it not follow, then, that the superior to whom he reports is a Forum member? Or at least a close associate?
You mean to eavesdrop on their conversation? What of the risks?
Ours alone to bear. We won't interfere with Erenville's work, nor will he be implicated as an accomplice. If you're not comfortable taking part, I can do this alone.
Nay. I said myself that I wished to know Father's intentions. And no answers will be forthcoming should we simply ask nicely.
I mean, here's the thing here, by the way. The less people, the better when it comes to sneaking around. Have we not learned this from Thancred?
We can apologize later, should it come to it. Right now, we need every crumb of information we can get our hands on. Consequences be damned.
It might be best if you came along as well. In fact, we should all...
Fuck is going on with you?
Cryle?
Oh, yes. That certainly sounds like a plan.
I'm glad you agree.
Fuck is wrong with you?
Quickly! Erenville is on the move. We need to get closer before we lose him.
Almost. I can almost reach you.
Heidelin. Is my guess, right? Is Kryle still feeling unwell? I had never seen her so distracted. Keep an eye on her, but keep moving too. We cannot let our quarry slip away. Erenville was headed westwards along the path outside the Archaeon. Come, we can still catch him. We can just... Hate. Hold a moment, I have an idea. If memory serves, the colossal wall-like structure is Logisticon Beta, one of Labyrinthos' climate control centers. It should have its own lifts, with which one could access the upper or lower tiers. If it were an agent of the if I were an agent of the form, I would make for a convenient meeting place. But even if we happen to find Erenville in the company of said agent, we cannot expect them to reveal issues of importance as we nonchalantly stroll past. Maybe we shall have to remain undetected. If only Graha and his vanish spell were here. But there are other ways of turning invincible, or invisible. Hippity hop, my little toads. Okay, dude. Goodness. So why would they not get suspicious of frogs jumping around? Unaccustomed to transfiguration, worry not, it will wear off with a passage of time. I suggest you and your green companions hop along and catch up with the Erenville. Should you feel magic's fading, return to me and I will refresh the enchantment. And what am I to do in the meantime? Wait here with me. In your current state of mind, you'd be as likely to leap into the jaws of a predator as you would lead anything of note. Rip. Which reminds me, where the creatures would hereabouts. In that form, you are essentially defenseless. You have changed into a toad. You must remain transfigured in order to progress the quest objective. Return from your transfigured state. If you move too far away, look to your map for the transfiguration area effect. Alfie Toad and Alley Toad are now accompanying you. Keep them at your side in order to proceed with the quest objective. Okay, dude. Here comes 3 toads. Let's just go to the objective, shall we? Fito attempts and fails to shake his head, but you'll nevertheless understand that he's telling you this is the wrong way. Wait, what? There's no place. How? Wait. Okay, so this is the wrong path. Whatever then. Da, da, da. Oh, I learn. Aye. This should be the correct bridge then. But shouldn't someone knowledgeable be like aware that there should... Oh, look at that! Just jump into the bush, no?
I trust you will find your compensation to be more than satisfactory. We wish to make clear that we are pleased with the efficiency and thoroughness of your work. So much so that we have come bearing new tasks in need of your competent hand.
What the fuck?
Another lengthy list. If I may speak frankly, the Gleaners have been pushed to the point of collapse by your unending demands. We are not familiars to be exploited. We are Charlean scholars and we deserve an explanation for this unseemly treatment. What warrants such urgency?
I don't like his voice.
In an age long past, Charlean was charged with a momentous duty.
In an age long past.
And now that word of the final days hangs heavy in the air, the time has come for us to fulfill that charge.
The fact.
I can say no more, but I promise you this. All will be revealed in due course. And when it has, you will understand that your toil was in service to the greatest good.
Huh.
Then I will do your bidding. For now. But unless you wish the Gleaners to rise up in protest, I advise you to offer tangible improvements for our working conditions. Your promised revelation does nothing to address present circumstances.
A fair point. Your concerns will be conveyed to the Forum.
So we did learn something. I mean, if he sees us, he should know. Yeah, he knows.
I hope that was informative. You may consider my debt to you repaid in full.
Yeah, like he knows that there should not be frogs
While I do have
here.
my reservations about the Forum, I want to believe that they have our best interests at heart. Which is why I'm reassured that you're busy sniffing out the truth of things. We can ill afford to place all our eggs in one basket, this master plan of theirs, without first understanding the risks involved.
Which is why I'm reassured that you're busy sniffing out the truth of things. Yeah, he knows that there should not be frogs here.
Wait! How did you know it was us?
There shouldn't be any frogs in
If
this.
you mean to impersonate a toad, try studying the real thing. And don't try to fool an expert.
Yeah. 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 I suppose we should have known a gleaner who specializes in animal procurement would not be so easily deceived. Yet he seemed inclined to put his trust in us all the same. More importantly, perhaps, we've discovered a new piece of the puzzle, this momentous duty the Forum agent mentioned. A Charlean has been called to action, and the Talofroid's declaration was the catalyst. Whatever charge it is they hope to fulfill, they deem it of sufficient import to disrupt all of Labyrinthos, not to mention ignore Eorzea's request for aid. Yeah? What duty could warrant the direct involvement of the Forum and the commitment of all its resources? Judging by what we just heard, none of the gleaners were offered any kind of explanation. At this point, it seems abundantly clear that we'll learn nothing new by pressing them further. We should head back to your stall and Kryl for a moment, see what they think of this. Southwest. Will it be here on the edge, or will it be below? I think it's close enough. West. Oh, yeah, it should be here. Wait, wrong way. Ah man, it's up there, isn't it? It's up there, by the tree. What was the last thing I needed to find? Oh, I haven't been there. Okay. I believe the rest are probably... Oh, what? No, it's too far south. It's definitely below here. And this zone is so cool. Yeah, it's definitely down there. Oh, lost little lambs. I'm gonna go do that. Gonna hit 81. My guess is that 81 is gonna be when start when we're done with this, which I'm probably close to being. Welcome back to I trust you found Erenville then. Yes, and we did hear something. Interesting. I had a feeling you would learn something important, even if that something was simply a confirmation that no one knows much of anything. We should share this with Kryl and discuss how we'd like to proceed. Assuming we find her back at the farm, she was still behaving oddly, so I bade her return and rest there. Perhaps not the best decision in hindsight. Would you mind checking near those flowers she was so entranced by? The rest of us can survey the more distant areas just in case she decided to wander. We're for sure gonna run into Heidelin, no? Surely. But I'm not so sure if Kryl is gonna be able to see. Where was it again? There has to be a fucking lookout thing here. Sightseeing thing. No? Really? Thatch. West, so it's still that one, so it's no one close by. Flowers were up here, right? Have they changed color from grey? I wonder. Yeah, they have, no? They haven't. What? Was that good to do?
For you. The spell will keep it from wilting.
For me?
She said you would need it for the journey ahead.
She said. Oh, Heidelin. Why would I need a flower?
Will you speak with her now? I cannot hope to match Minfilia's clarity, of course, but...
Will you speak with her now? I cannot hope to match me in Phileas credit, of course, but... Ah, yeah.
Thank you.
So she's possessed then? The fuck?
Do not worry. She has lent me her body for only a moment. Just as I could not save the first from the flood of light, it has become arduous for me to interact with the physical world without assistance.
What do you mean you could not save the first from the flood of light? We did. We did. We did though. Or do you mean you yourself and that we had to interfere or what?
Though I might converse with you for a time, the incorporeal form I assumed on the ship would be incapable of casting even the simplest enchantment. It is in the depths of the ethereal sea, the place to which all life returns, where my influence is greatest.
The depths of this ethereal sea. Okay, so we had our world, and then we had the in-between where the Asians fucked up or fucked around, and then we had the ethereal sea, which is a separate plane.
After Minfilia's sacrifice on the first, it was to the sea, here in the source, where I ferried her soul. I wished that gentle spirit to find rest in the world she loved so well. Her, and another who may yet have a part to play, though that will depend on you.
Another.
Take the flower. Walk free, for you are free to go where you wish, to believe what you will. That bloom will be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow. Together, raise it aloft and let it shine, till the end, blinding and radiant.
Well, sure, I guess, but what?
That was all too brief. Already she seems so far away. My apologies if I startled you. Ever since we began our descent into Labyrinthos, I had sensed another's will, straining to reach out. Even with my particular talents, though, I was unable to make a connection at first, so weak and tenuous it was. Once I took hold of that wispy thread, imagine my surprise to discover it was Heidelin herself. Needless to say, it seemed wise to learn what we could before letting go. Her answers were more cryptic than I would have liked, but at least she left us with a guide of sorts, that unusual flower.
Yeah, but how the fuck is a flower gonna help in any manner of way?
Yes, we are definitely making progress.
You can't be serious! We've done nothing wrong!
Hmm? How the fuck did we hear that? Oh, what? He's here?
Master Fortuno, what business has the Forum with us?
Obstruction and suppression, apparently.
Obstruction.
Mistress Baldessian, our records show you facilitated the Scions' entrance into Sharlayan by claiming them as assistants for your organization.
So what? So what? And what? What's the problem?
We are aware of your investigations. After alerting the major institutions to the presence of potential troublemakers, we received word from an Archean custodian. A group operating under the auspices of the students, skulking about Labyrinthos and engaging in clandestine behavior.
We haven't done anything, what do you mean? Fucking dickhead.
Clandestine? We may not have entered Sharlayan as Scions, but we did naught to conceal our identities. Our only purpose in this city is to seek the truth. I can think of no reason why our actions should warrant the Forum's intervention.
Yep, exactly.
It is not our way to discourage the pursuit of knowledge, but the timing of such pursuits must be considered, not to mention their potential impact. With the world in chaos, we, the true caretakers of wisdom, have committed ourselves to an undertaking that demands the utmost discretion. And we will not risk its success by turning a blind eye to disruptive foreign elements in our midst.
What then is to be our fate? Will you put us on a ship back to Eorzea?
The Forum will convene to examine your case. The results of said inquiry will determine your future in this city. As for your absent companion, he has already been detained.
The fuck, he was just reading some books in the library, what do you want?
Grah! But why? Is reading a crime now, too?
Oh look, I wasn't the only one who said that.
Reading is encouraged, celebrated even. Not, however, of the volumes shelved in the restricted section of the library.
Refusing to comply will only make matters worse. Let us instead treat this as an opportunity to open a dialogue with the Forum.
Bullshit, let's kick their ass. What can they do?
Silence is often one's best defense. I would advise against prolonging the proceedings with frivolous discourse. But enough. This is not the place for debate. The rostra await.
How exactly did he get caught then? You dumb fuck. Why did you get caught? You got an invisibility spell. Come on now.
Forgive me. I was careless.
We would have been detained regardless. This way, at least, we managed to stay together. I trust your time within the Forbidden Archives was well spent.
He learned something.
The forum will come to order. This inquiry is now in session. As Speaker-elect, I will be presiding over the day's proceedings.
Oh, wait, we get to see her without her hoodie.
Master Fortuner, would you be so kind as to restate the matter which compelled you to summon your colleagues with such urgency?
Oh wait, it's a personal thingy.
As you are all aware, we recently denied Eorzea's request for Sharlayan assistance. Since then, certain individuals dissatisfied with our decision have taken it upon themselves to interfere with our work.
We have done nothing to interfere with you. What do you mean?
They entered our nation masquerading as associates of the students of Baldessian. But these malcontents are better known as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. These militants wield influence with both the Eorzean and Eastern alliances, and are inextricably involved with the crises presently afflicting the world at large. Loose in our city, these warmongers sought to meddle with and expose matters of state secret. What are they, if not a dire threat to be expelled?
You have tarnished the good name of the students. Galuf would be ashamed.
Bulla.
Galuf Baldessian was never one to forsake his fellow man. Even if this nation closed every door and retreated from the world, he would have found a way to help the Scions, help every soul of this star fight back against the coming doom.
No, you're saying too much.
A terrible enemy stands poised to lay waste to all we hold dear. In the face of such madness, Eorzea reached out to Sharlayan, a respected ally, in the hopes of forming a united front.
When your sister called you about your mom and Giga malpractice. What?
Was your curt dismissal truly the best you could offer? Or are you so preoccupied with your momentous duty of an age long past that even the end of the world is unworthy of your attention?
Whence came this revelation?
From the mouth of a forum member within fortuitous earshot.
Then it seems your findings support my own.
My mom had a stroke and didn't remember anything, and they just refused to let our sister in and gave out incorrect information. What? Holy shit, is she okay? Yeah, okay, good. That's good at least.
The reason I visited the restricted shelves was to study records of the Forum's policy-making process, to better understand the historical trends underlying their most major decisions. At first glance, the positions of neutrality in war and the accumulation of knowledge above all else appear constant and consistent, the unchanging pillars of Sharlayan society.
Hashtag getting old. Feels bad.
And once upon a time, I might have left it at that. These days, however, I am more attuned to the subtleties of governance, and so I noticed something odd. From a particular point in time, the purpose of these policies shifted. No longer was knowledge preserved for the benefit of society. Rather, society was to be gradually reshaped to ensure the preservation of knowledge.
No longer was the knowledge preserved for the benefit of society. Rather, society was to be gradually reshaped to ensure the preservation of knowledge.
The most conspicuous and telling change was the one which befell Labyrinthos. Once little more than an oversized storehouse, an enormous allocation of funds saw it transformed into an advanced research and archival facility.
Uh-huh.
I also discovered a fascinating account on the finances of our Dravanian colony. The settlement attracted students from far and wide, and the connections and tuition fees thus acquired were funneled into further improvements for the archives.
Uh-huh.
Now, there is no question that our nation's progress is tied to the acquisition of wisdom. Nevertheless, the vast resources diverted for this purpose borders on the obscene.
The vast resources diverted to this purpose borders on obscene.
But returning to the matter of when, our change in course appears to have been made some 270 years ago.
270 years ago. That was...
The very same period when Sharlayan scholars in the hinterlands began a formal study of the ethereal sea.
At the very same period when Sharlayan scholars in the hinterlands began a formal study of the ethereal sea. Oh. Ew. So we have so they noticed something then.
You found something, did you not? And whatever it was, gave rise to your oh so important duty.
Yep, they found something within the ethereal sea, which is... Okay, so within the ethereal sea, that's where Hydaelyn has the most influence. Okay.
Mind your tongue, Archon. If you had seen...
What the fuck? The fuck?
Yes. We are bound by a duty we cannot ignore. Knowing this, what would you have us do? Abandon our vital work and join you on the field of battle? We will never choose the way of the sword. We will fulfill our mission not through strife and bloodshed, but survival. Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
Do as you must, then. But we Scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
Ah, the trailer thingy.
Such misguided zeal.
Father, Master Fortuno. I fail to understand the stance you have elected to take. But by the same token, I have yet to find a compelling argument to counter the challenge you put to us in Gridania.
I fail to understand the stance you have elected to take, but by the same token, I've yet to find a compelling argument to counter the challenge you put.
Still, in the midst of my uncertainty, I must trust in myself to do what is right, as others have chosen to trust in me. So I will continue, as I always have, weighing the consequences of my every action, and allowing my hope for the future to inform my decisions.
That's quite enough. Have you all forgotten the reason for this assembly?
Skolok Monteshane. He's the head of the studium and an old friend of my grandfather's.
Honestly, every discussion devolves into some interminable debate. Terrible habit. Let's return to the topic at hand, By their own admission, these scions have resolved to fight alongside the Eorzean nations against the doom which swift approaches. But there exists no evidence of an attempt to incite our citizens to do the same.
Ha! Get wrecked. Get fucked.
Furthermore, while our decision may well have been the correct one, we cannot simply bull our way through these disagreements without inviting doubts or objections. Put yourselves in their place. Who among you would leave a tome unopened if an elder forbid you read it with no reason given? No. If we're to quell further discontent, then we must conclude this matter with a fair and even hand.
Ha! Get wrecked, all of you. Can't expel us now. Ha!
Order! We will have order!
You cannot expel us.
Master Monteshane raises some valid points. Keeping such concerns in mind, I propose we enforce the following measures. Until further notice, the students of Baldessian are to cease any and all activities within the domain of Sharlian. You will also refrain from any further investigation into the Forum's decisions and duties. Failure to comply with these restrictions will result in the immediate expulsion of your Scion associates. Let us put this judgment to a vote. All in favor, raise your hand.
Doesn't really look like a majority vote. It doesn't seem like a majority vote to me.
I count 51 for and 48 against. The proposal is passed.
Wow, they don't even need vast majority count for something like this. It's just enough for majority. What a shit system.
Students, Scions, you have heard the Forum's judgment. Pray abide by it, or face the consequences.
So we just have to be more sneaky then. Fuck you.
Honored members, I thank you for your time. This inquiry is concluded.
Well, at least we've been allowed to remain in the city, and our endless investigations have not been in vain. We now know that this mysterious duty of theirs began with whatever the Forum discovered in the ethereal sea. With our freedoms so sorely curtailed, however, we will struggle to learn aught more of substance here in Sharlian. Yeah. Do I level? Yeah, I do. Also, I believe the experience got buffed in the patch, by the way. I think. if I'm not mistaken. I saw something like Savix going over the patch notes. I think the experience gained from 81 to 89 got buffed. I think. The overall picture has grown clearer. Yes, but that's in spite of the forum. The dungeon experience got buffed. Ah, okay. That's okay. I mean that helps with catch up as well, so it's fine. The overall picture has grown clearer, yes, but that's in spite of the forum being so maddeningly vague about this duty of theirs. Why are they so reluctant to explain their actions in plain words? Survival, come what may, is father's work so vital that it takes precedence over his own family. Probably. Alpha and Alice say, it is you. Who now? Is it the mother? Yeah, it's probably the mother. When I heard you'd been dragged before the forum, I came as swiftly as I could. I am so very glad that they allowed you to stay. I'm guessing it's mom. Yeah. Amelians levier at yourself. And you find people must be signs of the seventh dawn. How lovely it is to finally meet you. So she is a bit more kind-hearted than the father then, I suppose. Mother, please, we don't wish to make things difficult for you. If word reaches father that you're here. Oh, bother that. I am to be chastised for speaking with my own children. I am well aware that you and Master Fortunault are not on the best of terms at the moment, but I've been absolutely desperate to see my darlings again. You will come by the house, won't you? I have gifts waiting. The timing couldn't be better. As matters stand, we shan't be going anywhere until we discuss matters with Thancred's group and reconsider our options. Go visit your home. We will be back at the annex when you are ready to rejoin us. I'm not sure we... What do you think? Go. Ah. What a splendid day this has turned out to be. Champion of Eorzea, I insist that you join us. Why do I... What? Why me? But we must be quick about it, not for my own benefit, but should my husband return and find you enjoying our hospitality, the servants will be made to suffer the consequences. Oops. If you would be so kind as to escort my children to the estate. Well, she wasn't very, like... And then she was gone, with her any opportunity to protest. Indeed, the matter is settled. Enjoy yourself, you three. Wait, why did I get forced and not these three? Hello? What is this? Oh well. My mother is not one to take no for an answer, still I'm glad, relieved even, to see her in such high spirits. What say you? Though it seems we shall have little enough time to enjoy it, we'll accompany you on our visit home. I mean, I suppose, I guess. Fine, if we're going, then let's get it over with. But be sure to stay in the entrance hall. No peeking into our private chamber, thank you very much. She doesn't want me to see her room. Why ever not? Your room was always perfectly neat and tidy. Everyone has things they'd rather keep to themselves, don't they? Cherished mementos you couldn't bring yourself to throw away? I mean, never mind. Levier estate is that way, straight down the stairs, come on. When Alice and I were little, this bridge was as far as we were permitted to wander alone. I say alone, but my mother or a servant was always somewhere nearby, keeping a watchful eye. And now look at us traveling to different continents, different worlds even. Yeah! As children, Alfred and I would often wait here for our father to come home from work. I must have been a day when his meetings ran along, because I remember growing restless and leaning over the railing to watch the water rush by. Father, of course, arrived at the exact moment, came pounding down the path in a panic, crying out my name. Nah. And here you are at last, please do come in. Ah, Jesus.
Welcome home, my lady.
What? What are you gawping at?
What, why are you mad? Cyan headquarters must seem squalid indeed. Taking the piss.
I'll have you know I'm quite fond of the Rising Stones.
I wanted to...
Lord Fortuneau is not to hear of this visit. And I should also like the children to have their gifts, ere my husband makes his return.
As you wish, my lady.
Wait, weren't these guys very fond of having them dress similarly?
Master Alphino, Mistress Alice, if you'd accompany me upstairs.
We shan't be long.
Man, this staff looks so bad. What about me then? Hi?
The twins have been sending letters home from time to time, recounting their latest adventures. I am sure they withhold certain details, of course, if only to keep me from worrying.
I wonder how that let... Oh wait, oh yeah, it was like not very long that they were in the first, actually.
Yet a mother worries all the same. In the early days especially, I tried to support them as best I could, sending the Scion's coin and other such donations.
Oh really?
Fortunately, they have found the strength to overcome adversity time and time again. Their words grow more confident with every letter, their depictions more vivid. The triumphs and defeats, the joys and sorrows. It is clear that they have come to find value in every experience. But of those they treasure most, it would seem that meeting you might be the most impactful. Why, since that fateful day, I do believe there has not been a single missive in which you were not mentioned by name. Tis plain they care for you, and I am glad they have such a steadfast companion watching over them.
Main character. Haha.
Under normal circumstances, I would offer you tea, but alas, these are anything but. In any event, why don't you keep me company whilst we await my children's return? Perhaps you might regale me with a tale or two of your exploits.
War? Saving a planet? Maybe tone it down a bit? Probably, a little bit.
When you mentioned gifts, I wasn't sure what to expect. Mother,
Oh, look how well it fits you. And the style is to your liking?
It's perfect. Exactly what I would have chosen. But please, tell me you had something different made for Alphino.
I want to see Alphenodino do this. No, because of that.
Naturally. You are hardly little children anymore. And while I shall miss dressing you in those precious matching outfits, I must respect the individuals you have grown to become.
Neat. Touch.
See for yourself.
And what did he want then?
Thank you for the splendid clothes, Mother. Stylish, comfortable, and eminently practical.
Practical? Practical?
I
Surely.
am so glad you like them. They are, however, missing one final touch.
What's that?
If you would allow me, Master Alphino.
And her voice is so fucking... what's it called? Insecure. Sage.
Wait. Are these...
A sage's tools of the trade. They belonged to your father.
God damn.
Though he may as well be chained to his desk these days, as a student he was often called upon to venture into the field. He wielded those armaments, both to heal and to harm in no few battles. None so fierce as those you two have braved, perhaps, but battles nonetheless. Thus did I pull them out of storage, to show you that he was not always the man who stands in vehement opposition to you now.
How long does elves live?
And also because it would be a terrible waste of ridiculously expensive House Leveilleur commissioned artistry.
But LSA gets none such thing, I guess. Whatever. Oh, a sage stone. Neat.
I am told these devices are quite difficult to master. But someone of your extensive experience should soon have them darting about with grace and aplomb. May the wisdom in that crystal serve you well. And please, try to find common ground with your father, that you might come and go without need for this awful subterfuge.
Maybe.
We will, Mother. I promise.
My final gifts to you, before you run off, are an observation and a suggestion. Firstly, Fortuno has ever been a serious man, but it was only after you were born that he truly lost himself in his work.
Is it now?
I may not know the Forum's inner workings, but I know your father's. The timing of that change in him holds some significance. Secondly, do not seek to best your father with words.
True. He's fucking blockheaded more so than these two.
Far better that you simply show him. Let him discover the merit of your actions, after they cannot be undone.
Oh, shut a fucking mean.
Oh, Mother.
We shall take your wisdom to heart. Thank you again for these gifts, and farewell for now.
Man,
Safe travels, my children. Eat well, stay warm, and keep your friends close.
I feel like seeing LSA on screen is gonna be... You're gonna take some getting used to, because it's showing way too much neck. And whatever... Oh yeah, whatever the fucking race they are is fucking... too much neck. Giraffes. Alphenode is fine because he has actually a collar, but I don't know. I wonder, is Alizé taller than Elfino? Or do they have the same heel? No. Alizé for sure has more... what's it called? More heel thingy. So she should be taller whenever they stand next to each other, and it looks like it, right? Because the ground is even. Yeah. Huh. Actually got that accurate as well then. Thank you for indulging Mother's request. I can see it meant a lot to her, and I shall refrain from inquiring as to the content of your private conversation. Our visit was all too brief for now, however. It will have to suffice, as will these tokens of home that we carry with us. These gifts to help us remember who we are and whence we came. But enough sentimentality, let us return to the annex and rejoin our companions. I feel like Elfinod got the better deal in this case. Or the better... Oh yeah, I didn't get to do the fucking... Oh, whatever. And now we're going over to 81, I guess. Enjoy your time with the Leviers. Leveliers. I don't know how to fucking pronounce. I hope I would ask how the twins fared, but their new outfits tell the tale. I only hope we can help them to reconcile with their father, that they might return home one day with their heads held high. In the meantime, we edge ever closer to the secret the form strives to hide, and the flower bequeathed to you by Hyden is sure to guide us going forward. I'm confident that once we've heard your report from Thavnir, we'll be well equipped to plot out our next move. Yeah, well. Here we go then. 81? Yep. Okay. Since there has been progress in both investigations, shall we share the findings from our respective locales? Oh, this.
Your time in Thavnir has certainly been eventful.
Not really.
In my opinion, carrying out Vitra's request and assaulting the Tower of Zot should be our highest priority.
I agree. While I still have questions concerning the Forum and their grand undertaking, we have all but exhausted our avenues of investigation.
Hold on now. Are they gonna have to go through the same process we did with the Aetheryte?
Simply pressing them any harder on the subject will almost certainly result in our expulsion. Therefore, I suggest we explore the ethereal sea connection by way of a letter to Master Matoya, then make our way to Thavnir.
Okay.
I wonder, even with the protection these talismans afford us, what can we hope to achieve once inside the tower?
I don't know.
According to Orenvold and Fodola's report, they were unable to free the Emulger. Worse, their attempts triggered the tower's defenses, which led to a summoning of Luna Efreet.
What does it tell us that the Spires even have such defenses?
Yeah, exactly. If it needs defenses, then there's something to defend.
Simply pulling a prisoner from the wall is fatal. Thus, the direct approach is doomed to failure from the outset. Any further measures to dissuade such actions seem unnecessary. Unless, of course, there is a way to free the prisoners without killing them. Then it stands to reason that any intruders will be met with overwhelming force.
The towers appeared throughout the world in but the twinkling of an eye. 'Twas by magical means these structures were raised, I surmise. A spire thus conjured must needs be maintained, and I suspect an arcane catalyst, some manner of core, doth lie hidden within.
Destroy the core and the tower ceaseth to be, thus liberating the captives without harm.
So we can hope. And I would prefer to enter the tower with a working theory than with no plan at all.
Assuming Ishtola's reasoning is correct, the chances of the defenses remaining dormant are small to none.
Their voices seem so weird. I don't know what it is.
Any primals will have to be dealt with, and defeating one will likely only lead to the summoning of another. Our every victory will only compound the prisoner's suffering.
May we not then divide our forces? Those proficient in healing will focus on sustaining the captives. That duty can be covered by Urianger, Kryl, Yostola, and myself. The remaining scions will proceed with the search for the core. Admittedly, this strategy puts both parties at greater risk, but it should bolster our chances of saving the Arcosodora by a considerable margin.
Are you forgetting someone? With which groups did he place them in? Are you forgetting someone?
Of course not. As our most talented healer, we need you leading the van, fighting primals on the front lines.
Neat. I wonder if that's a special quote I get just because I'm a healer.
It seems we have a plan. All that remains is to carry it out. I will inform Rads at Han of our movements, so let us make our preparations and regroup near the tower.
I wonder if that was a special quote I got only because I'm a healer currently.
The military post in what's left of the Hamsa hatchery should serve as a convenient staging point.
That sounds perfect. And remember, the experimental aetherite at the confluence is there for those who need it, so there's no excuse for being late.
Remember, the experimental aetherite at the confluence is there for those who need it. I wanna see. Wait, I need to see them at the plaza. I need to see them arrive. But I don't need it. Oh, it's snowing? Yeah, there's a huge fucking FPS hit whenever I look at this. But I think it's because I have stream on as well. I don't think it would be a problem otherwise. I wonder if I should activate G-Sync actually. Maybe that could aid. Okay. And then we shrink that. Ah. Wait, where am I? Oh, wait, but I need... Okay. Okay, wait. Let's see if I can find them here. I wanna see them. Come on now, please. It's bullshit if I don't get to see them with the same way I saw myself and others. Boo. Aww. Wait. Is that way faster? Probably. Wait. There's very few this time. Oh, Crabblor isn't. Or Crabblor. Wait, what keybind was that? Oh yeah, here. Defeat 100 enemies. Wait, completing 10 guild tests is actually worth 500k experience? Why the fuck did you go over there? Hello? Back here. Please tell me I get to see them sick. Come on now. It's unfair otherwise. Our friend of yours here, we've been expecting you and yours will lead the mission into the tower, I'm told. The warning scales will be delivered soon. Till then, please stand by at the boat we have readied. When your fellows arrive, I will direct them to join you. We pray for your safety and success. So this is the first dungeon then, right? We'll get right into it. Honestly, if someone boosts to Endwalker, they would fucking have no idea by this time because they have barely been in combat at all outside of this dungeon. If this is the future of Aetheryte travel, then I'll stick to boats. True. Eh? No warning, however empathic could have prepared me for this. Or prepared me for that. On account of which we are a little late, but fighting fit mostly. Well, hello there. My friends, permit me to thank you for accepting this mission. You must be, we should still call you Forshan, I suppose. Indeed, I would not do to confuse our soldiers. Very well then. For our part, we are humbled that you should see fit to entrust us with your warding scales. Please convey as much to His Excellency. One for each of you. Please accept them with my blessing. Our thanks. With these we can go anywhere those with the blessing of light can go. Not only for this operation either, but all the ones to come. We can finally break your monopoly on Primus. In that case, they're all yours from now on. But I'm afraid we can't let you retire just yet. It's right to start after all. Taking the piss. Finally, I got the option. If everyone is amenable to it, let us review the strategy for good measure. As previously agreed, we will divide into two groups. Royus and her band will break through the tower's defenses and locate its core. Meanwhile, the rest of us will tend to the prisoners who will doubtlessly want for healing due to the duress of repeated summonings. The primus which the tower bringeth forth shall be the deities of Savnarian myth. We have no knowledge of that, as we have no prior experience with such foes. Pray exercise the utmost caution with confronting them. Yep. I feel like we commenced operation at your word, my friend. I feel like we need to leave someone able to defend the healers, but I mean, I guess they can do that still because it's your Stola still, you know. For the people of Thavnir, the entire world, we must prevail. So far, I feel like the dialogue has been inferior to that of Shadowbringers. Oh, there's a completely unique tab for Endwalkers? Oh, okay. Or like the dialogue. What the fuck? Okay, dude. Okay, dude. That's too. Those two are. Ah. Uh huh. Uh huh. Those two have killed Alexander. I don't know how much healing is going to be required here. Oops. I feel like I should still be overgeared for this. Hmm. That was a bit too many off GCDs at the same time, I feel. Wasted all of that at the same time, that's pretty bad, no? Probably. Oh, we fight them one at a time. I thought they would be like one like big boss together. How the sound effects sound so low. What does that mean? Ah, that's what that meant. I was beginning to wonder, like, are we supposed to let that reach that? Okay. Man, I can't get the volume to be like mixed. Well, only 2 packs per pellet. Yeah, I mean it is what it is. It's fine. The tank maybe doesn't like believe in me or something. I don't know. Okay, we got it. I wonder if it's worth to loot. I don't think it's gonna be over 530. It wasn't in previous expansion, or it wasn't. The gear at start. Yeah, it's 520. So it's the only thing I can get is a ring upgrade because I have a 510 ring. That's the only thing. Now only dungeon that has 2 packs. Oh. Ow. I really feel like the volume control or volume is. I don't know. I whacked it with my staff. $565 for raids. I don't know what IIRC means, by the way, just saying. Ah, that could actually, that's an upgrade. If I play Summoner. If I recall correctly. Ah, okay. So I mean, it's only 35 eye levels. Is that really that huge? I guess. Oops. This pack hit hard, what the fuck? Why the fuck is this hitting so hard? Hello? Why did that pack hit so much harder all of a sudden? What? That's a necklace, not an upgrade. Because DK has like no defensives. Oh. Oh wait, did Dark Knight get nerfed? Looking like the similar mechanics. Oh, what? That hit hard. Oh, whoops, that's not what I meant to do. I guess they got to have Shadowbringers all to themselves and then they had to get nerfed afterwards. Oh, this is what this means. Ah! Oh no! What? It controls in time when the counter reaches 0. Okay then. Confused and unable to accurately perceive your surroundings. Oh, I don't know which one is the real one. Was this one? Oh, I got hit. You're kidding. This is where we should spread out like this, right? So we don't get hit by multiple. Ow. The vulnerability stacks hitting hard. Like this. God damn. Yeah, they are gonna be together for the final boss, huh? Since they're leaving and not dying here. Only one then can rest and heal people left wiping. Huh? Only one that can rest and heal people left. What do you mean? You mean that we don't have like a red mage or summoner or anything? Or what? Or you mean that if I die we wipe or what? Yeah, okay. I mean, that's fine. I just gotta not die. Oh, this? But that is the ultimate weapon, no? That you get from Alexander, right? The weapons these two have. I don't know. I think so. Pretty sure. I play for a week or two and quit. The fuck? What, you have no commitment? Kick. no Palace of the Dead has better looking? What, do you mean weapon? Or transmog? Ah. I mean, it's not so much about the look, it's more so like what you had to do to get it, right? You know, getting an ultimate weapon is kind of harder than, well. I mean, it depends on how you get it from Palace of the Dead, I guess. This is where they pulled or something, maybe. Oh, nope. Mapping the realm. Yeah, we both are, so we're two people that are new to this dungeon. Okay, so what do they do? Okay. What do you mean? What? Oh, it's multi-target, the fuck? I can multi-dot. Fuck. Okay. Jesus. I don't know if there's any point in multi-dotting. Ouch. Okay, we have one down. Okay, there is a point to multi-dotting. Neat. Only first dungeon weapon left. Yeah. Oh, what the fuck? This guy is getting focused. I mean, I didn't get hit, did I? So no problem. By one? Did I get hit by one thing? Maybe. But I didn't die, so it doesn't matter. Oh, wait, there's a fucking minion? Or it was just a debuff boss gave. Could have been. I don't know, not sure. Tank. Oh, 11. Samurai. Need on the... There we go, holy 3. Oh yes! It's a buff! 5 commendations weekly. Dude, it's a buff. It doesn't look like... It doesn't flashbang as much anymore. Nice! It doesn't flashbang as much anymore. Holy shit. 5 commendations weekly? I get like 5 commendations like at least daily. It's just played healer in a dungeon.
Is everyone all right?
Why are you
We
here?
fortified the captives with what magics we could. Have the defenses been disabled? All appears quiet for the moment.
The lower floors were disturbing enough, but this place feels wrong. The ether is heavy and thick, like wading through a quagmire.
Quagmire? You get XP and money if you give 5 commendations every... Ah, I see. Oh, I didn't know that. I just give it out like every time.
I believe we stand in the tower's beating heart. What sayest thou, Stola?
I see it. Ether siphoned from the land runs up through the spire, flowing to a single point. This is the core we seek. Yet something is off. As large as this structure is, it siphons far more ether than is required to sustain it.
The fuck?
'Tis as if the core is feeding on the energy, consuming it. I need to take a closer look. Curious. There is something there embedded inside the core. A man's limb.
What?
This is what we came to destroy?
Yes, if you would be so kind.
A man's limb.
And that should be the end of it.
And tower collapsing. Had we not thought of this?
What now?
My theory that the tower might come crashing down following the core's destruction doth appear to be correct.
Yeah, the issue is we are high.
Wait for you! And how are we supposed to survive the fall?
The dragon?
What of the prisoners below?
The floor beneath our very feet dissolves. Brace yourselves!
I pray I'm not too late.
The volume is a little bit off. Neat. We survived.
Oh, what happened? Where are we?
I mean, the tower is still there, though. No, wait, that wasn't the tower.
By my reckoning, we're still on the island where the tower stood. But 'Tis as if it never existed. Hardly a scratch. But how?
Graha wove a levitation spell at the last moment. Large enough to catch everyone, it would seem.
Oof. Look at all these elephants.
That explains the lack of obvious injuries.
The expenditure of so much ether has taken its toll. He will need plenty of rest, but should otherwise be none the worse for wear.
Good.
Then the immediate problem is what to do with our new friends here.
Wake up, come on now.
There'll be much
Cowbell.
change for their time in the tower. Even if their bodies are intact, I doubt we could say the same for their minds.
Cowbell.
Angelo and I will take care of that.
I have every faith in you, Alize, but there are just too many for you to treat alone.
True.
We'll send at once to Eorzea for more porksies, and call on the local mages to lend a hand.
But it will take forever for them to get here.
Hail, scions! We were watching the tower when it simply disappeared. What happened here?
The threat is banished, and thy people delivered. They are, however, in need of treatment, and we of a secure locale and helping hands to assist us in its provision.
You shall have all this and more. Come, let us convey these unfortunate souls to the city.
The liberated prisoners are being transported to Radsathan for treatment. Alice and Yerstola will oversee the administration of the tempering treatment with support from those who know a healing or spell or two. We'll go and join them in the city once you've had a moment to catch your breath. You may now enter the Tower of Sut with a party. Had enough rest, have you? No, you never were one for being idle, right? Or Shan bade us come to Megaduta. Wait, isn't there like a place that's called basically that in some kind of place? Wait. Isn't there a real world city that's almost called that? Yes, there is, right? But I can't remember what it's called. At our earliest convenience. The others will join us there once they have finished tending to the prisoners. Wait, on second thought, you and Estinian should go on ahead. I need to make a quick detour by the great work. We left Graha in the alchemist's care, you see. Best to fetch him before he's crammed into a specimen jar. Just you and me then. The guardsmen at the gate should wave us through. First dungeon. I mean, I'm 82 in everything now. So I should probably... I think I'll get 83 in Summoner. First. I think. But I don't seem. It doesn't seem like I get anything interesting for Summoner. I get these spells. Crimson Strike. What? Oh wait, I'm going the wrong way now. Summoner really doesn't seem that fun anymore. Ah, here. Honor the science, you're free to enter at your leisure. As I cannot leave my post, I'm afraid you must take your own way. Should you require direction in the city, the sentry station at the fountain atop the steps should be glad to assist you. And here we get the introduction to the second town. Though I have been to Radat San before, this place is a veritable maze. Rather than risk getting lost, we had best ask for direction from the sentry at the fountain. Lead the way, don't expect me to act as your tour guide like certain others. Don't really need a guide, but sure. Mr. Roy, I presume I understand you're here for an audience with the satrap. If you require directions to Magaduta, I should be glad to provide them. The satrap's residence is situated in Dharma. Wait, okay, now I know that Dharma is a real fucking world, okay? Word. Now I know that for a fact, because Mr. K said that, has said that before. What the fuck is going on here? Casual to Reeves to left. Oh. The satrap's residence is situated in the Hyde Park. To get there, I would ordinarily recommend a route that takes you by the bazaars in the city's north. Due to the state of alert, however, most businesses are currently closed and the ether is disabled. As such, I will provide you with an alternate path. First, please ascend the steps next to this fountain, then continue left. There will be more steps, and upon ascending them, you will emerge on Paxa's path. Proceed through the large door on the right, and you will arrive at Ruveda Fibers. Within you will find another sentry who will give you further guidance. In other words, we head up sounds straightforward enough. Yep. Did I get this? Yeah, I did. Well, they're doing their thing. Okay. Not gonna disturb them. They're doing their thing. Ah, there's a lot of people here as well. Jesus, this place is fancy. And FPS loss. It's still 60 FPS though, it shouldn't be that bad. According to the message on the base, the ether is... Oh. Whatever. This place is... Wait, there's a... If this is just me, if this is just him fucking telling me I'm going the wrong way. I know about this portal. It leads to a nearby isle, the treasure vault of one of the Radatan's wealthiest families. They took the god of luck for their guardian, on account of which they occasionally open up the section of their vault for aspiring treasure hunters to try their own luck, or so they say. There are also coffers hidden across the land that act as portals. Find one and you gain access to the vault. Something to bear in mind in case you exhaust your funds while on the road. It is a troublesome experience, I can personally attest. Nah. Maybe because you get scammed every time. Gonna watch Exil's Nami's overpowered with while eating. Be right back later. Unless you play shit of Legends. Okay. Oh, there's airship landing. There has to be a fucking sightseeing thing here, right? Come on now. I refuse to believe that there isn't a sightseeing thing behind these boxes. Ah, you're kidding. Nah, that's such a scam. What? Heading to Megaduta, are you? In that case, please follow this hallway to my right and go through the door at the top of the stairs. You'll emerge at the entrance to the airship landing where another sentry should be on hand to assist you. Incidentally, if you ascend the steps to either side of me, you'll find the workshops of Ruveida Fibers. Though you're free to observe the artisans, you take care not to lose your way. Okay. So this is the... Okay. They really do not have fucking faith in that people will find their way in here, huh? If you're here for an airship, I'm afraid all flights have been suspended until further notice. So the state of alert is still in effect. Perhaps it's for the best. That aside, we're not here for an airship. We have business at Magaduta. Oh, in that case, permit me to direct you. From here, it's quite simple. Really, ascend these steps and then continue straight ahead and across the bridge. You cannot miss it. Okay. I'm pretty sure I could have found my way here anyway. I remember passing by here with Varshan. The situation being as it was, he regretted not being able to show us the sights. Life's yet to return to normal here, but when it does, you ought to pay another visit. Though the city is confusing, the food is quite good. I'm partial to Hamza myself. The meat is surprisingly tender and flavorful. Oh, here's a bunch of people standing around in a cinematic. Might as well grab this. The Charlier music during the night is way better. Not gonna lie. Oh, there's one. Hmm. Jesus. She's taller. Hello. Greetings and welcome to Megadutta. May I inquire about your business? We are members of the Science of the Seventh Dawn. Come at the invitation of His Excellency. Oh, of course, we have been expecting you. I will show you to the into the audience chamber if you please follow me. Hmm. Why do you look so sad? What the fuck? Ah, you're recovered.
Are we the last to arrive? I hope we've not kept you waiting.
Of course you're the
Not
last, sir.
at all. Your comrade is feeling better, I trust.
Much better, thank you. Harness remedies are certainly potent, in more ways than one.
One becomes accustomed to the taste, although I hope you never have cause to do so. Pray, take your ease.
Full glad I am to see you all unharmed.
Valiant scions, for your heroism, you have my boundless gratitude.
Man, it's so stupid that he speaks. I mean, it makes sense, I guess, right? Yeah, because he's, he's more of a, human person than the other ones. But surely, it makes. I mean, I don't know. It just feels weird that he doesn't speak like the dragon tongue thingy, like the rest.
You cast down that dire tower and set free its hapless captives. You cleanse their souls of its corrupting influence. No words of thanks will suffice. In place of platitudes, I offer a bounty of warding scales.
That's good.
Pray accept your due reward, along with the goodwill of Radzatan.
Alchemists throughout the land were put to work in the forging of your talismans. The finished ones have been collected, and now await you at the High Crucible of Alchemia.
Alchemia.
Present this letter when you are ready to take them into your possession.
We are humbled by your generosity. Know that the inventive wisdom of Radzat Han will be vital in restoring serenity to our star.
Every single one of those scales came from you, didn't they? You must still be in such pain.
Oh. Ew.
'Tis of no moment. A mere annoyance compared to the dreadful suffering inflicted upon this land and its people.
albeit brief. My involvement in the Dragonsong War afforded me a glimpse of the myriad sorrows which consumed both dragon and man. Though you were half a world away, such tragedies as befell your kin must have affected you deeply. And yet, you chose to live among men.
In the age when that conflict first bloomed, my choice had already been made. In some distant place, man slew dragon, and dragon slaughtered man. Yet no hate could I muster for those smiling faces which did look to me for guidance. Not even my brother's righteous rage could rally me to his cause. I huddled here, secret and still, hoping against hope that which I had built would remain untouched by the chaos and carnage.
'Twould seem we share the same desire for peace, great Vritra. To that end, I wonder if we might trouble you with another question.
Another question.
The Telophoroi are intent on recreating the final days, an apocalyptic event which we know to predate the sundering of the star. As the longest lived among us, know you aught of this terrible cataclysm?
No, because they arrived after, right? They wouldn't.
Nay. When war and strife drove my sire from his home, he crossed the great expanse with only our unhatched eggs as company. He alighted upon a shattered source, its 13 reflections long since scattered beyond the rift.
He alighted upon a shattered sword. Its 13 reflection looks. Yeah, exactly.
Of events preceding his arrival, he knoweth naught, save that which Hydralin hath deigned to disclose.
So only that which Hydralin told him about, huh? Okay, well, that's very neat then, huh?
I see. So again, 'tis the inscrutable Hydaelyn to whom you must look for answers.
Seek you to divine the will of this star? If so, I have a tale which may afford you some small comfort.
Seek you to divine the will of this star. Well, goddamn.
'Tis a story from my youth, many, many years ago. To my sire, I once posed the question, of all the stars in the sky, why didst thou settle upon this one? To which Midgardsummer did reply, 'twas the last bastion of hope.
To which Midgard Solmer did reply, "'Twas the last bastion of hope."
He believed so long as Hydaelyn endured, so too might dragonkind. Solemn and portentous were his words. What deeper meaning they held, I could not, dared not pursue. 'Tis a stone I've left unturned ever since. Yet take you solace in the knowledge that whatsoever Hydaelyn does strive towards, 'tis an ideal which hath earned my sire's conviction.
I mean, okay, yeah, that's fair, that's fair. I mean, if Midgard, I mean, he seemed wise as fuck, right? So, I mean, if he believes in her, then, I mean, so should we, I guess. That's fair.
Thank you, Vritra. You've given us warm reassurance in a world gripped by cold uncertainty.
While I'm sure we all have a great many questions, I think it's time we collect the talismans and be on our way. Our fight against the Telophoroi is far from finished.
We must take our leave, but please do inform us if we can provide any further assistance.
I wonder if that was the first...
Prithee, a moment.
Only me, huh?
There is one whom my sire hath judged worthy of honor and respect. The one known to men as Eorzea's champion. This hero of renown and rumor. 'Tis thee.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah. Yeah, that's me.
I knew it to be so. From man and dragon alike have I learned of thine exploits.
Yeah.
'Twas a revelation most pleasing that thou, a child of man, had gained Midgardsormr's trust. But alongside mine elation runneth a rivulet of dread.
But alongside mine elation runneth a rivulet of dread.
For upon thy life's reel wind too many threads of fate, power, wheel enmeshed with woe.
For upon thy life's reel... So like, reel is like on a fishing rod? Wind too many threads.
Amidst this tangled knot, thou shalt know no rest. 'Tis an endless confluence of forces, a struggle without surcease.
Yeah, basically like everything is just... Yeah, I guess, yeah, sure, yeah, okay.
More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence.
What the fuck? Are you trying to be kind or are you trying to demotivate me? Yeah, like, are you trying to... Are you trying to say something positive or are you trying to demotivate me here? Hello? Didn't need to show me those screen, like, flashbacks.
Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation. The hope thou wilt need come the end.
It didn't really need to show me the flashback screenshots, to be honest. I didn't, like...
Even cowering behind my curtain, I know the suffering of the powerful. I have watched my siblings driven mad by loss. Thus do I exhort thee to spare no effort to keep thy loved ones safe.
Fuck, you came back? Hello?
Ah, apologies. We hadn't meant to interrupt.
It's just that we do have a history of suddenly collapsing, and when you didn't follow us out...
'Tis I who must apologize. I have detained your champion overlong with idle chatter. Go. At war's end, I pray I welcome thee back into my hall, where together with thy joyful comrades, you may toast your triumph.
Is that... Was that a foreshadowing of me not coming back at the end of all this? Was that a foreshadowing of me not coming back? Because that's how I see it. So what were you and Vitra talking about? Nothing. They're just gonna head to the High Crucible. Let's catch up to them. Okay. The attendant was kind enough to give me directions to the High Crucible. First, let us return to the mulberry orchard. I think I'm gonna go be right back for a sec. This is a good place to stop, or a good place to... Skyrim 10th anniversary concert, full performance. Wait, Skyrim 10th anniversary. Ha! It's 10 years since Skyrim was released, huh? And no new game. That's crazy. Where's Skyrim 2, huh? From here we're supposed to follow the path left and past the mulberries. Where the streets turns, enter the door straight ahead and descend the steps. I thought the Crystarium was confusing, but it doesn't compare to Radzat Han. The architecture and decorations make it even harder to get your bearings. Anyway, let's see where this door takes us. I mean, the Crystarium wasn't really that confusing. Oh, what? Oh, we're back at the start. Can I attune? And here is the Aetherite Plaza, so far so good, and there isn't much further to go. Right, we just need to cross to the other side of the hall, then pass through the larger of two doorways. The high crucible lies beyond. I suspect the others have already collected the warning scales. Come and let us join them. I mean, there... Can I? Nope. They really are afraid of people getting lost in the cities. Honestly, my personal belief is that they would do better to do this for the starting level 1 quests rather than now. I feel like they should rework the starting quests to do this for like Limsa and Ul'dah. I feel like these cities are decently like easy enough to navigate. We're last, of course, but we have, but at least we found the place.
These are the talismans we were promised.
Yes, and I made a quick count. There are far more than we could have hoped for. Enough to outfit an entire company of soldiers, in fact. Considering the involved process, that they were able to manufacture so many in such a short span of time is nothing short of a miracle.
Why does she speak so much more shoutish? Also the Shadowbringers theme. Like she speaks in such a more high tone or something, you know, rather than like naturally, I feel like.
Once we have distributed them to our allies in Eorzea and the Far East, we'll have a fighting chance to bring down the other spires, just as we did with the Tower of Zot.
Or we could use them to invade Garlemald proper, and strike directly at the Telophoroid's base of operations. Of course, we would need to consult with various Alliance leaders before such a drastic measure could even be contemplated. To which end, I could set out forthwith and present the idea to each of our allies in person.
Pray allow me to undertake some few of those journeys. I find myself restless and in need of purposeful duties.
I can head eastward. Bosnia and Dalmasca are just a short hop from here. And Doma's shinobi network should come in handy for passing on the word.
We shall share the burden then. Meanwhile, I think it best that you and the others take the talismans back to the Baldessian Annex. We must keep them safe and secure until we've decided upon a course of action.
Okay.
Please, I must speak with you.
Oh, hello there. You're back.
Nidana, you're awake.
I mean, she was in there for
Yes.
the least amount of time.
When I spoke with the carer at my bedside, she told me that one of the scions, a young woman, had cleansed me of the tower's corruption.
I mean, she was there for the least amount of time, so it makes sense, yeah?
It seems I've been asleep ever since the treatment. But when I awoke and learned you were all still here, I knew I had to come.
As you said, Nidana was captured only recently.
Yeah, exactly.
Such a brief exposure is swiftly cured, so I tended to her before we gathered at Megaduta.
And I am truly grateful that you did. I cannot thank you enough. All of you, for everything you've done. Destroying the tower, rescuing our people. You've saved Thavnair from an awful fate.
Yet who hath truly saved whom? Due in no small part to thine inspirational courage, the alchemists were successful in reproducing warding scales of proven efficacy. Replications of thy work now stand ready to travel across the seas, unto the hands of those who might wield them against this rising evil.
The talisman? Is this true?
I don't get why.
Oh, I was so groggy from sleep. I didn't even think to ask. Oh, our great work sent across the seas. It was worth it. Oh, it was all worth it.
What now? Yellow?
Look at that! Its color is completely changed.
Why yellow?
What do you have there? How unusual. I wonder if the effect is a reaction to Akasha.
Akasha?
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with that term.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feelings.
You imply that it is distinct from ether?
Foreign scholars often conflate the two, but we see them as separate concepts. Ether is an energy which permeates the land. It exists within animals, objects, even the air we breathe, affecting all through which it flows. Akasha, on the other hand, exists in a domain beyond our reach. A gift bestowed from on high, or torn from the heavens in some traditions. Akasha can neither be created nor destroyed. It is beyond our power to purposefully alter or manipulate. The only thing observed to influence it is an abundance of, I want to say, spiritual emotion. As a veteran of the battlefield, surely you've experienced moments of desperation or exaltation when you've transcended the usual limits of your capabilities. That is a manifestation of Akasha, the invisible essence harnessed by heart, mind, and unyielding spirit.
I really must hear more about this theory. Our disciplines are based entirely upon the idea that ether is the fundamental form of all energy.
She sounds too excitable. The manner of speaking is like, it seems like an entirely different character.
I'm glad my haphazard explanation has piqued your interest. But even for us, Akasha is a somewhat abstract field of study. A lack of practical application lends itself poorly to formalized research. Which is why my analysis of your flower can amount to little more than idle speculation. I am sorry.
Nonsense! You have nothing to be sorry for. Your insight is much appreciated.
I mean, it's basically just a term for something that you wouldn't really care for otherwise. No? No, right?
Shall we depart for Sharlayan then? I will see to it that the talismans arrive at the Annex.
And we will be in touch once our talks are concluded. I suggest you rest while you can. From here onward, sleep is bound to be in short supply.
Man, and their voices, they're off. Their voices are off. I don't know. It's like slightly annoying me because they sound like slightly wrong to what I expect. I'm gonna go grab this. What can I buy if this is... Ah! I can't buy yet? What? Hello? Is there an option for like making the camera not move? Where was I going? Oh, to this. Oh, well, let's go to... It's good to be back, and with the fruit of our labors safely in storage. For now, we have but to wait for the others to return from their respective meetings with the Alliance leaders. As Thanker suggested, you should get some rest in the meantime. Okay. Welcome back. Kryla surprised me with your recent accomplishment. What an amazing feat to eliminate a tower and pave the way to deal with the rest. Well, it isn't much. I've changed your sheets and plumped up your pillow. After all, there's nothing like collecting a nice clean bed after completing a major milestone. It would be depending a thesis or defeating a deiform entities. Would you like to take a look at your new improved lodging? Sure. What's this? Oh. Yuck. Archon love. Do I put down the flower there or what? Ha! It returned to grey.
Take heart and protect them well.
Why is that so foreboding? Nah.
Good, you're here. You haven't eaten yet, have you? We've bought quite a spread if you're interested. Only the finest dining from the last stand.
Oh, takeout. Neat. Oh. Catch bass. What?
Lest you wonder, we invited Estinian as well.
Ah, how am I not
But
surprised?
he refused with a rather grim-faced, "No, thank you." I suspect Charlian cuisine is not to his liking.
What does he even eat? Does he even eat?
Oh, I don't know about that. Perhaps our lone wolf just needed some time apart.
What? To perfect his brooding stare? Next time, I'll drag him out by the ear, sit him down in front of a Charlian feast, and see that he eats every last bite.
An excellent idea. Of all people, warriors must take proper meals and rest if they are to maintain a healthy constitution.
Poor Estinian, beset on all sides.
Chilling. I really don't know what it is with the fucking lighting.
Speaking of one's physical condition, Mistress Kryl, I hear you recently played literal host to Heidelin herself.
And what an experience that was. Tiring, yes, but no lasting harm done. If anything, I should have liked to speak with her longer. I've not felt a hint of her presence since.
Heidelin instructed you to carry that flower, yes?
Yeah, for some reason.
'Twill be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. And then something about seeking joy in darkness, was it? Come to think of it, isn't that what happened with Nidana back in Radzat Han?
The flower did seem to radiate a joyful glow, as if reflecting the elation we all felt, the relief of a people with renewed hope.
Indeed, and in turn, I felt buoyed by that radiance. 'Twas akin to spotting a beacon and knowing we were on the right path. I know we've not yet triumphed over the Telophoroi, or learned the full breadth of the Forum's plans. But even within the midst of our struggles, we find small moments of joy to sustain us. Rare and hard-won perhaps, but it is this pursuit of happiness that gives us the strength to carry on day after day. Hey, that's mine.
To the swift the spoils. Though I recall that levitation spell of yours was quick enough.
Only barely. And even at my best, I'm still too slow to wield it effectively in battle. Mayhap I simply require more practice with this new magic.
You unearthed it from the depths of Numenon, I presume?
Aye, and from a veritable mountain of arcane tomes at that. 'Twas necessary to facilitate my solitary explorations.
Or, to put it simply, you used it to sneak around the Forbidden Archives.
Yes, well, after a fashion. They're tall, you see. The shelves, they're too tall for me. And I could hardly move the library's platforms without attracting attention now, could I?
Oh.
We ate all of that? Really now? This is always so foreboding. Like some... I feel like this is the best.
I'm not that ambitious. But 'tis pleasant to idle away the hours every once in a while.
There's always gonna be something bad happening after something like this. There is no way. Something bad is gonna happen. That's not yellow, that's green. Ah, and here we see... Where the fuck?
Enjoying the bracing cold, I see. Do you not own a warm coat or a cloak? Something in fur? Or fashioned from the skins of your enemies? Or... well, never mind that.
I actually liked his voice better from the end of Shadowbringers than this. Actually. Huh.
I come to you once more as the bearer of bad news. Our tower in Thavnir has been toppled, and I need not tell you by whom.
I feel like...
Given how many we have at our disposal, the loss of a single spire is hardly fatal to our plans. It does, however, slow the rate at which we siphon ether. If they continue to preoccupy themselves with the towers, then all will be well. But should our foe prove bold enough to strike at us here, then the timing becomes questionable.
Our foe is bold enough. Of that, I can assure you.
Yes, very well then. I suppose I must prepare a proper welcome. Honestly, talk of your nemesis is the only thing you seem to enjoy. Does nothing else spark your interest?
Nope.
No. All else is equal. Equally tedious. Equally disappointing. The world is a tepid bog into which we sink, too weak to thrash as the mud clings to our eyes and fills our throats till we blissfully choke. But then came the light, blinding and pure and hot, so very hot, enough to set my soul aflame. I basked in the afterglow, until the void yawned once more. And then I knew the muck would never claim me again. There was naught for me ahead, so I drew the curtain on all that had come before. Burn, burn, let the whole star burn. I will have my contest. I will reclaim my moment.
How wonderful that the emptiness of death has not dissuaded you from committing your life to its pursuit once more. I don't know whether to envy you or pity you.
You question my disinterest, but what of yours? Despite your noisome antics, I sense you take little pleasure in this endeavor.
Mercy, my lord. Such pointed barbs from one who barely acknowledges my existence. Nevertheless, you are mistaken. For I do find this part somewhat enjoyable. You see, when I was mortal, I would always have the same dream. It was a fragmented thing, disjointed, all the faces incomplete. The setting, too, was unknown to me, so I thought it simply a fantasy of my sleeping mind. Until one day, I realized it was showing me the truth. Much as your dream of the final days enlightened you. And soon, very soon, the rest of the world will see the truth of my dream, too. Yes, I think that is something we can both enjoy.
I don't like his voice. Oh well. Oh, we're already at 82? I just barely hit 81. Well, there you are, feeling refreshed, I hope? I was about to make my way to the studio as it happens. I wanted to try and speak with Scholark Montishainen and thank him for coming to our rescue in the rostra. As it turns out, he'd come here to see us following the hearing, only to find that we'd already reported for Favnir. Knowing him, he was probably hoping to shoot the cud with his former students. Since we're still waiting for his stroll and others, I thought now the perfect time to pay him a visit. Care to join me? Sure. Then it's settled. The twins will be coming too, assuming Elfinod can tear himself away from his new toys. I'll let you rally the troops while I go on ahead to the phenomenon. Considering my recent impropriety, perhaps I should avoid showing my face around the studio for a time. That might be for the best. If others should return, tell them we will not be long. Heading out for a stroll. The Scholark himself was there. In that case, what are we waiting for? I too am eager to see him, though I somewhat dread the thought of visiting the studio. I dare say our notoriety precedes us. Alphenod of all people worrying over his reputation, and that our alma mater no less. Will wonders never cease? I'll understand soon enough, off we go. Here it is. Phenomenon. While I expect you made note of it before, one can hardly miss it. This is the first time you've been here on official business, correct? While most of the space is taken up by the expansive auditoriums, it also houses numerous laboratories, testing grounds for experimental magics, and a host of administrative offices and so forth. As the center of what would later become the studio, it was established to promote the study of etherological phenomenon, hence the name. Though with ether being a fundamental aspect of nature, its scope expanded to include every inconceivable facet of life and even the universe itself. And then in the 432nd year of the 432nd year of the 6th astral era, Phenomena was decreed complete and the studium officially opened as a place of learning. With a long and storied history, it is without question the world's leading authority in etherology, the arcane, the occult, astromancy, and countless other fields, standing proud as Charlian's foremost educational institute. What, he did the fucking Heavensward trial speech of this place or what? I always did enjoy giving the grand tour of to new students. Indeed, I have long since lost track of how many times he has recited the same foppish speech. Such is his undying love of this old stamping ground. He was in top form back then, youngest to enter the studium, graduate with highest honors in magical arts and etherology, undisputed champion of the debating chamber. Hold on, you both joined the studium at the same age, yes? And from where I stand, you're equally prodigious scholars. Nice of you to say, but Alphenod actually entered half a year before me. Nor did I do well enough to graduate with honors, and I'm certainly not the studium's most notorious master debate. Masturbator. In all respects, I have ever been in his shadow. If nothing else, just remember that this was where the legend of Alphenod Levelier began. We should expect everyone to be fully aware of our recent escapades, so hopefully we'll be somewhat more welcome here than we were at the last stand. I know better than anyone the adoration the student body has for Elfinod, and with a bit of luck, it might work to our advantage. Lol. But there's no time like the present. First things first, let's look for Scholark Montischeigen. Other faculty tend to frequent their offices, but unfortunately for us, he's fond of wandering wheresoever his whims take him. Let's split up and ask the students if they've seen him. Who the fuck? That was Alfred, wasn't it? And he's with his sister, and Master Badessian's granddaughter. This can only mean one thing: an event of epoch-shattering proportions is fast approaching. Spread the word. Oh, sorry, you said you're looking for the Scholark, yes? Knowing him, he could be anywhere, but Miss Eliapo should have a better idea. Are you lost? Wandering off the streets, perhaps? Wait, don't tell me. You're a trainee gleaner fresh off the guild ship. I'm right, aren't I? Nope. Oh, how silly of me. An orientation is in order. Allow me to bid you a warm welcome to this researchers meet. Let me start with a question. What is the most important thing you'll find in the studium? That's right, books. Okay. That's the second most important. Why that's simple? Everything else. That's what we deal in here at Searchers Meet. Whenever the students or tutors find themselves in need of equipment or materials, they come to us. If we don't have it in our stores, we send the gleaners off to find it. Honestly, you wouldn't believe some of the requests we get. Eye of Paisa, this tongue of Gigantode, that. It's enough to make your hair stand on end, which is possibly what some of our students are trying to accomplish, this being a school of magic and all. As our newest gleaner, you'll have your work cut out for you, but I think you'll find it quite rewarding. I beg your pudding? You're not a gleaner? Then this was all an elaborate ruse. No wait, come to think of it, you never actually claimed to be one in the first place. My mistake. He was here, but now he's not. I did speak with him shortly before you arrived though. He said he was on his way to Maker's Meet. Go back the way you came in and you'll see it on the opposite side of the entrance. It's a laboratory of sorts, home to many rare and expensive curios. Not to mention alarmingly frequent accidents. If you lose your way, just follow the blood-curdling screams. In the time it's taken me to tell you all this, the Scholark has probably already left. Best of luck finding him. I have a feeling you'll need it. What the fuck? Well, that's not him. Yes, the Scholark was here a short while ago. He offered me advice on my current research project. Though we spoke at length, I don't recall him mentioning where he was planning to go next. When we parted ways, he went down the corridor, perhaps to one of the auditoriums? Greetings.
Ah, I remember you.
I pray we have not caught you at an inopportune moment. We wanted to offer our thanks for your kind words in the forum.
Well, I could hardly let that inquisition go unchallenged. I've always believed that curiosity should be nurtured, not stifled. Thankfully, a majority of my colleagues agreed. A slender majority, aye, but a majority nonetheless.
Had the vote not gone our way, we would be having a very different conversation, if any at all. Though I'd like to think you would have not given up on our cause. I'm told you paid a visit to the annex afterwards.
The annex?
Yes, that's right. I was hoping to speak with the grandchildren of my dearly departed friends Galuf and Louisoix in a less dour setting. But it seems I just missed you. I still can't believe how much you've grown. If only your grandsires could have seen the way you presented yourselves to the Forum. Why, it fair brought a tear to my own eye. You must have the patience of a saint, putting up with this lot and their antics. Never mind Matoya's prize student.
Huh.
Luckily, I know a thing or two about managing unruly younglings. If you ever need advice, don't hesitate to ask.
Lol. Old man.
If I may, there is a rather more pressing matter we wish to discuss. What can you tell us of this duty that the Forum must fulfill?
Can't say anything.
Nothing, I'm afraid. Like all humble servants of the Forum, I am sworn to secrecy. Or rather, I couldn't tell you if I tried.
The what now? I couldn't tell you if I tried.
Our duty is of the gravest importance. Furthermore, if the particulars were made public, it would incite widespread panic.
Our duty is of the gravest importance. Furthermore, if the particulars were made public, it would incite widespread panic.
As such, those entrusted with this duty have been bound by an enchantment, which prevents us from speaking of such matters without the express permission of the Forum.
As such, those entrusted with this duty have been bound by an enchantment, which prevents us from speaking of such matters without the express permission of the Forum. Ah.
How is that even possible?
It's been some time since I last gave a lecture. Please, take a seat.
Nah. Lol. We're gonna have a lecture? I'm guessing those...
We shall begin by reviewing the fundamentals of etherology.
I have a feeling those are not real, I guess, illusions, because otherwise it would be creation magics, which, you know...
The ether, which imbues us with life, can be categorized into three forms. Two are of the incorporeal sort, the soul and the memory. Can anyone tell me the third?
The soul and the memory, then the third would be the corporeal form then? Corporeal ether then, right? The third?
Yes, very good.
Hey, look, I'm not super
This is the
stupid.
form with which the layman is most familiar. Consumed by even the simplest of daily activities, and replenished by the food and drink that sustain us, this form of ether is in constant flux. In contrast, the ether that comprises the soul is rarely subject to dramatic change. The same can be said for memory, as the two are intrinsically linked.
Huh, so wait, memories is it's its own thing?
Picture the soul as paper, and memories as words written upon it.
Ah. Huh.
Now, what would happen if that paper was doused with ink? The same type of ether as comprises the memories.
Well, I mean...
It would blot out everything that was written.
Precisely. We would be unable to recall the memories. And any activities that depend upon them would be hindered as well.
So basically, whenever he tries to speak of the trigger words of that, the memory ether floods the soul in a manner which then makes them forget all for a moment, so that they cannot continue to speak on it.
In fact, this exact phenomenon was observed on a vast scale not so long ago. And what might that have been?
Oh yeah, the calamity.
The 7th Umbral Calamity.
Yep. When everyone forgot about the Warriors of Light.
The people of Eorzea vividly recall Bahamut breaking free of the Lesser Moon and raining hellfire down upon the realm. But no one could seem to remember the events that followed immediately afterwards.
Indeed. To this day, we have yet to determine whether it was an unintended consequence or a deliberate act. The enchantment which binds me and the rest of the Forum is based on a similar principle. And yes, it is a contravention of the Sharlayan prohibition against the practice of memory manipulation.
Wait, and yes, it is a contravention. Wait, contravention, I'm guessing is some like breaking of rule or something? An action which offends against law. Yeah.
Only when a new member is inducted and told of our great duty are they subjected to the process. A necessary evil. You have my word that it would never be used to manipulate the populace?
I should hope not. But can this enchantment be dispelled and your memories restored?
If 9/10 of our members give their approval, then the process may be reversed. Then, and only then, would we be able to speak freely to others of our sacred duty.
If 9/10? What? So 88 has to agree to it?
Barring that, we must wait until we return to the ethereal sea. For there we will be purified, the blots upon our souls washed clean. And our memories drift apart and dissolve. Rather defeating the purpose, I suppose. But there are those memories that are indelibly etched upon our souls, some believe.
But there are those memories that are indelibly etched upon our souls, some believe.
What happens after that?
We are reduced to pure ether, coalesce with that of others, and create souls anew. Alternative schools of thought assert souls remain whole and return to the corporeal world, reborn into another form. Both theories have their proponents. Personally, I consider each equally probable.
Yeah, fair. Wait, I seem to be in shock here.
Well, I think that's enough education for today, now that I've given you some food for thought. Or rather, an entire banquet. I would remind you that although I'm unable to assist you with certain matters, the resources at my disposal may still be of use to you.
True.
I'll arrange for you all to be given the run of Phenomenon. Of course, as associate to our alumni and the students of Baldessian, this privilege is extended to you as well, my friend.
Dude, wait, it would be really cool if they could make it so that you can get the tattoos of an Archon if you actually like go through some kind of school process here, so that you actually can get it. Like if you actually like did some kind of thingy with your character, so that you could get your Archon's marks. That would be pretty cool.
Oh, and I suggest you speak with Ki Aliapo. She's well known among the artisans of Sharlian, and her network of contacts may prove useful in your search for knowledge. I wish you all the best in your pursuits, wheresoever they may take you.
Nice character, but he's probably gonna die. Sad. Okay. Hmm. 525, still lower than what I already have. Well, that's given me much to mull over. I feel as though we're one step closer to understanding the Forum's true motives and the mysteries of life itself for a good measure. How? It's more like you know their conviction to it at least. Right? Like that's all. It's funny, I came here with the intent of expressing my gratitude only to leave more in debt than before. I have a feeling his friendship and support will be a great boon to us in days to come. And on that note, let's head back to the annex. Perhaps on the way you could better acquaint yourself with Ki Alipo, as the Scholarch suggested, while I share our findings with Raha. Dude, it would be really fucking cool if you could unlock like actually like doing some kind of scholar thingy. What? Oh, it's I need. Ah, okay. I'm not gonna lie. This zone almost feels like home. Or like... almost like Sweden. In a manner, or like in a way. Or like just through the trees, mostly. Oh, we're still alone. They haven't come back. That's a bad sign. Oh yeah, wait. Oh, welcome back. From what I hear, your trip to the studio proved most educational. While you were away, I received word from our fellow Scions. As expected, news of the warding scales was met with much joy. Preparations are now underway to bring the leadership of the Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance together to determine a way forward. Our friends have asked that we bring the scales in our procession to Limsalominsa. So the time has come for us to go on the offensive. It's too early to say for certain, but that does seem to be the way the winds are blowing. I, for one, can think of no reason to oppose such a plan, but let us see what awaits us in Vilbrand. Let's start by getting the scales out of storage. Give me a hand, would you? Haha, Stylian. He is the biggest one of us. I didn't realize these crates were so heavy. Well, they're the size of you, so I shouldn't complain though. Vitra and the alchemists of the great work put their heart and soul into each and every one of these scales, so you must treat them with the utmost care. Are you not coming with us? Nope. As much as I would like to escape the Forum's wrathful gaze, I had little choice but to stay behind. We're already on thin ice, and if I, in my capacity as our official representatives, were found to be consorting with foreign powers, well, you can imagine how that would go. I shall remain here and do my utmost to avoid ruffling any more feathers as I await word from Master Matoya and our other allies. With luck, we'll soon have a good news on our own to share. The tide is about to turn, I can feel it. To Limsa. Oops. Greetings. I was told to expect you. As you may or may not be aware, the Admiral is at present entertaining the Elder Seedseer and the Sultana. Three of the most powerful women in the world in one room. Do you need a moment to prepare, or shall I show you that? What if I'm the fourth kick? My apologies for calling you away from Charlene at such a short notice. On the contrary, we are honored and grateful and pleasantly surprised to be joined by such esteemed company. It was only right that this discussion be conducted in person. We are locked in a war of attrition. Our forces struggle to contain the threat posed by the towers, and it's only a matter of time before we are overwhelmed. Victory will only be claimed through decisive action. We have taken the initiative to set the wheels in motion. It is reassuring to learn we are all in accord. But might I ask what your plan entails? It hinges entirely on the warding scales and our ability to utilize their potential to the fullest. During your time in Charlian, the allied nations have been engaged on separate fronts with no end in sight. To make matters worse, a surge in abductions of kobolds, Sahagin, Ixal, and Ananta have given rise to an increasing number of primals as well. But your triumph in Radatan has given us cause to hope once more. The time has come to free ourselves of this menace, and it is you, the Signs of the Seventh Dawn, who has shown us the way. While the bulk of our forces will continue to hold the Telothroi at bay, we will dispatch our finest to strike at the enemy's heart, Garlemald. These brave few will be the Ilsabard contingent. To think such progress has been made in such a short span of time, or such a short span. Its objectives are twofold. The first is to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. And as previously reported, countless Imperial soldiers and civilians have been tempered, robbed of their free will. They serve the Telothroi every whim without question. They too are victims. It is our duty to deliver them from their suffering, not for a strategic or political gain, but because it is the right thing to do. I do not ask that we set aside the decades of conflict and conquest that we simply choose to forgive and forget. I ask only that in choosing to remember, we do not forsake our compassion and morality, for without that there can be no reconciliation, only death without end. On that we can all agree. Our second objective is the colossal tower that Thancred Uriandri observed in the capital. Though its purpose remains unclear, there is a reason to believe the smaller spires are merely a precursor to what's yet to come. Until the Tower of Sot was toppled, we'd failed to make any headway. Though the same could be said of the Telothroi, there certainly is no rush to press further into our lands. Right. Until the Tower of Sot was toppled, we'd failed to make any headway. Though the same could be said of the Telothroi, there's certainly no rush to press further into our land. I'd wager the Spire's primary purpose is to divide and keep us occupied while they work towards our annihilation. This would appear to be substantiated by the Ustola's analysis of the tower's influence on etherical currents. Based on our observation inside the Tower of Sot, the spires siphon ether from the land, consuming it to maintain their form. However, they draw forth far more than is required for this task alone. The excess of ether remains unaccounted for, but we can be sure it is not being harnessed for our benefit. It wouldn't surprise me in the least if it was being redirected to the larger spire in the capital. There's a logic in that. Regardless, once we have uncovered the truth, we'll bring their schemes crashing down along with their infernal towers. That's all well and good, but what would you have us do? I assume it's more than handling over the scales and being on our way. We want you and your scales to join the Ilsabard contingent. Consider it an official request from both the Grand Company of Eorsia and the Eastern Alliance. Do you accept? Perhaps you should be the one to answer that. Sure. For honor and glory? Nah. For the people of Garlemald? Nah. Couldn't have put it better myself. Ustola, Thancred, and Uriandri have already pledged their support and are on their way to meet the rest of the contingent. They were positive you would come to the same decision as they did. Luckily for all involved, their prediction was correct. Once you have delivered the warning skill to Alamigo, the contingent will embark on its journey to Ilsabard. Raban and Lord Emmerich are overseeing preparations, so I suggest you make yourself known upon arrival. Pack warm clothing, furs and the like. Without it, the cold will do you in before the Telothroi so much as draws steel. As for us, we'll keep the enemy busy while you're gone. They're not the only ones who can create a diversion. Now go, safe in the knowledge Eorsia will be as you left it, or better, upon your return. I don't know. I feel like the dialogue is so much weaker. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it improves. Do I have to fucking... I don't know. The dialogue seems a lot weaker. The Wanderer's return. You've been busy bringing down a tower and producing the keys to destroying the rest of them. You should be proud. Those warding skills of yours are what made this whole venture possible. Will you and Lord Emmerich be leading the contingent? Regrettably, no. Our role is to organize the various delegations into a cohesive unit. Once we have seen you all off, it's back to our respective posts. We dare not neglect our duties for too long, lest our defensive efforts fall into disarray. And just between us, there was a fair amount of opposition to the formation of the Ilsvard contingent. The very suggestion that we send out some of our finest troops behind enemy lines to render aid onto the Garleans has made me rather unpopular in certain quarters. Humph, can't please them all. Sadly not, though I do my best. Truth be told, I'd much rather be at your side, charging into the fray. Alas, I have battles of my own to fight, where words may serve me better than any blade. I hate to say it, but Lord Emmerich's struggles mirror my own. For the time being, the best we can offer you is the peace of mind from knowing Eorzea is in safe hands. As you fight the good fight in Ilsvard, I and the other commanders will do what we can to convince the naysayers that our cause is just. Thank you, both of you. We meet again. Oh, well, hello there. Much has occurred since we parted ways in Verlit. From what I gathered, the protective talismans you obtained led to the information of this expeditionary force. My contribution on this occasion is but a minor one, that being the information I have shared with Maxima. For the sake of the people of Garlemald, may the fates be on your side. So you're not coming with us? Strange, I thought you'd have a stake in this. I do. The Talofra have laid waste to my homeland and enslaved my people. But though every mote of my being cries for vengeance, I cannot be the one to deliver it. My presence alone would place the entire mission in jeopardy. I stand accused of murdering Emperor Varys and plunging Garlemald into chaos. Were I to travel with the Ilsabard contingent, it would give my countrymen ample cause to question our motives. Conversely, those who believe me innocent may instead celebrate the return of a former legatus attempt to raise me to a position of leadership, further destabilizing the region and complicating the contingent's mission. Whether I am branded a villain or hailed a hero, I will only hinder your efforts. Let's be positive. For what it is worth, you have my gratitude. You and your comrades have the strength and courage to live with my countrymen, I am certain of it. In light of Gaius's rather unique circumstances, I instead will assume the role of your guide. Though I may have defected for political reasons, my love for Garlemald endures. I would stop at nothing to protect her and her people. Well said. Might I ask you to escort our friends inside? You might even bump into an old acquaintance or two, and if I don't see you again ere you depart, may the Fury guide you and protect you, all of you. Oh, mystery thingy? The other members of the Ilsabard contingent are gathered in Royal Palace. I shall inform them of your arrival, so please make your way inside as soon as you are ready. The remaining members of the Scions, your friends and most of the Ilsabard contingent await you in... would you like me to see through, yeah?
By the 12.
Do we really have...
Glad you could join us. I hope you don't mind, but we went ahead and started without you.
As you can imagine, our traveling companions were eager to become acquainted. 'Tis a rare thing indeed to see such a diverse and talented group of individuals assembled for a single purpose.
What's... Man... Ystola's voice is completely wrong.
We fight not only for the sake of Eorzea, but for the entire world, including the people of Garlemald. Much rides on the efforts of the Ilsabard contingent.
Man, Ystola's voice is completely wrong. Completely fucking wrong. Completely fucking wrong.
Indeed, which is why I am glad to find myself in the company of many trusted comrades, yourselves included.
Lucia.
I have come at the behest of Lord Emmerich, who has honored me with the role of Ishgard's representative. And for the good of all nations, not least my former homeland, I am determined to see this mission through to its end. We have a hard road ahead of us, but walk it we shall, together.
We too welcome this opportunity to work together once more. I have faith that, if there is a way to resolve this conflict, we will find it.
Allow me to introduce you to the rest of our company. Everyone! If I may have your attention. Might I ask you to speak first?
If I must, I am Arun Senna, spokesman for the Gridanian delegation, here on behalf of my esteemed sister, the Elder Seedseer. We shall provide support and protection to those in need during our time in Garlemald. To that end, I am joined by healers selected by the Conjurers Guild, with the Order of the Twin Adder's Finest serving as our escort. Of course, with an experienced white mage such as yourself accompanying us as well, those requiring more involved treatment will be in safe hands. Raya O sends her regards, by the way.
Oh, they actually take note of the fact that I am a white mage, huh? Hmm.
Suppose I'd better say my piece.
Wait, I know you.
The name's Sicard, in case you've forgotten. Truth be told, I'd rather you had forgotten. Any road, the Admiral asked Captain Hillfear to send his best, and for whatever reason, he picked me.
Get fucked.
Of course, if I'd refused, I'd be the laughing stock of the bloody executioners, and my reputation's taken enough of a keyhauling as it is. But more importantly, like any pirate worth his salt, I know when you're staring down a storm, you gotta trust in the commander of your ship. So if the Admiral wants us to go to Garlemald, not for plunder and glory, but the promise of peace in our time, then that's what we'll do. Since we all know how much the Empire loves its steel, we thought we'd bring along a few smiths to make the most of it. Give them a pile of scrap and they'll cobble together anything you fancy. Of course, just like the Gridanians, we got fighters of our own. We might have come with a more constructive purpose in mind, but we're more than capable of cracking skulls, believe you me.
Why is everyone so extra? So
Well, you're
unnecessary.
certainly raring to go. But then again, so are we. The most dependable warriors of Uldar and Alamigo have assembled at the Sultana and General Aldin's behest. If Garlemald has truly fallen, then the whole place is likely to be crawling with Telophoroi. We'll need plenty of troops to clear and hold a path for others to follow. That's where we come in. Naturally, Marshal Terrapin and I will be leading from the front.
It's been some time since I last saw you in your element on the battlefield.
Lisa's voice actor is good, your Stola's voice actor somehow went to shit. What the fuck? Man, you stole a... Can you...
From what I've heard, you've become pretty fearsome yourself. Master Matoya? The avatar of destruction?
Ha! Taking the piss. Ha ha ha.
With comrades like these, I know we'll succeed, no matter what awaits us.
Lisa's voice actor is actually
And
good
then we
though.
might finally get a chance to enjoy a good long rest. But until then, let's give it our all.
As for Ishgard, we Temple Knights have come in force to uphold our nation's commitment to the peace and welfare of our allies. The bitter cold of Garlemald is a formidable enemy in of itself. Our experience fighting in ice and snow will prove invaluable in the days ahead.
Yeah.
Accordingly, I have been designated commander of the Ilzabard contingent. I will do all in my power to provide you with the leadership and guidance you require. The four high houses, House Hylinart foremost among them, have arranged for a host of machinists to join us on our mission. Their knowledge of Imperial Magitech is sure to be a great boon. They will address any problems of a technical nature, together with the smiths of Limpsa Lomitsa. There is another awaiting introduction.
Nay.
Lord Amonelane!
Why you?
Ah, yes. Emanelaine de Forton, at your service. Though, lest there be any misunderstanding, I should stress that I've not become a fearsome warrior while you were away. Rather, far from it, actually. My brother, in his infinite wisdom, decided this would be an excellent chance to make something of myself. Oh, and fight for world peace and all that. But, should the opportunity arise for a spot of ballroom dancing, I will be your twinkle-toed gentleman of light. Huzzah! I cannot wait to regale Honoroa with my tales of daring-do.
I believe that concludes introductions for the Grand Company of Eorzea. Our allies from the Eastern Alliance were due to arrive some time ago, but it would appear they have been delayed.
Would that be the shinobi of Doma?
Actually, they've been tasked with relaying messages back and forth between the various Eastern nations. According to Lord Hien, however, an equally capable company of warriors has been sent in their stead.
Out of my way, you preening fool!
Ah. Oh, they come. I choose that?
Forgive us for coming late. We are the delegates of the Eastern Alliance.
Cyrena, and you've brought company.
For battle and blood we come, as a step is sorely lacking in both. No towers befoul our lands, so we marched on those of Doma, only to find them beyond our reach. But now our thirst for slaughter will be slaked. No quarter to the enemy!
Sadu Hatun, no. We go to make peace with the Iron Men, not war.
Roll.
Warriors of the Steppe, we've heard many tales of your bravery. We welcome you as allies. And these other ones you have brought are...
Members of the Dalmascan resistance group, Lente's Tears.
And the Bosnian resistance. Between them, they have a wealth of experience in espionage, and are particularly adept at infiltrating Imperial facilities. Which is fortuitous, since Garlemald's domain is so vast that I could never hope to handle reconnaissance duties all by myself.
Dalmasca, Bosnia, Alamigo. All lands which have suffered the tyranny of the Empire. I would never presume to question your motives. Nevertheless, I must reiterate that our goal is to aid the victims of the Telophoroi, the common folk of Garlemald. And they are victims, make no mistake. Though I understand that many may struggle to see them as such.
You're more right than you know. For every one of us that answered the call, there were a dozen that refused. Not only in Alamigo, but everywhere we went. And who could blame them? The Empire's always been the enemy. But after seeing what we've seen, fighting and working against and with Garleans, there's no denying the simple truth. They're just people. No different from you or I. They've got their share of liars and murderers, but so do we. So do we all. Fordola, who once swore herself to Garlemald, has proven herself a trusted ally time and time again. Every Eorzean here knows Cid Garland, the Imperial defector who shared with us countless technological wonders. Gaius bloody Baelsar himself is working to help rebuild Wurlid, a nation he once conquered. So you can believe me when I say that every fighter here understands and accepts that the Imperials are not monsters and are deserving of help. Or at least that they were able to put aside their feelings for the greater good. It won't be easy, but we're all determined to make this world a better place.
What lingering concerns I may have had were clearly unwarranted. I agree with everything you said wholeheartedly.
Then we are in accord. Now, let us review our strategy. To reach the Garlean capital in northern Ilsabard, we must cross the central mountain range. Fortunately, Garlond Ironworks can provide aerial transport, sparing us this most treacherous part of our journey. However, attempting to fly any closer to Garlemald would attract the attention of the Telophoroi. As they appear to have seized control of the majority of the Imperial military, we must assume that includes its fleet. In addition, Garlemald possesses devices that can interfere with airship navigational systems, further discouraging an airborne approach.
Given the circumstances, the closest we dare deploy our contingent is an area between the range and the capital, the Magna Glaciers. From there, we must travel the rest of the way on foot. We will also need to bring the airships with us to ensure we can withdraw with haste. Although much of the terrain will be blanketed in snow, we should be able to make use of local roads and shipping facilities. The vast ice field will afford us an unobstructed view of the surrounding area. On the other hand, it will also allow others to easily spot us, so it is imperative that we only make camp in positions where we can easily defend ourselves. And the airships, which must be kept safe at all costs.
We cannot account for every possibility, so we must be prepared to think on our feet. We will be tested. Sorely tested, I expect. But for our homes and for our people, and a people not our own but in need, we will succeed. Spare no effort in your preparations. Once we depart, there is no turning back.
Okay, we got through it. Sirena's voice actor was really bad. I'm starting to want to swap to Japanese. I'm really starting to want to swap to Japanese.
More affecting spectacle. Oh, it is truly deep. I suggests otherwise.
Never was. Clarity.
誰よあなた。
その要望、ガレマール帝国史を紐解けば、
Wow.
肖像画の一枚も見つけることができるでしょう。もっとも、本来ならば、とうに失われたはずの姿ですが。
なんだ、しっかりと勉強してるじゃないか。説明の手間が省けていい。私はガレマール帝国の初代皇帝ソウル、同時にその他もろもろ戦乱呼ぶ国々の立役者。しかしてその実態はアシエン・エメトセルクと申し上げる。たぐましい努力。そいつが対抗する勝の力となって世界統ぼんだのに。悔いをにまつわる推論は、ほう、ウリエンジェたちの零細の仕組みにまつわる推論は間違っていなかったわけだ。俺たちとしては嬉しい知らせだな。で、どうする？そのまま諦めてくれればありがたいんだがな。言う割に喧嘩腰じゃないか。これだから、私としても伝えたサブレアぶべき、それだ。お前力も。
はすでに何度も零細を世界統合を起こし
Besides the delegates assembled here, the Amalja and several other tribes offered to send troops of their own. Unfortunately, due to their physiology, many would struggle simply to survive in the harsh climate of Ilsabard. They would also likely prove tempting targets for abduction by the Telophoroi. All things considered, they can better aid the cause by bolstering their defenses in Eorzea, though their eagerness to do more has been noted. We few shall have to suffice. Ere we embark, we must distribute the warding scales to our comrades. Care to do the honors? Warding scales for the Ishgardian delegation, I take it. Many thanks, these talisman may prove to be a deciding factor in the battles to come. I find myself conflicted by this foray into Garlemald, sent by the Empire to infiltrate Ishgard, only to throw in my lot with those whose secrets I was supposed to be stealing. And now I lead a mission to save the countrymen I betrayed. But that is doubtless why I was chosen by Lord Emmerich. He would have me put my extensive knowledge and former ties to good use. I will not disappoint him. For the future of Ishgard, Garlemald, and the world at large, I will lead us to victory. That a set of warding scales I spied, not that I would know what they'd look like. Whoa, look at these. Even a layman like me can tell their bursting with ether. All the better to fend off the tempering waves. Is that the right term? Anyway, they'll give us one less thing to worry about, which just leaves the other mountain of whatever else is waiting for us in Garlemald. Only one way to find out, eh? And nervous or not, I'd march through all 7 hells if it gave me the chance to put Xenos back in his grave where he belongs. Hey, I hear you got something for us. Them scales everyone's been talking about. Pretty little things, ain't they? Reckon they'll be worth a gill or two when this is all over, but we'll hold on to them for now. Yeah, well, you would die without them. And one more thing, I know that what you're all thinking. Why didn't they send Ainsar instead? Bugger if I know. All the Admiral and Captain Hilford told me as was they needed someone to help safeguard the future, and here I am. I can't say they've got a sense of humor. Of course, some of you might be wondering what good a pirate is on dry land in the middle of the sudden snow of all places. Well, me and my crew will do whatever needs done. So let's set sail, and however the saying goes on airships. Yes. So these are the famed warding scales, enough for me and my men, I see. I myself am especially grateful for this opportunity to visit distant lands. I wish to follow in the footsteps of Master Atoa and learn all there is to learn of this star we call home. Indeed, this is the primary reason I volunteered to join the expedition. To journey outside the Twelves would, much less enter into Imperial territory, is a rare privilege afforded a Pajal. Not that I'm tagging, I want to see the sights. The Garlands would benefit from my healing magics, as would our comrades should fighting break out. I feel like some people are poorly dressed for the occasion. We heard it would be cold in Garlemald, so we came prepared. Oh, you did? Neat. Doesn't look like that here. The talismans, we are to keep these close at all times, yes. I will see that no one misplaces theirs. And before I forget, I have a message from Hien. In distant lands, in times of strife, together stand, together fight. In darkness shines the light of life. I hope I have done his words justice. Domo, like much of Othard, has been plagued by the towers. Yet while he could not be here, he wished to express his shared conviction. He and Yugiri labor without rest to unite the people, and with their aid we will keep the enemy at bay. And we of the Steppe and Eastern Alliance will repay their efforts by ending this war. Do you have a warning skill for me too? I don't want to give it to him. Thank you for this, and for going to such incredible lengths for the sake of my people. Though I have little to offer in return, I would impart some advice if I may. You have been told by many to wear the call of Ilsabard, and I cannot stress enough that this is no token warning. I will be distributing specially made warming tinctures courtesy of Alchemist's Guild, but understand that they are no substitute for proper protection. I leave the provisioning of said protection to your discretion. Now let us proceed to the Alamegan quarter. While you make for your final preparation, I will have the pilots ready the airships. This is our last chance to make ready before we set forth. You needn't worry about Uriandra and I. We will have what we wore in Garlemald before. Estinian claims to be quite warm and toasty beneath his armor, and since he spent a fair bit of time up north recently as well, I have no reason to doubt his words. Most of the others will be burying Grand Company stock. The rest of you could do likewise, I suppose, provided you're not overly concerned with style. Not to put too fine a point on it, but I wouldn't be seen dead in one of those ridiculous overcoats. If only I had time to find something to my liking. Hark, is that the cry of science in need of a tailor I hear? But how? I have my ways. Oh yes, indeed. You thought you could sneak off to Ilsebard without telling me. Nothing escapes my notice. Now you will wear these garments I made for you whether you like it or not. You never cease to amaze. But why do you need a new outfit as well? Why wait, are you coming with us? No. What? No, of course not. It's all in the name of fashion, rather the pure pursuit of highest quality fashion. Besides, how can I expect others to wear my creations if I have never worn them myself? I did have one other thing to share. Artemis and Blomvida have finally returned from assignments in a faraway lands. They'll be staying at the Rising Stones for a while, so keep an eye on events throughout the Eorzea. Who now? Since they'll be running things back at headquarters, I was wondering if I could lend a hand in Charlian. Oh, why not? You can keep Kral company in the Valdesian Annex. Yes, we'd love to have you there. And I heard Artemis and Blomvida did a fine job carrying on in our stead while we were lying comatose. With them in charge of the Rising Star, we're nothing to worry about. My thoughts exactly. Also, while I'm confident you won't go collapsing again, because a certain someone who shall remain nameless isn't in a position to transport your souls into another world. If anything similarly disastrous were to happen, I'll be well positioned to do something about it. Anyway, I've got a few things to take care of, and then I'll make my way to Charlian. I really do hope these new clothes are enough to keep you warm in Garlemald. It's not much, but it's the only thing I can do for you, other than pray for your safe return, which I will every day. Let's not keep the contingent waiting any longer. Here are your winter hoolies, handcrafted by yours truly. I'm gonna fucking remove this hat. This hat sucks. I'm told the airship pilot has been sent to meet you. Oh, there he is. Alright, this is where we go our separate ways. Do be careful, won't you? In order to finally meet you, we of the Garland Ironworks will be ferrying you and your contingent across the mountains and into Garlemald. For many of us, it will be something of a homecoming. Our illustrious founder was only our most notable imperial infector. For that reason, the company is committed to the success of this expedition. Our resources are at your disposal. If there is aught we might do to be of further assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. If you are ready to depart, I will ready engines. Upon boarding the ship, several cutscenes in the planar sequence. Yeah. Let's go!
Ilsebard, divided in twain by a vast mountain range.
Those who would traverse its jagged peaks face peril at every step. But why go by foot when one can simply fly?
I don't know who the fucking...
On the outskirts of the Imperial capital, in the frozen wastes of the Magna Glacius, the winds howl in icy protest, as if to warn against further trespass.
What the fuck?
We've received word from Thancred's reconnaissance party. They've sighted a detachment of heavily armed Imperials.
Survivors of the Civil War, perhaps?
Not sure.
Perhaps, but there is more to it than that. Maxima reports that they're led by Vergilia, legatus of the 3rd Legion, which comprises the bulk of their number. However, they are also joined by several members of the 1st.
From what I recall, the 3rd Legion fought for Nerva in the War of Succession following Varus's death. The 1st, on the other hand, were under the direct command of the Emperor and rejected Nerva's claim to the throne. These legions were enemies.
Yeah, then that doesn't make sense, right? So they have to be tempered.
Indeed. In fact, our sources claim that it was a conflict between them that sparked the Civil War. Yet now, these former foes cooperate to defend a ruined Garlemald from invasion.
Then it is all but certain they have been tempered.
So, what's the plan? If me and my crew is out reaving, we charge straight in, no messing about. But that ain't what we're here for.
Quite right. Soldiers or no, they are people of Garlemald, the very ones we have come to aid. Direct confrontation is unavoidable. Nevertheless, we must make every effort to limit casualties on both sides. Rather than kill them, I would remove them from the field.
How so? Savage beatings, disarmament, and imprisonment? Not impossible, but easier said than done in the heat of battle.
Having observed the opposition, I imagine Thancred had something to suggest?
Probably.
He did. He and the other scouts have already infiltrated a supply depot some distance beyond the Imperial detachment's current position. Stored within is a stockpile of Magitech armaments, and once we give the signal, Thancred's team will destroy them all. In so doing, we will deprive frontline troops of materiel, and likely force the detachment to send men to investigate.
Divide and conquer. Not a bad idea.
But can we...
Once the scouts have finished their preparations, we will split into 2 groups. The first will form the vanguard, while the other brings up the rear with our supplies. As for the Scions, I ask that you lend your assistance where you deem it needed most. I would prefer, however, that you accompany the rearguard and be prepared to join the van at a moment's notice. Kept in reserve as our trump card, so to speak.
Okay, sure. But can we expect them to act normally when they're tempered? Hoo-hoo.
Your proposal was well received. More specifically, they asked that we destroy the Imperial's toys in as spectacular a fashion as possible.
Ishtola always did have a flair for the dramatic. She's not an easy woman to please, but I shall do my best to satisfy her thirst for fireworks. All right, once more for my peace of mind. Our first objective will be to rig the enemy's Magitech with explosives. After we've withdrawn to a safe distance, we'll detonate them remotely. Our second will be to issue a deactivation command to the automated units via the control terminal. If our calculations are correct, this signal should reach those deployed on the front line, giving our friends a much-needed upper hand. A blizzard will help us stay hidden, so let's aim to get in and out before it passes. Trust in the plan, and we should all live to see tomorrow.
In the meantime, I will relay messages back and forth as the situation unfolds. You'll forgive me if I ask again, but are you certain you wish to play the lone wolf?
Wouldn't have it any other way. Call it foolish and reckless if you like, but I'll get the job done. I always do.
Very well. I wish you the best of luck.
Ooh. Commence mission.
Keep your wits about you.
It's time. We only have one shot at this, so let's make it count.
Oh,
damn! Spotted.
Are those the guard dogs? Oh shit. Can I go back behind here? Nope, I cannot. Search. Huh.
This is Thancred. The explosives are in place.
Very good. All is proceeding as planned. Head to the control terminal. It should be to the northwest.
Understood. Have the others wait at the rendezvous point.
That's a... Huh. How to do this? I'm gonna have to take this one out.
Must be losing my touch.
Ah. Huh. Well, this is... Okay. Neat. Well, that was different than new. I liked it.
You are returned, and none the worse for wear, to my considerable relief.
What news from our comrades?
They stand at the ready.
Excellent. Then let the fireworks begin.
Yeah, no one is gonna die here. Haha. It's only the Magitech armor, no worries. Only the Magitech armor. Nobody else died. Copium.
The blizzard's beginning to clear.
That's bad
The
for us.
Vanguard should be engaging the Imperials any moment now. If they haven't already. Ishtola and the others are with them, so I'm sure they'll be alright, but...
Something's coming!
Oi, oi! Looks like we ain't the only ones who sent out scouts. Keep them away from the carriages! We lose those, and we're as good as dead!
Accidentally went into solo queue instead of draft, but how did you make such a mistake?
Fighters! Protect the others!
Oops. Oh yeah, I've changed my keybinds.
A brief respite, but stay alert. Keep the carriages safe.
What impeccable timing!
Man, they made Emmeline.
Friends, the savior of Ishgard is here!
They made him even more annoying. How is that even possible? Dude, they made Emmeline even less likable. How is that even possible?
A fine display, but the other carriages are still in danger. Go on ahead. We'll hold the line.
Man, they made him even more holy shit, dude.
We're the only ones still struggling. Time we put our backs into it then. I've been itching for a good scrap.
Ah yes, we just knocked them out. Copium. We just knocked them out, Copium. Nothing else. No killing. Bitch.
You lot all right back there?
We're fine, and ready for more.
Hear that? Get to the front and turn the tide.
Head to the front lines, okay. Okay. Meanwhile on the front lines. Please let me play as your Stola.
Removed from the field was not a euphemism for enthusiastically murder.
It's nothing that won't heal in time. The trouble is, their tempering has made them utterly fearless. Subduing them would be easier if they had the capacity to submit in the first place.
Well, this is the path our young charges would have us walk, and that we all agreed to follow. You knew it would be hard, yet still you pledged your lance, did you not?
That I did.
What the fuck? What a weapon.
That's Vigilia. Damn it. I need to help the others take her down.
Oh, I'm playing as Lise? Okay.
There's no end to them!
Here I come.
I was wondering when you'd turn up.
Man, I want to play alongside myself as another character. That would be actually kind of
There's
fun.
no stopping us now. Come on. Let's show them what we're made of.
We have them now! Forward!
Right! Let them have it!
Oh, whoops, wrong one. Now it's our turn.
As a raging bull!
God damn. There's a stack marker over there, I can't join it. Oh, they're all down.
That's her! Vigilia!
Oh man, it's changing one
Do not fall
keybind.
behind!
Dude, changing one keybind is actually fucking me up. Holy shit. One fucking keybind and it's fucking messing with everything. And I changed it because it would be better in the long run. shit.
Kill or die!
I honestly like the Phoenix more than the helmet. Oh, she went over to the wrong side. Man, what the fuck? Oh fuck. Holy Jesus, man.
Tremble before the sun!
I mean, there's no way we all make it through this, right?
May your screams fill the air!
Okay. Okay, why not?
A worthy adversary. Rest, recover, reclaim yourself. Then we will fight again, to the death.
Sadu Hatun!
What the fuck?
That was the last of them. The day is ours, thanks to your timely arrival. What of the supply caravan? Outmaneuvered, but not outmatched. Good. Let us take the Imperials into custody and rejoin our comrades.
Where do we have even...
And soon we shall arrive at the capital.
That was pretty good. I like that.
So cold and unforgiving. Thus spoke Emperor Solus as he gazed upon his barren domain. "800 years it had been since the Garleans first set foot here. Bested by the Kavosi after centuries of war and driven from fertile southern pastures into the blasted northern wastes. In that garden of desolation, they clung to one another for warmth, freezing, hungry, desperate, hated.
Why do they even have an aetheryte if they can't use it?
Forsaken. In the year 1513 of the 6th Astral Era, a young legatus named Solus single-handedly sparked the Magitech Revolution. How did he conceive the machina that feed on ceruleum?
Wasn't that MSQ?
Once a common, soft-spoken soldier, how had he so quickly ascended through the ranks?
MSQ. Yeah.
Like so many others, those who knew the truth are gone. Taking in the capital with his eyes for the first time, I recall thinking to myself, far colder on the earth than in the heavens. Yes, far colder indeed. Bitterly so.
Garlemald.
Not so much as a whisper.
The roads leading beyond the city walls would have been used less in recent years. Nevertheless, this was one of the most important gateways into the capital.
A buzz day and night with activity, aye. Merchants passing through the checkpoint, many of them stopping at the local hostelries.
Surely they cannot all have been tempered.
We can consider the question after we have made camp. If we spend any longer outside, we may well freeze to death where we stand. The tempered Imperials, too.
I mean...
This will be our temporary base of operations. Secure shelter for ourselves and the injured, and dispatch scouts to survey the surrounding area.
If we're planning on staying here a while, we ought to give this place a proper name.
Well, the constant sound of ice cracking underfoot makes me think of broken glass. An apt name, perhaps. But enough of this. To work, everyone!
What are we calling it? The broken glass? Or what? Is that really what we're doing? Oh, we are calling it Camp Broken Glass. Woohoo! Aetherites. Oh, what? Okay, I see how it is. I suppose that's why they would have an Aetherite, since they have like non-Guardians, I guess. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Not all of them are Guardians, or full-blood Guardians that can't use magic, so... In spite of the obstacles we've faced, our plan proceeds apace. Just a little farther and we will reach the capital itself. Still, we wouldn't get ahead of ourselves. As soon as camp has been made fit for purpose, we are to discuss a course of action with Lucia. Would you mind asking Stola and Graha to join us in the building to the northeast of the camp? Alice and I will meet you there. A meeting? Yes, I'll make my way over it once my head has cleared. In truth, I've been feeling out of sorts since we arrived. The air is thick with a palpable aura of malevolence. 'Tis the monstrous tower on the horizon, jagged, hideous, unholy. Even at distance, its presence is overwhelming. Much like the sensation I felt in the Tower of Sot, only far more terrifying. Ether flows unceasingly towards it, converging into a swirling mass of unfathomable power. For a blessing, the constant chill in the air is helping to anchor my senses in the here and now. Tell the other child shall be there will be with you in a few moments. It's raining here. If it's so cold that it wouldn't be raining, it would be snowing. Sage. You will be pleased to know most of the temple have been quartered inside the nearby buildings and are receiving treatment as we speak. I do, however, feel no small amount of guilt for commandeering civilian homes. The occupants may be long gone, but everything is exactly as they left it. Considering the length of time that they clearly passed since one would expect to find them ransacked, strangely there are no signs of anything having been stolen. It's possible that everyone fled at the first sign of trouble, though it seems so to me they left far too many useful possessions behind. Although there is no conclusive evidence, I strongly suspect that they were tempered. Sorry, I was merely thinking aloud. You mentioned a meeting, I will make my way there. Thank you for informing the others of our meeting. When everyone is here, we will begin.
Our present situation is as follows. Efforts to aid the people of Garlemald have begun in earnest. Moreover, having entered into the capital, the Imperial Palace is within our reach.
But before we proceed further, we must learn what has befallen this city, for therein lies the key to understanding and combating the Telophoroid's designs.
Yshtola's voice actor is way too rushed in whenever she says something. That's the issue I'm having. Way too rushed.
I have a suggestion, if I may. Several of the Imperial soldiers we captured on the Magna Glaciers are members of the Populares and acquaintances of mine. Once we have cured them of their tempering, they should be able to give a reliable account of the events leading to the capital's downfall.
A promising idea. I will assist the healers and their ministrations.
She's speaking way too fast. She's speaking way too fast, Manan. What?
Of course, I will require a proxy of my own, assuming you can spare one.
Would you like a hand?
No, I am sure we will manage. Better that you take my place in the field. The noxious ether of this place disagrees with me, and as I shall need to draw on my own for the treatment, 'twill be prudent for me to remain within the camp.
This talk of curing the tempered is all well and good, but I reckon the cold is a more pressing concern. All the houses round here are fitted with ceruleum heaters that could keep us warm and toasty. Problem is the machines seem to have given up the ghost, and if we keep sitting around, freezing our asses off, we'll be next. My smiths reckon that with the right parts, they can have them working again, but it won't be easy.
Understood. The machinists will assist them in the repairs.
The rest of us should either stand watch or survey the area.
We've made our presence known to the Telophoroi. They will be searching for us, if they have not already ascertained our position. That we have seen no sign of them since the battle suggests they have yet to do so. However, I suspect they may be biding their time.
Or perhaps we are beneath their notice.
Could be.
In any event, we'll find no answers standing around here. Urianger, Estinian and myself have visited Garlemald recently, so we'll lead the reconnaissance efforts. Perhaps bolstered by a few Bosnian and Dalmascian scouts from my previous excursion for good measure.
Don't forget about us Alamegans. We have experienced scouts of our own.
Well now, this is turning out to be a rather sizable team. With such numbers, we should be able to cover a wide area with relative ease, including that surrounding the Imperial Palace. How about you, Graha? I have a feeling we'll find a use or two for that vanishing spell of yours.
'Twould be my honor to be of service, though I doubt that you of all people need rely on my tricks.
That leaves us with guard duty.
Yay.
As a matter of fact, I have something else in mind for the two of you and Alphino. Between here and the center of the capital lies the Eblan Rime. I would have you search the area for survivors. Your keen sense of direction, honed in your extensive travels, should prove useful in navigating the ice fields.
Ice fields, I love ice fields. Oh wait, no I don't. Wait, why not? Oh, because of the gliding in boss fights.
I have faith that you will, and look forward to greeting you on your safe return.
I would really like them to, when you're selecting your discussion option, if they could show like what emotion you're gonna be using. So like if it's happy, if it's sad, if it's angry, and so forth. If it's confused, pondering, and so and on and on. Because that could actually help making the choice. Because sometimes I'm making a choice thinking it's gonna be like funny, but then it's serious and it's like.
You all have your duties. Let us make haste. May the Fury bless and keep you.
What is Estinian doing then? Okay, he's guard duty, probably. I'm guessing Estinian is full guard duty. East. Okay. Emmeline, just stand there and do nothing, okay? Gods be good. If it's this cold with Tartarus clothing, I dread to think how we'd fare without it. I must remember to thank her when the next we meet. It makes me realize, too, that while the people of Garlemald have spent their whole lives in conditions like these, even they'd be hard-pressed to survive away from the warmth of their homes. If there are any survivors, we must find them, and quickly. They should really not have it rain in this zone. It really shouldn't be raining in this zone. If it's as cold as they say, that it would never rain. Fuck you. Otosham's been giving something to do, have you? As it happens, I too have been ordered to make myself useful. Sounds like a rather tall order. Since you ask, we're to scour the Eblan Rime for survivors. What? Wander around ice fields on the off chance you'll find someone? It'll take forever to finish the job without the benefit of my expertise, or more specifically my telescope conference. I know just the spot to begin our search. No, I probably regret this, but we may as well humor him. No, not Emily. Not him. Couldn't it have been anyone but him, please? Where is it? Oh. Cerulean Sprite. Ovibos. What was the thing that was still alive? An overgrown rose. Okay. It's Supka PF. Okay. Neat. Not Emmeline. I spy with my little telescope nothing. A massive sheep thing, or maybe it's a cow. Not what we're after either way. Is that an ether current? Oh no, it's just a wind sprite. Other than that, it's all snow, snow, snow. But lo, what do I see over yon hillock? What? There's no mistaking it. That's a girl. What? A survivor? Show me. Over there behind that tree. Over there behind that tree. It looks like she's running away from something, though surely not us. She wouldn't even know we're here unless she had a telescope like mine. All I can tell is that she's wearing a pale green dress. A rather fetching one at that. She'll be long gone by the time we get anywhere near, but we should be able to follow her footprints. I'll let Lucia know where you're heading. Oh, and take these warming tinctures with you. The poor girl must be chilled to the bone, if not on the verge of freezing to death. That's actually very thoughtful, thank you, but won't you need some for yourself? No, I'll be fine. As a man of chivalry, my honor demands I do no less. Ah, yes. Unless we forget the very reason we are here is to protect those in need. Now go, and Godspeed. Fuck you, Emmeline. You could have seen this close by without the telescope, I'd reckon. Quest has not turned to 83 yet. Footprints in the snow. East. I mean, I see you. We're getting closer, I'm sure of it. At first we thought she'd gone inside the building, but the door doesn't look to have been opened in some time. She might still be nearby, so we'll keep looking around here. Then again, it's also possible that she ran right past this place. Would you mind searching up ahead? Yeah, this zone is properly depressing. At least. But if you call out to her from this distance, it might attract wild beasts to your location. It would be safe to get closer first, but you must do so without drawing her attention. Okay. Okay. Oh, this is one of the things I'm gonna supposed to kill for the marks. Yeah, I thought this was whenever you get to cover, it's obvious that she's gonna turn around and look for you, so you stand behind it. Man, sneaky, sneaky. They are all depending on me, huh? Oh, that's where she's going. That's a lie, obviously. Oh, you're kidding. Oh my god. No way, dude. No fucking way. Man. This zone is really putting me to fucking sleep. It's so depressing and dark. Oh, I thought that was an NPC. Still in one piece. I am a ninja. Who are you? Oh, she's actually Garlin. Wait, is she full blood? No, she would be taller. Or maybe she's younger. Stay back, this house is packed with explosives. Take another step and I'll blow this place sky high. Please, we just want to talk. Oh, you found me. I'm Alfred, this is my sister Alice and our good friend Royce. Royes. We have no intention of hurting or taking anything from you or anyone else. I give you my word. We and our comrades have come to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. Aid? You savages are the ones responsible for all of this. You did this to us. What? We didn't, I promise you. One of the other reasons we came was to find out what happened here, in fact. The Taloferoi are the ones to blame. They're the ones who laid waste to Garlemald. And they won't stop until they've destroyed the entire world. They're the enemy, our enemy. On our way, we encountered Imperial soldiers who had been made their thralls. Those poor souls are now in our care, and we are trying to cure them of their affliction. You're the first person we've met who wasn't already enslaved. How were you able to escape the Taloferoi's influence? Are there any others like you? I'm sorry, I don't mean to overwhelm you. Let's start with the introduction. Please tell me your name. My name is Licinia. That's a lie. As for how I managed to stay sane, I've been asking myself the same question ever since that night and the roar, that terrible roar, and then the screams. I was screaming too, I think. I'm not sure, I can't remember. Then came the silence, everything was still. It was like waking up from a nightmare. I thought that maybe the fighting had stopped, so I stepped outside. If your hells if your hells are real, I saw one that day. I ran past friends, people I'd known all my life, eyes vacant, dead, staring at the sky. Others were mad and violent. I saw them struggle with soldiers, but I didn't stay to watch. I fled as far as my legs would take me. Well, goddamn. Do you have family here? Is at their home? No, this is Victor's Spoils, a mansion for retired soldiers, or it was. But now me and a few others are borrowing it. Yeah, she's lying. As for the explosive, I was making them up. I just wanted to keep everyone else safe. I didn't know if you were. The truth is, our supplies are running low. You said you're here to help, can you? Of course, whatever assistance we can provide, we will. Thank you. I'd better tell the others first, though. Wait here. I don't think she trusts us. I do not believe she trusts us. This is everyone. Licinia says you can be trusted, but these are desperate times. We'd be fools to let foreign troops into our home. Having said that, were you to provide us with means of heating the place, as a sign of goodwill, perhaps we would take you at your word. If that is too much to ask, then leave us be. I have to put firewood gathering skills to use. Could you provide the spark with the magic? We'll have fire burning in no time. Will you build it under the gas boo? The what? Oh, I mean the bower. Yes, do as you will. I don't feel like they trust us. Do not feel like they trust us. So when will I get to hear your voice actor, huh? Inner turmoil. Sorry, I'm still finding it hard to come to terms with all that's happened. Now that you're here, though, I'm hoping things might change for the better. You know, I've worked up quite a sweat from all that running about, so I'll leave space around the fire for the others. As you can tell, they're in a far worse state than me. We were planning to look for somewhere warmer or with more food, but they're not going anywhere until we nurse them back to health, which I don't know how to do. Is there anything you can do to help them? I mean, I can just fucking swish whoosh your better push. I can treat their frostbite and their wounds, but it will take time for the fire to do its work. Now would be a good occasion to make use of Emmeline's tinctures, the ones that can warm the body from the inside out. Would you make sure everyone gets one? The numbness is beginning to subside, though I suspect once the fire dies, it will return with a vengeance. Warming tincture? I've never heard of such a thing. No harm in trying. But tell me, have you heard aught of the city? Though calling it that seems absurd after what's happened, it's nothing but ruins now. The few buildings still standing offer no more than a meager protection from the wind and snow. Food production, water purification, the magic tech that sustained us has come to a grinding halt. What machina that remains operational cannot be run for the lack of ceruleum. Of course, cerulean ingots is full of the stuff for all the good it does us. No one here knows the first thing about extraction or refinement. All is well. Yes, never better. Okay. Oh, what sweet libitation is this? Is this poison by any chance? What? It's a joke, ha ha ha. If I laugh, 'tis that I may not weep. So said the poet, and alas, my tears would freeze on my cheek ere they fell. We are the blessed damned, to bear witness to the fall of the great empire, while our brethren lie dead or live on as puppets of flesh. First came the war, then came the roar. When morning came, Garlemald was no more. In a cacophony of gunfire explosions and screams was our beloved capital razed to the ground. From the rubble rose the disheveled remnants, their lavish finery caked in ash as they shuffled mindlessly towards the palace, each bearing a fragment of stone or metal, an offering perhaps to the architect of our destruction. A hopeful few tried to reason with the deranged, only to be beaten for their kindness. But I knew better than to plead with the horde. I fled with my health, if not my conscience preserved. Now I await my fellow cowards for final judgment. Ah, sounds great. Is it only dudes? All of them? What do you want? A tincture? May as well drink it, I suppose. This is a radio. You don't have them where you come from, I take it. We use them to listen to messages sent by others, even over great distances. There are different types, but this model is by far the most popular. Made with quality components crafted with the finest ore sourced from Locus Amunus it is. Not all that useful since the capital fell into ruin. The people at the broadcasting station must have either fled or ended up like all the others, because all we've been hearing is the same music being played over and over and over. Oh my. Why even listen? Home beyond the horizon. An ode to the brave men and women sent to reclaim our ancestral homeland of Locus Amonis. We may have founded an empire in these frozen wastes, but we always hoped to take back what was once ours. 'Tis a solemn reminder that though we must suffer great hardship, better days will surely come. Despite everything, I believe that Emperor Varys yet lives, and that he speaks to us through our radios. It was a cunning strategy, faking his murder. He must have foreseen this catastrophe and chosen to conceal himself, that he may one day make his triumphant return. Yes, I'm sure of it. Emperor Varys would not be defeated so easily. I mean, I would not be surprised if he still lived. Didn't die on screen, not dead. Didn't die on screen, not dead. What's that? So this is what you gave the others. Thank you, I'll save it for later. Actually, I have a few things to ask you. Are you part of the group staying in Laterum? I saw Legatus Vergilius troops heading towards the Magna Glacies a few days ago. Or are they the ones you encountered? I don't know what we're staying at, but we're staying at something. Camp Broken Glass, you call it? And Virgilia and her men are all there now. So how did you reach the Magna Glaciers? Did you cross the mountains on foot? Why am I telling her this? Airships. Then there might be a way to Licinia. Where is her? Ah, there is someone else. Is something the matter? A voice from inside, you see. You must be imagining things. Everyone's out here. Perhaps a baby Almasty has found its way into the house. It mustn't be the first time. Without the soldiers to scare them off, Valen must have been roaming closer to the settlements. Some have been known to attack people too. I just had an idea. If you and yours are strong enough to defeat our legatus, then surely a few beasts shouldn't pose a threat. If you have a mind to continue helping us, perhaps you could head to the other side of the lake. There's a small group of tappers living there, people whose job was to extract ceruleum. They still do, from what we can tell. I've already tried to ask if they would share their fuel with us, but they're not willing to give it away. They want food in exchange, lots of food, and that's something we don't have and can't get on our own. On top of that, to even reach their den, we'd have to make our way past all those creatures. So wait, there's other people alive then? Would you be willing to go in our place? We only need enough ceruleum to last until the others are strong enough to travel to your camp. If the offer still stands, that is. Oh, I don't expect you to give up your own supplies. But there might be another way to pay the tappers. You best watch out for baby Almastis while we're away. Ah yes, of course. If I see any, I'll be sure to shoot them away. To reach tappers, then you'll have to cross the lake. The ice is thick enough to support a person's weight, but if you'd rather not take the risk, you'll need to take the long way around. Finding the entrance can be a bit tricky too, so it's easier to just look for someone just standing guard outside. However you decide to head there, please be careful. Like, she doesn't trust us at all. Why not? Why you not trust? What? Wait, I forgot all about these. I have a feeling. Better safe than sorry, I say. Ha, I was correct. Ouch. Oh yeah, wait, I should... Honestly, I'm gonna go and... I'm gonna go and pick up 83 guild ships. For the extra experience for as long as possible. Hello? Wait, do I need some other requirements? Fuck. What did it say? Well, once you fulfill certain conditions within the... Ballsack. Oh. Fate. Oh, here we go with this. Oh man. It's really annoying that they're spawning on top of me. Man. Okay. If you could let me fucking regen for like 2 seconds. Thank you. Now we go. Oh, I got some fate bonus XP. Oh, someone's over here. Northwest. Oh. I am not gonna have time to... Okay. Got decent experience anyway, that's fine. Can I finally get some sun? Oh, no, it's too cloudy for sun. Okay, whatever. Southeast. South. Should be there. Don't attack me, don't attack me, don't attack me, thank you. Who goes there? How did you find us? What do you mean I stand out like a sore thumb? What? If the purebloods over at Victor's Sports hadn't given away our location, you'd never have found us. Those stuck-up assholes thought they could come waltzing in here demanding ceruleum with nothing to offer in return. Ha! It looks like the boot's on the other foot now that the capital's gone to shite. Ah. So they've resorted to sending you to negotiate. I know your game, sellsword. If they think we'll give into intimidation, they've got another thing coming. Oh, what the fuck? I would give in to intimidation if I saw this. There you are. Just after you left, Licinia asked me to go and catch up with you in case you needed a hand. Someone must have let slip that I have little experience in transporting barrels of ceruleum. So this is the tapper's den. Well then, after you. I don't know why they attacked me. What the fuck? What did they expect? Who are you? What happened to the guards? Well, they attacked me, so I fucking kicked their ass. Eorzeans and rebels here to save the people of Garlemald. That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why in the hells would you pass up this chance to put those imperial bastards to the sword? Oh. Let me guess. None of you are Garlean. You were brought here from other lands. Girabania, Yangsha, Bosnia, Bosnia, Dalmasca, to name but a few. Some dragged here against our will. Others fed bollocks about a better life, all but put to work extracting ceruleum. All given the esteemed title of An, placing us firmly on the bottom rung of the ladder. But the old hierarchy means nothing in the new Garlemald, says we. About the only thing that escaped more or less unscathed is cerulean ingots, still sustaining us even with our paymasters out of the picture. We hear you're experts in drawing up ceruleum from the bottom of the lake. But how can you do that if it's frozen over? Ha, wouldn't you like to know? Trade secrets, I'm afraid. At any rate, it's not as if ceruleum is used for much these days. What with the city in ruins, we take enough to power our heaters and save the surplus for later. And though it helps stave off the cold, it does sod all about our hunger unless we can trade it away. Speaking of which, be sure to tell your contingent we've got ceruleum by the barrel full. If they're interested, we'll exchange it for whatever provisions they're willing to spare. We can certainly ask, but if you're all free to go now, why carry on living here? Free to go? Go where? Even if we managed to get back to our homelands, there'd be nothing left for us, thanks to the Empire. And the knowledge and skills we acquired working here would be practically useless outside of Garlemald. So we're staying for the time being. Long as there's a need for ceruleum, we'll find a way to get by, even if Garlemald, as we knew it, is gone for good. Gone for good? Regardless of what the Ilsabard contingent does for the people of Garlemald, the Empire itself is already a thing of the past. For many, that would be a cause for celebration, while for others, their whole way of life will have been turned upside down. After all the atrocities committed in the Empire's name, perhaps it is for the best that it is consigned to history. But what of the ordinary people? Their lives, their stories, should they be forgotten too? I suppose there'll be plenty of time to ponder that later. For now, let's see about getting some ceruleum. So you come seeking ceruleum, have you? What? Those purebloods up at Victor's spoils sent you? To turn to their enemies for help, they must be more desperate than I'd thought. Then again, Lysinia's got her little sister to think about, so that's what it is. A sister, but we only saw Lysinia and 3 men. It's possible she died from whatever was ailing her. If she needed treatment, I doubt there'd be any way to get it around here. I may have refused Lysinia at first, thinking she'd come back with something to exchange, but I can spare them a bottle's worth of ceruleum. Consider it a reward for introducing me to the rest of your contingent. Be sure to send them our way, you hear? I can't for the life of me think why Lysinia would keep her sister a secret from us, but we can ask about that after we've delivered this ceruleum. Come on, let's hurry back. Because she doesn't trust us, that's why. Oh shit, it's gonna be complete. Oh, whatever. $463 malms, that's like this height, I think? I think it will be in reach before I reach the edge. Oh, come on. What the f... Oh. Oh, it... Oh! It was an extra large one, that explains it. Jotten. Oh, I actually did reach the edge. Northwest. I mean, it has to be up there, isn't it? How do I get up? What the fuck? Cars. What the fuck? Oh, even here. Oh, now it's snowing also. That's better than rain at least. This zone is fucking small though, for sure. northwest, so there's no one left here. Are they gone? This isn't right, it's too quiet. I would have thought Alphanod would still be treating them by the fire, but they're nowhere to be seen. Ah. That's what happened. I'll look inside the house while you search outside. They can't have gone far. I know what's happening. They're holding Alphanod hostage. Kick W. Really now? Really? So that was their plan? Really? Really? Or they tried to, I guess. They asked me to help carry supplies, but when I followed them back here, they attacked me. Caught me off guard, forced me to defend myself. I fear they fared rather worse than me. You can't fool us, we know what you're about. Vultures, that's what you are, waiting in the wings for us to show weakness, then in you swoop. Here to help, what rot, all a ploy to make us lower our guard. Let you in, put ourselves at your mercy, put us in chains, steal our lands, get your revenge. You're wrong, that's not what any of us want. Save the arguments for later, we've got bigger problems. I found empty medicine bottles and a bed that was still warm. It's true Lasinia was hiding her sick sister inside the house. But now there's no sign of either of them. Where are they? Where did they go? Away from you and yours, and if you think I'll tell you, you're a fool. I'd never give up my people. We're trying to help them, you idiot. Her sister's ill, the empty bottles prove it, so the medicine ran out, or she put it in her pockets to make it easier to carry, or to avoid the sound of clinking glass. There are beasts everywhere. How could you let them go alone? To protect them from you. You are fucking... You invade our homeland, tainted with the same sorcery used to slay our countrymen. A guardian should sooner die than suffer the insult. Better for them to flee, keep their purity intact, and be corrupted by your vile magics. We were waiting for a chance to free them since the moment you arrived. This is getting us nowhere. I cannot say how Licinia and her sister will react when we find them, but find them we must. Go on without me, both of you. First I need to tend to my injuries and then and theirs. I will join you in search after. Alright, be careful. We'll do our best to find them quickly. There's only one path out of here, so that's where we'll start. So they'd rather die. 2 sets of fresh footprints. Young women, judging by the size. This is definitely them. Come on. I hope they die, they deserve to. Trail stops at the frozen lake, perhaps they chose this route so as not to leave footprints. I can't think of any other reason. Look at this place, it's crawling with beasts, and I can only imagine how hard it must be for her ailing sister to cross the ice. We could really do with Elfino's help, but we can't afford to wait for him. Let's split up and look for clues. So if I had to be here somewhere, it would be with the structure, no? That's what I think. Maybe not. Oh, here's something. A wet paper half buried in the snow, buried in the snow appears to be a flyer of a theater group. The run the show's advertised has long since ended. That was nothing then. Oh, a fate spawn. Nice. Oh, what? Do hope someone's on the way to help. Oh. Oh yeah, my chocobo. Empty bottle. Oh, they're making their way there. And the bottle smells faintly of alcohol. The thin coating of dirt indicates it has been here for some time, and it's unlikely to have any connection to Licinia of or her sister. Oh. Ha, okay, well. Sure, okay then. I thought I found something, and then it's like, nope. I mean, it has to be on top of the pipe, right? Fuck. Just go there first, man. It's for sure up on the pipe. Oh. Where is it? It could be this thing here. Fresh blood. And a lot of it. A bloodstain in the snow appears to be fresh, judging by the amount the victim may have been severely wounded. The trail of blood leads southeastwards. Great, I hope they die. They deserve it for not accepting our help. For being such fucking dumb fucks. Yes, good. This is what you deserve, apes. You'd rather die than fucking get saved by me. Moron. The two bodies are already cold. They're dead. Can I stop her before she sees us? Can I please stop them before? Okay, guess not.
Blood trail. We found one. They were attacked.
And they're dead.
No. Why? Why wouldn't they?
Safer to brave the wilds than trust in our magic. We should have... I should have... We can't leave them like this. We have to take them home.
No, just leave them. What? No, we can't.
What if we're only making it worse?
Maybe we don't belong here, but neither do they. Not out here in the wind and the cold. I heard the story about Varus's voice from beyond the grave.
I heard the story about Varus's voice from beyond the grave. What?
Of course I didn't believe it. But Licinia and her sister did. Perhaps there is something to the tale after all.
What, so... Huh. I mean,
I
he's...
want to understand. So I'm going to borrow this for a while, if that's all right. You had every reason not to trust us. We came as trespassers, invaders. But I pray that in time, we will be more than that to you. That we will find a way to help your loved ones. And see that no more children are left to freeze alone in the snow.
So the story is gonna have us take the... There must have been something we could have done, but what? Should we have never come here? Would they still be alive if we hadn't? We've already caused enough harm here. Let us return to camp before we cause any more. As for those inside the house, we should send someone to take care of them as someone who isn't us. All we can do for now is make our report to Lucia and do everything in our power to prevent further tragedy. So let us linger here no more. Come. So, like, I kind of understand where this story is gonna take part. Like, it's gonna show us the perspective of like how Garlemald, like, if the Garleans truly believe that they were good, then when they invaded at first as well to try and save us, it's gonna be like the same, I guess. And now when we get to see like we're trying to help, but it's like not gonna work because they're never gonna trust us. Because they know what they did. And so a thief sees a thief. Or a thief sees other thieves. Can I solo this? I'm not sure. Maybe it's white mage. But it's gonna be slow. But I won't die. Oh, someone else came as well. Neat. Oh, they got aggro. Ooh. Fall clean, fall clean. I can't send that on a... Oh yeah, can't do that on that party member. Hello? Can I... With the region? Ooh, 300k experience. Nice. That's almost as much as a as a MSQ or a main story quest. Almost. We tried to save some people and they died instead. LSA and Alpha Note tell me they have finished their preliminary search for survivors but refrained from saying much more than that. Clearly they are reluctant to provide details. May I ask for your account? Yeah, I guess.
Thank you for your report. We shall inform the troops of these developments and instruct them to proceed with the utmost caution should they encounter any survivors.
Allow me to go and speak with the ones at the victor's spoils. They may be more willing to listen to a fellow Garlean and accept our offer of assistance.
I pray you are right. And though I am loath to burden you any further, should there be an appropriate occasion to speak of Licinia and her sister, please do so.
I am sorry to have put you through this.
My distress is nothing compared to their suffering. So tell me, what else have we learned?
As you may have already heard, we have succeeded in curing the members of the Populares, Maxima identified. They have provided us with some intriguing insights into the current state of Garlemald. The assassination of Emperor Varus was the catalyst for the civil war. Nerva declared his claim to the throne, and his opponents refused to recognize it. Fighting broke out in the capital, where Nerva's Third Legion clashed with the First, who remained loyal to Varus even after his death.
Of course, even Imperial warmongers would balk at the idea of turning their shining city into a battleground. Like burning down the wood to spite the wasps. Neither side would be so mad. Unless something or someone inflamed their animosity to such an extent that they could not help but act against their better judgment.
It brings to mind events at the Gimlet Dark, does it not? The Emperor's sudden withdrawal from the front lines, specifically. Nerva and his father, Titus, Varus's then political rival, took advantage of rumors that Crown Prince Xenos had been possessed by a demon.
Elidibus, what better way to disparage your enemies than with the truth, or a close enough approximation?
Yeah, I guess.
Indeed. But before their accusations could be substantiated, many of Titus's followers were silenced. While some were merely stripped of their status, others died under curious circumstances. One after another, suddenly and suspiciously.
The fuck? Well?
Again, Elidibus. Like as not, he had a hand in it. No evidence was found to implicate Varus, certainly. Nevertheless, Titus, Nerva, and the Third Legion would have judged it a brazen attempt by the Emperor to rid himself of his political enemies. And then, in the midst of this growing turmoil, Varys Sosgalvis is murdered. And Garlemald's own prodigal son, Gaius van Belsar, is named the murderer.
Prodigal son.
Shortly thereafter, Nerva claims the right of succession, and in response, the First Legion claims the assassination was part of a coup d'etat orchestrated by Titus and Nerva.
Even though none had any proof of anything.
So no one is at fault, and everyone else is to blame.
I should add that both parties received substantial financial backing, presumably to provide them with the means and encouragement to pursue a swift victory, and that these contributions came from the self-same benefactor.
Oh no.
I'd heard House Brutus had been filling the Third Legion's coffers, but the First as well.
It would seem so. Though the Populares determined that the First Legion received funds from a variety of organizations, all had connections to House Brutus.
So Fandaniel, in the guise of Asahi, was playing both sides against each other the entire time.
The information we gained from my friends does not end there. One night, shortly after fighting broke out, the capital was shaken by an immense tremor. From that point onward, they have no memories, no recollection of any events, including our clash on the Magna Glaciers. But when asked about the Imperial Palace and its bizarre transformation, they somehow recall Emperor Varys giving them orders in their dreams. May the Tower of Babel stand as testament to the glory of Garlemald.
Tower of Babel.
This sounds awfully familiar.
We have something to show you all.
We do? Oh.
Varys spoke to them through this radio. Perhaps it was a recording, but if not, that would be inexplicable.
We are of one mind, then.
The ether that permeates the ore used in this device is almost identical to that of the talismans.
The ether that permeates the ore used in this device is almost identical to the talisman.
I see it. While it is likely more by coincidence than design, these devices might also ward against a primal's influence.
Okay, she's kind of sounding more...
A picture is beginning to form. If the tremor felt throughout Garlemald was a wave of ether emitted by a primal, then while those within range would have been tempered, those huddled around a radio desperate for news concerning the Civil War would have been spared.
Huh?
No wonder Licinia kept it close.
My friends, I must speak with you. A young man was caught trying to steal our supplies. He is a soldier of the Iron Men, we think, but one who has not been made thrall. Thankfully, Magni restrained him before blood was spilled. The stranger is outside, if you wish to ask him questions.
Okay then.
I think we do.
Who do we have here?
Garleans? Traitors to your homeland! Have you no shame?
I am Lucia Junius, a Temple Knight of Ishgard. And you are?
Iulus Pier Norbanus. And that's all you invaders will get from me.
We are not here to invade Garlemald. Far from it. Like you, our allies in Eorzea and the Far East fight in defense of their lives and their loved ones even as we speak. But it is the people of Garlemald who have suffered most. This we know. And that is why we have come to offer you our aid, that we may unite against our common foe. Whether you believe me or not, those are the facts. Now, answer me this. Why would a proud soldier of the Empire be reduced to stealing? The situation must be dire indeed for you to go to such lengths.
Playing at his honor, huh? Or playing at his fucking pride.
If it is supplies you seek, we would gladly share ours, or turn a blind eye while you leave with your spoils.
I will not negotiate. My commander will determine how to deal with you and yours. If you wish to treat with him, I will take you, but no more than 3.
I don't much like the sound of that. But if we do accept his proposal, I suggest the 2 of us and...
Not one of you two.
Please allow me and Alize to act as envoys.
No, not you two.
May I ask why?
Yeah, exactly.
We have seen with our own eyes the hardships the Garleans face. How their futures and lives hang in the balance.
No.
It's not the warmest invitation, but it's an opportunity to prove our intentions true. Maybe not a chance to make things right, but a chance to make them better.
No. Someone say no, please. No. What? Does no one have better judgment here?
I can see that persuading you otherwise is a lost cause, but you will proceed with the utmost care.
Doesn't matter how many they are. I can fucking take them all.
A couple of children and what? A sellsword? Is this an insult?
Not in the least. You will find that they are more than qualified to speak on our behalf.
There are many dangers on the road ahead. I will need that back.
Nope. Man, so many stupid decisions. You will be received as invited guest, and so I urge you to observe proper social etiquette and conduct yourselves accordingly. Your safe return takes precedence above all else, remember this. Thanker in particular will be worried sick if you're gone too long. May the Fury watch over you and keep you. Are you and the children ready? I will explain the route once we are outside of your camp. If anyone attempts to follow us, we will judge it as an act of hostility. We will not hesitate to take appropriate measures. I would expect nothing less. You have our full cooperation. I'm gonna go over to this. There's stub bonus experience of both of these. Nice. That's some bull. What the fuck? It disappeared as I clicked on it? Really? For 40k crits. And this is so tanky. Oh wait, fuck, I left my... Why are you shooting my fucking... And this shit is so fucking cool, dude. Oh, another one? this continue? No, okay. Okay. What was I thinking of? There was something, but I don't remember what. Oh well, whatever. Hello, can you aggro? Wasn't it the Sultana that learned that you shouldn't be doing charity work? Like the Sultana learned that you shouldn't just be doing, you know, charity, which we are doing now. That was a bit too close. Rips. Oops, waste. Like, how many times are we gonna have to learn that we're doing the wrong thing with Elfinod and Alice here? But this is far enough, listen carefully. We head over that hill, then follow the road until we reach Liminal Station 4. Children in the lead, I want you where I can see you. We do have names, you know. I'm Alice and himself, and last but not least, here there's Royce. Where have I heard that before? No matter, Alphen and Alice have watched the road ahead while we bring up the rear. I wasn't lying about there being many dangers, so you're to run, not saunter, run towards the station. If you even think about going for your weapon, the deal's off. Should any creature bar the way, we go around them. Once you choose to report, Julius will accompany you. Alphen and Alice will be then moving towards the destination. Make your way towards okay. Here's money and race for any reason. Lose sight of Alphen and try to your starting point. Ready to make a dash for? Okay, sure. Something's gonna go wrong, obviously. Anyone could see that. I'm not allowed to draw my weapons, so... Okay, so when does the backstabbing come? This is it, the first stop, that is. Good, it looks like your friends knew better than to follow us. Are these your headquarters? No, we're stopping here so I can check for pursuers. Since it appears you've kept your side of the bargain, we can carry on. North to the station is Regio Domurum, one of the main residential areas, or at least it was. The afflicted roam the streets in packs. They'll tear us to shreds if given the chance. Keep close, no wandering off, understood? From here we'll be heading northeast, keeping to the left of the railway. While the road itself is straightforward, getting past the hordes unseen is anything but. Keep your weapons at ready. They would attack their own countrymen? A. They spare their own but slaughter the rest without hesitation. Wait. While they would attack, getting past the hordes unseen is anything but keep your weapons at the ready. They would attack their own countrymen? Aye. They spare their own but slaughter the rest without hesitation. They will try to avoid detection. The chances of sneaking by completely unnoticed are slim at best. I will lead the way, but in the event we are seen, you are to fight them off. Those who will follow us, provided they can refrain from drawing their weapons. Those two will follow us, provided they can refrain from drawing their weapons, while I doubt they would be foolish enough to stab their guide in the back. I will not take that chance. With that said, let us proceed. I mean, we wouldn't trust Garleans, I suppose, right? Right. We would never have trusted Garleans ever. So it would make sense that they don't trust us. I see why your comrades shows you. Euless, our contingent has a cure for the afflicted, or tempted as we call them. Your people would need to be taken into custody that we may administer the treatment, but they would eventually regain their sanity. Is that so? For all I know, your treatment will simply force them to forsake one master for another. As far as I and my legion are concerned, they are no longer our people, they're beyond saving. Those who thought differently and tried to reason with them were butchered for their bleeding hearts. Come, we have to keep moving. Looks like we're not being followed. We will continue onward. Oh, this is where we're going, huh? I meant what I said. These people deserve only death. I stayed my hand before only out of a desire to remain undiscovered, and that is still the higher priority. We should continue to avoid any unnecessary confrontations. Keep following the railway. I mean, okay, so they just vehemently believe that it can be no wrongdoing of their own. Basically, they they refuse to believe that they have done anything wrong. You know? That's just how it is. They won't ever believe that they have done anything wrong. Oh, whoops. Wait, what the fuck? Hello? Oh, there. What the fuck are those? Okay, well, those are beyond saving. Look at what they have become. Would you still stand there and claim that they can be cured? Not those ones. Those exposed to a vast quantity of a primal's ether may suffer severe corruption. Even with treatment such victims are beyond salvation. Then you admit it. Now that you have seen these monstrosities for yourself, perhaps you will think twice before speaking of a cure. What? Ape, are you... Uneducated, ignorant fucker. You wield your ignorance as a weapon. We're almost there. You have kept your side of the agreement, so I will keep mine. This way. Where the fuck is that fucking... What? Is it underground? Is this a big underground base or something? Probably, right? We go down here. Wait, where did they go? Hello? This is Tertium, one of Garlemald's largest stations. I now serve as our headquarters. I've already sent the twins ahead. I will be with you as soon, so wait for me at the bottom of the stairs. Bullshit, we're gonna get fucking... Manan, we are going to get backstabbed. Oh, there he's alive. Underground base, smart. Should be decently warm. They had... It's plain to see why they chose this as their base of operations. They could have done a lot worse. Even so, I imagine it is not the easiest place to live. Indeed, and if Iulus was willing to make the perilous journey to Camp Brokenglass in search of food, their own supplies must be all but exhausted. They may be shielded from the wind and snow, but it's still bitterly cold. Much like Victor's spoils, it must be a constant struggle to keep their people warm. Lower your voices. While you may be here as my guest, the others will not take kindly to your presence. My commander is in the locomotive over there. I guess I'm not allowed to attune to the fucking Aetheryte. Friendly threat is not responding. Hey, okay. Who are you? Beard. Out of the way, Crublor.
These are their chosen representatives.
Very well. Let us hear what they have to say.
Yes, sir. I present to you our commander, Lord Quintus Vankina, Legatus of the First Legion.
Legatus, huh? Okay.
The first? I had no idea you had survived.
We lost our emperor, our city, more than half our troops. For my wounds, I may never take the field again. But we survived, aye. In a manner much to your liking, I dare say.
We have no intention of adding to your misfortunes, nor do we bear you any ill will.
Spare me. Though you children may speak in earnest, overtures of peace ever ring hollow in my ears. So long as man stands to profit from his neighbor's suffering, war is inevitable. Driven from our ancestral homeland into this blasted waste. Yet still you yearned to rob us of our paltry scraps. 'Twas only with Magitech that you learned to keep your distance. Though we knew it was only a matter of time before you regrouped and returned. Conquest and empire were our only defenses. Emperors Solus and Varys understood this, and through their campaigns saw us grow and prosper. Much blood has been spilled in Garlemald's name, aye. But if it is a choice between yours and mine, then it is hardly a choice at all.
Fair.
I do not deny that a great many conflicts throughout history were driven by the desire or necessity to gain by another's loss. That is not why we are here. Nor have we come to petition your aid in the war with the Telophoroi, grave though that threat may be. Our purpose is simply this. We wish to help you. Let us help you. If there is aught that can be done to ease your plight, we would be glad to do it.
Perhaps you would. But regardless of the ideals you espouse, your leaders would not send an army into Garlemald if they did not stand to benefit. If we accept their aid, they will expect their efforts to be rewarded once the Telophoroi are no longer a threat. And after compensation and concessions, the great empire would be brought to heel. Her enemies rejoice at her downfall. Our third eye, a mark of shame.
We won't stand idly by and let your people be humiliated. And we're not alone in that. We only want to make a difference, to make this world of ours better. Surely you can understand that.
No, why would he?
What I'm trying to say is, there are so many people who just don't care about making you suffer. And maybe that's almost insulting after all the suffering you feel the world has subjected your people to, but
there are so many people who just don't care about making us peace.
believe it or not, that's the truth. And now we're here, and all we're asking is for you to tell us what you want, what you hope for.
So much blood has been shed, so much lost. All because of this endless war. Who wouldn't want to end it? Can we not work together to face our problems as one?
No.
Answer me this, young peacemakers. If a world without conflict is your desire, why reject the unity and prosperity of Garlemald? Is it because we do not share your faith? That we do not share your heritage?
Fair.
That our ideals and virtues differ? That we cherish and hold in the highest that which you do not? Disparity is the root of discord, and peace built on compromise is flawed and fleeting. Happiness for one and all is a dream, and the reality is that to the victor go the spoils. That is why we Garleans will never submit nor surrender. For freedom and for pride, we will remain true to ourselves until the bitter end. That is my hope. It seems there is nothing more to say on the matter.
Get fucked.
You will remain here while I decide what is to be done with you. Do not be alarmed. No harm will come to you if you cooperate.
We will not resist. However, as your guests, I ask that we be allowed to speak with the other members of your group.
As you wish. I had no intention of locking you up, as by dawn you would be frozen stiff and you're no good to me dead. You are free to move about the encampment, but there is one condition. Collar them.
Collar them? What?
What are these?
Incentive. You'll be watched at all times. Stray too far or act suspiciously, and we will administer a rather painful shock. Stop. Keep away from that one. The champion of Eorzea is not so easily cowed. Even if she allowed herself to be collared, the shock would be no more than an itch. No. If she refuses to obey, we will activate the twins' restraints instead.
Yeah, makes sense.
You needn't worry about us.
We'll forget we're even wearing them soon enough.
Even now, you still... Why go to such lengths? What is it all for?
Yeah, because even the most bitter adversary may one day see reason. On the coldest, blackest of nights, meager though it may be, we must share the warmth of our fire.
You are a curious one. A far cry from the merciless barbarian others paint you to be.
That's because it's you that paint me that way, you fucking...
You will be their warden. Take them away.
Yes, sir.
Can I get two now? Nope. Okay, whatever. As per Lord Quintus' instructions, I am to supervise you during your time here in Tertium. Before you ask, no, I do not have a key or any other means to remove your collars, nor would I tell you if I did. And if you try anything, you'll soon wish you hadn't. So do you truly intend to speak with the others, or was that merely a ruse? We're in no hurry to disobey Lord Quintus, if that's what you mean. Or perhaps you doubt the wisdom of his decision. Do as you will, but remember I'll be watching. If I catch wind of you doing anything untoward, trying to trick our people into turning their coats and the like, those shock collars will be the least of your worries, understood? Though we're somewhat compromised, to put it lightly, let's not waste this opportunity. I suggest splitting up and learning what we can of their situation. Above all else, don't use magic of any sort. You, on the other hand, may go wherever you wish, even outside the camp. I know full well I couldn't stop you if I tried. But do not forget, if you do anything to endanger us or our interest, Elfin and Alice will pay the price. Yeah? What if I don't care? What if I don't care? I mean, they have been making stupid decisions only so far this expansion. Like what? What? They've only been making stupid decisions. It's you. I served under Lord Gaius in the 14th Legion. I was there on the night the Praetorium fell. You and your adventurers, you killed them. My comrades, my friends, swept them aside in their dozens as though they were nothing to you. Yeah? And maybe I am too, just another faceless enemy to be cut down, but it won't be long until our countrymen return, until you get what you deserve. Mark my words. Lul. Oh, they have a mender. He's not gonna talk to me though. We have not the resources or inclinations. It's so cold. The young soldier is on the verge of losing consciousness. You came with Eulus, didn't you? Well, whatever business brought you here, you'd best keep your hands off that aetheryte. It's deactivated, but I'd rather you didn't mess about with it. There are others throughout the city, built by Garleans, 4 Garleans. Could teleport all over in the blink of an eye, provided there was a terminal there nearby. These days, however, we use the aetheryte's power to keep this place lit, though that comes at a cost of its normal function. So it's, yeah, okay. I know who you are, the so-called champion of Eorsia. Come to clothes. Have you? I will the smirk of your face by the blood of our fallen compatriot. I swear I'll... Ugh. Damn, tore the sutures. Of all the times, the worst of the lot within striking distance, I can't even muster strength. If I weren't for all this... If it weren't for the third bleeding us, we'd be the end of you. Vergilia's treachery nearly cost Lord Quintus his life, but we made our escape, took shelter in a mansion, tended to the wounded, and as we prepared to strike back, and then night fell and we gathered around the radio. Then the roar, the terrible roar. The capital was in chaos, but we were spared. If you can call it a mercy, mind intact, but body broken, a soldier in name alone. I'd cut you down where you stand if I could, murderer. Did you learn anything of note? Yeah, they hate us. A lot. And your findings are consistent with my own. Their plight is desperate indeed. The sick and injured are at greater risk. Without warmth and proper nutrition, I fear they will soon perish. I realize there is precious little we can do for them at present, but I cannot bear to see them suffer. Please, will you help me tend to them? I mean, the issue is that they'd rather die than have me do anything for them. Who's there? My eyes. They can't see all that well. Ah, thank you. The numbness has subsided a little, but I know I won't last much longer. You should look to the others who can still fight. Give them my rations. Or if me going hungry means someone else lives to see another day, so be it. At least I can still serve in any way. I mean, they are loyal to each other. They just don't know that they're fucking tyrants. So those you met fare no better. I was afraid you would say that. I know we were warned against meddling in their affairs, but we can't leave them like this. Perhaps they might gain permission to have the contingent deliver supplies. Quintus may have made his feelings on the matter quite clear, but even he must recognize they are not in a position to refuse help. Maybe Eulus could persuade him. But we need to persuade Eulus first. Well, seen enough. Eulus, the people have barely enough food and fuel to survive. Have you and the other soldiers been able to procure any more supplies? We've been scavenging provisions from the nearby houses as most families kept some stored away in the event they were snowed in. Still going out and getting it is dangerous work, and we have a lot of mouths to feed. Fuel is the greater concern, though. We had some ceruleum set aside until it was stolen. We haven't identified the culprit. Could have been other refugees or one of the afflicted for all we know. Either way, we are down to the last dregs. Without the heating they need, those in poor health are only going to get worse instead of better. If it's ceruleum you need, our contingent has secured a ready supply. We can have some sent over. We will not accept your charity. If we can hold on a little longer, the situation is sure to change. Aye, everything will change. You're those mysterious countrymen of yours, I assume. Heard something of it, have you? Well, from what I've seen, there's little you could do to interfere, so there's no harm in telling you. One of our scouts spotted a hooded man issuing instructions to the afflicted, or in the bastard's words, loyal servants of the Telophoroi. Then he made his way inside the Imperial Palace, or what stands in its place. We'd identified the seat of the enemy's power. Really asked Lord Quintus to dispatch a messenger to the 10th Legion, saying as much. Wait. We'd identified the seat of the enemy's power. Wait. He made his way inside the Imperial Palace, or what stands in its place. Yeah, that's fucking Van Daniel. We had identified the seat of the enemy's power, we realized. Lord Quintus dispatched a messenger to the 10th Legion saying as much and instructing them to join forces with the provincial legions to prepare for a combined assault on the Telophoroi. Once our allies arrive, your contingent will be sent running for the hills. Then we shall reclaim the capital by our own hand. And how do you intend to survive in the meantime? At this rate, many of your countrymen will perish long before reinforcements reach Garlemald. They need help now. Say the word and we will bring you your ceruleum. No. No. I will speak with Lord Quintus. We would like, if we go back to IRR, or we go back to, look, if we go back to our Realm Reborn, if we go back to Heavensward or Stormblood, if the Garleans offered it, we would have said no every time. We would have said no every time. We would never have accepted it. So why would they now accept it? Nope. No, he will not place Garlemald in the depth of her enemies. I have, however, been ordered to search for ceruleum outside. As you are under my watch, you will come with me. Very well. After all, many hands make light work. You lots are more trouble than you're worth. Once we are outside, you will follow my instructions to the letter. We depart shortly. We will begin our search for ceruleum in Regiu Urbanisia, Risma. The first location is Forum Solius, a park to the northwest of the station. You are to remain close at all times and act only as ordered. Follow me. I really want them not to accept help, because that would make sense. Because at no point in time would any Eorzean have accepted any Garlean help at all. And their argument is solid, in their minds at least, in their heads. Why, if you want peace, not accept Garlean peace, you know? Makes sense. It makes complete sense. So this is the park. I'm surprised they found a space for one amongst all these buildings. Actually, the recreational areas came first. The houses were later built around them. A healthy society requires communal spaces for children to play and adults to socialize. This park was named after the founding father of the empire, the great Solus Galvus. Did we come to extract ceruleum from the wrecked Magitech armor? No. No, we've already drained it dry. Same goes for the rest of the machina in the vicinity. But as our ceruleum has been stolen, we must scour the city for every last drop. And while I don't expect to find anything here, I've decided to try one more time, in case something has been overlooked. I see, then with your permission we'll commence the search. Check army confirms that the fuel canister has been long since been drained of ceruleum, as you have said. Though rather small by Garlean standards, the structure is reminiscent of a merchant's stall. Perhaps it was built for children to play at as a shopkeeper. There is nothing inside resembling Magitech or any other device that would be fueled by ceruleum. Several points of interest are marked on the map of Forum Soleus. The pond, the children's player areas. To your knowledge, however, none would require use of ceruleum. I don't know. Why would a children's slide have ceruleum? The contraption is built in style of an Imperial war machine armed with a battery of weapons and capable of transforming into different configuration, but on closer inspection it appears to be one no more than a children's slide. Yeah, nothing. Oh, it's you. Any luck? Nope. We could have guessed. There's nothing. There's no sign of any ceruleum. Hardly surprising, but disappointing nonetheless. I couldn't help but noticing you gazing at the pond. Is something the matter? What? Yes, I mean, no, It's just I used to bring my brother and sister here to play. The pond was heated to stop it from freezing over, so like all the other children, they just had to wade in and splash about. Would have stayed there if I didn't drag them out. We'd be sopping wet when all was said and done, every time. And every time we'd get home, Mother would scold us, saying we'd catch our death walking around like that. The pond was heated? With a ceruleum power heater by chance? I suppose it must have been. Come to think of it, I remember seeing engineers changing out the tank beneath a hatch. But that was a long time ago, when the water still flowed clear and wasn't this brackish muck. I can't see a thing, and I can't remember where the hatch might be. With machinery most likely broken, the amount of filth in there is probably the only reason it hasn't frozen over. I'd wager it's still unbearably cold though. Julius, what are your thoughts on magic? The average Garlean would jump out of their skin if they saw it, but the first has a few foreign signiferi and medici, so it doesn't scare me. And I take it you won't mind if I employ a little now. As you have a knack for finding dry wood, why don't you bring me some? Once that's done, a blast of verify should do the trick. Leave it to me. You're not planning to go in there, are you? Of course I am. The tank isn't going to fetch itself. It's nothing so involved as extracting unprocessed cerulean from a frozen lake like how the tappers do it. We're talking about a shallow pond in a park. We have a way of warming ourselves up after. But that's insane. To fancy a dip. A little friendly competition might make things interesting. Last one to find a ceruleum tank is rotten egg, though I dare say we'll both smell like rotten eggs when this is over. How deep is it? Huh. So if I wasn't such a beast with what you think it catch on what you think might be a handle. However, your grand discovery comes at a great personal cost as you become acutely aware of the freezing cold and rancid odor emanating from every ilm of your body. Julius will doubtlessly feel compelled to pinch his nose shut when you deliver to him your prize. Nah. Oh, what? Shit. Oh well. Did you find anything? I hope you did. That's it. There's still some cerulean left. The fire's still not ready. Hold on, I'll give Elf another hand. Nah. That got him running. Call me an Uldan, because by fire I am reborn, and my clothes are mostly dry now too. I appreciate you recovering the cerulean, but I wish you'd taken the time to discuss the plan with me beforehand. Despite the way you've been treated, in Lord Quintus's eyes you're still envoys deserving of protection. If you were to die on my watch, he would be most displeased. Your concern is duly noted, but all's well that ends well. Julius, you mentioned coming here with your young city. Did you grow up in Garlemald? I did not. Not far from here. I did, not far from here. My father was an accomplished researcher in his youth, and for his contributions to the Empire awarded an estate. We lived well, better than many. What was Garlemald like in those days? Everything. It was everything you could imagine, and so much more. Even during the coldest winters, we always found warmth and comfort at home. Coming in from the snow, taking off your coat and sitting down for a hot meal with a family. Visiting friends and relatives, receiving the same welcome, knowing they had everything they needed. Walking down the street, seeing the lights in all the houses, hearing the faint sounds of laughter and song, of happiness. And although the summers came and went all too quickly, in that brief respite the ice would melt and the forgotten grass makes the ice would melt and the forgotten grass make its triumphant return. Grey clouds gave way to blue skies. Some mornings we'd climb to the top of the tallest building that we could find to watch the sunrise. Never again. Those rooftops are rubble, those friends dead, and those memories, if I could reclaim even a fraction of what we had once had. Soon our chance will come, but we just need to hold on a little longer. Alright, now that you've recovered from your escapades in the pond, there's another location I'd like to search just outside the park. Dude, the fucking quest turned to 83 all of a sudden, what the fuck? I need to gain some experience so I can get level 83 on Reaper. I wonder if I could... I feel like the probable thing would be that there's not many people queuing at this time. Probably how it is. Where is it? It's above, right? Or something. West. It has to be up on this thing. I do hope that like now I understand why I heard something of like Bellior talking about it being a difficult story to pull off. Will I have time to finish this in 5 minutes? Our players here AFK. These guys are fucking too strong. Kidding. Guess I couldn't do that. Well, those guys were standing AFK over there. It's inside here, right? Yeah. Maybe I can do that, Faith. This way. Southeast, this way. Southeast. 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 Probably up in this thing then. Oh, there it is. Oh, now I understand the name. Region Urbanism. Or, well, okay, it's not urbanism, but region, urban, and then something in Garlean. Ah, so this is their urban area. So this would be technically the poor area of Garlemald. But then if you go outside here, it's or like anywhere outside of this, then it's probably shit. It's probably garbage. I guess I'll continue with the MSQ as summoner. And then hit the level 83 and split it up later as well. As you can see, this place is littered with remnants of various types of war machina. While my comrades and I have already recovered the tanks from the less damaged units, those that took a more severe beating are harder to scavenge. We decided to save those for another time, that time being now. Rather than price them apart piece by piece, it would be quicker to remove the outer casing using compact explosives. With luck, we'll gain access to the tanks without rupturing them. Though the force generated by these devices is relatively weak, I would advise you to stand well clear to avoid being hit by any shrapnel. Before even bothering though, you should check the machina's ceruleum gauge to see if there is any left. It should still provide an accurate reading even when the unit itself is inactive. If the gauge is broken, I'll let you decide whether to use an explosive or not. Should you need more, come to me. Understood, let's get to work. This unit's fuel tank is empty. And we don't. The ceruleum gauge on this unit appears to have been broken, giving you no way to determine how much fuel is. Okay, let's just avert for now then. Oh, whoops, I'm summoner. Huh. Let me guess. I'm just gonna have to guess on which one. There's not gonna be one that isn't broken. It has been broken. The this unit's fuel tank is empty. So I'm just gonna have to bet then. You choose the war machine as a ceruleum tank to find it's still half full or half empty, depending on one's perspective. Either way, users should be pleased by the discovery. Ha. Half full, half empty, whatever. Half full in this regard. Fucking weave, what the fuck gör det? What? What's wrong with this game? Or so play, wait. Is that what I think it is? Why are you awake? We've done it again, truly. Luck is on our side. With this we should be able to refuel quite a few of our heaters. It's time we headed back. Wait here, while I go see how alla säger and Alfred are faring. Let me guess, they're gonna be in trouble.
Finally escaped the watchful gaze of your keepers, have we?
No.
Don't react. You'll only draw attention to yourself. Just carry on as you are and listen. After you left with the Garlean lad, Lucia bade a few of us scouts follow you at a discreet distance. We observed you being led into the station, but decided against venturing inside. When you emerged sometime later, and we saw that the twins were sporting Magitech collars, it was clear what had taken place. Now, as quietly as you can, tell me everything. The Legatus himself, eh? Now there's a surprise. This is also the first I've heard of a plan to join forces with the 10th and storm the Tower of Babel. An interesting development, and perhaps the opportunity we've been waiting for. Our comrades back at the camp also received some rather promising news, but it's still too early to get our hopes up. For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them. With luck, this will all be over soon. Until then.
Mm-hmm.
They had not gone far.
We searched high and low, but no luck, I'm afraid. I might have guessed you'd be the only one to find anything.
I wasn't expecting much to begin with. Eventually, there will be nothing left out here for us to safely salvage. For now, this will have to suffice. We should return to the station.
Ah, there you are. Heard you'd gone hunting for ceruleum above ground.
Fuck.
Brought back a king's ransom?
Hardly. But thanks to these three, we have enough to last a little while longer.
Well, well. It's not at all as I was expecting, these ones. For savages, they seem positively docile.
Nah. Ah. Oh.
It's a poor attempt at humor. In all honesty, I'm grateful for your efforts. But even with another night of warmth, there are those among us who may not live to see the morrow.
How did it pop?
I trust your expedition was fruitful.
Lord Quintus!
Use what you procured to refuel the armor.
What?
But, sir, what about the heaters for the camp?
The time for action is upon us.
The time for action is upon us.
My men and I have matters to discuss. In the meantime, you are to wait here. Do not forget, you are being watched.
Oh. Wait, why are you here? Why are any of you here?
The time for action. What did he mean by that?
I can only speculate. Clearly something requiring their magitech, given what we just heard. Whether they plan to utilize it now, or after they join with the 10th, is another question. Will they ever escape this cold? Return to and reclaim the idyllic spaces of which Eula spoke?
I get minus a no chest 3 times now.
Finished your war, Council?
Alphino and Alizé are to stay here, as our prisoners. They will be released once your comrades have relinquished their supplies and withdrawn from Garlean soil.
So that's the thing.
Until our terms are met, they will be detained at a separate location.
Neat.
After everything we've said and done, this is how you treat us.
Our allies have but limited supplies. They may stave off cold and starvation for a short while, but what then?
For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them.
Get them out of here.
You do know that I could solo this entire place, right? You fucking dumb fucks. You dare go against me? I could solo all of you. They will be fine, providing they do not resist. Ah, great. Such freedom. You will accompany me back to your camp, where I will meet with your leader and present Lord Quintus's demands. Before we depart, however, there is something I would ask of you. Assuming your contingent complies, the supplies they surrender will need to be transported here. That task falls to Legionnaire Marcellus and Octavia. Who will pilot Magitech armor to your headquarters. You are to inform them that we are leaving shortly. Tell them to ask the eel for further details in those words. Wait. Tell them to ask the eel for further details in those words. Once you have seen to that, meet me by the exit. They would rather die fighting. You again. Ask the eel, he said. Sigh. So that's the way of it after all this. They're going down in a ball of flame. How ironic that you should be the one to deliver the news. If those are my orders, then so be it, for the glory of Garlemald. Yeah, they're gonna fucking kill themselves. What do you want with me? Ask the eel, so Lord Quintus has reached a decision. I knew he would understand, that he would recognize the savages. The savage is a ruthless, merciless creature, and to defeat him, we too must be uncompromising. I am ready. In the name of Emperor Varus, for the glory of Garma, I will fulfill my duty. Man, I could so easily take you all out, you fucking... The only reason I don't fucking murder all of you is because I don't want to. Not smart, not smart. Have you done as instructed? The duties involve more than transportation of supplies, don't they? Duty is rarely a simple thing. We have been given additional orders, though whether we will be required to follow them depends entirely on your contingent. You and I are in this together now, like it or not, we have to cooperate. There is one other matter, a place I'd like to visit on the way to your camp. It's a short walk from here. Follow me. How come? Man, did I miss the queue? Fuck. Oh, someone's on it. Nice. Can I like OS? Lucky that it was a sage. Almost 83. Ulus lingers by the ruins, reluctant to leave and reluctant to stay, unable to move. Guessing this was his house?
This is my home. Our home. At least it was until that night. I was with Lord Quintus when the capital fell, and thus spared. My family, who did not own a radio, were less fortunate.
Yep.
When dawn came, I made my way here. My parents, my little brother and sister, they were still inside. But they weren't themselves, and they tried to. And I had to.
Ah, he had to kill his own family. Neat.
I'd promised to take them away from the capital that very morning, to somewhere safe, to hide until the fighting stopped. I promised. The Garlean flag bears a chain, the bonds between our countrymen. A red link at its center, the blood of the fallen. Our loved ones who lived and died for Garlemald. But if she too fell, who would be left to remember them and their sacrifice? What enduring proof would there be that they were ever here? If we had turned to your gods, would they have saved us?
We don't use our gods for anything.
I'm sorry, forget I spoke.
But we don't use our gods for anything. We don't use our gods for anything. What do you want? Eh? We don't use our gods for anything.
It's no use. Believe me, I do not enjoy being here any more than you. But she wanted us to play along, so that is what we will do.
Yeah? Is it only the sister with more common sense?
It's so cold.
Painfully so. Unbearably.
I've been thinking about what Quintus said. About why no one would accept Garlean rule.
Because they were tyrants.
Irreconcilable differences. When coexistence isn't an option, only conquest remains. Varys at Gimlet said much the same. Only by uniting the world beneath a single standard would we rid ourselves of the Ascians.
Yeah.
United as one people, one race cleansed of imperfections. A cold and unforgiving vision. And when we fail to live up to their standards, what place is there for us in their world? But the truly sad, truly frustrating thing is how damnably similar it all is to the lofty ideals of Father and the Forum. Non-intervention. Always non-intervention. Protect our knowledge and our people, and to hells with the rest of you. And yet, I can see how it happened. Varys and Father looked to their elders for guidance and took their virtues as their own. But for this world was of their making. In who else could they place their trust?
Yeah.
All of us lost in a sea of chaos. Searching desperately for purpose and meaning. But it shouldn't just be an extension of another's. It has to be ours. It has to be. We all have a stake in this world. No one should be silenced.
I won't deny that we lack the experience of people such as Father or Quintus. Perhaps they've come to see the world as a series of problems, and the most efficient way of solving them, to reduce everything to fundamental forms. A stone is a stone, a cloud, a flower, no more than that. Simple descriptions that strip the subject of distinguishing characteristics. A man is a man, divided according to race, creed, or allegiance, and to some, defined by such associations.
Is that what you think?
No.
In my misbegotten youth. But what I believed wisdom was no more than aggressive ignorance.
True.
I've since learned to look beyond the banners and the politics. To see people as individuals with their own hopes and dreams. As for my dream of building a better world, well, every day I'm reminded that it is far more complex than I had ever imagined.
Yeah.
But it only spurs me onward. To find the wisdom and the strength to see it through to the very end.
So how will we solve this situation with the suicidal Garleans? Say no.
All of our supplies and an immediate withdrawal. These are your conditions?
Yeah, exactly.
Demands. And you forgot about the airship. Once again, you will leave one behind. It will be used to return the prisoners. Their collars will be removed prior to the exchange.
So in the end, not even Father's expertly worded rhetoric could deter you from your chosen course.
Nope.
Huh?
Not that I thought for a moment that it would. I've no love for violence, of course, but ours is a cause worth fighting for. I just wish he'd realize it too. Sometimes the only way to protect the ones you love is to take a stand. To refuse to suffer in silence.
Yeah, you see, we're gonna fucking be killing these people, just so you know.
I want you to know I share your conviction. Whether it be on the battlefield or in the debating chamber, I won't back down. I guess what I'm saying is...
You've found your own reason to fight.
Yes. Yes, I have. God's willing, there will come a day when we can finally lay down our arms, and there will be peace.
I like that they're having this talk, and then in the meantime, we're about to fucking...
But not until the Telophoroi have been defeated once and for all. And you, brother, will have a vital part to play. By your words and deeds, you'll lead the way.
Nah. You think so?
I pray I am up to the task.
There'll always be naysayers. Those who think us fools for even trying. It's easy for learned elites to criticize earnest efforts and assert their moral superiority, all without offering alternatives.
Yep.
Not that their sophistry has ever wounded you. So stubborn and strong. Stronger than you even know. Don't ever change, you hear me? If you stumble, I'll be there to catch you. Or give you a thick ear. Maybe both, for good measure.
Thank you, Alice.
Wait, those coats are actually blue and pink. And yeah. What can we say? Yep.
The scouts have secured Alizé and Alphino. Their collars were removed without complication as well. They report no casualties, not for their party nor the guards, who will wake from their premature slumber in due course.
Yep.
It would appear the situation has changed.
Who could have guessed?
I propose new terms. We have information that will be of great interest to Lord Quintus, and I wish to speak with him in person.
Yeah.
No. In the event you rejected our first proposal, we came prepared with a second.
Yeah, Magitech.
Ambush!
Yeah. What do you read?
More are coming! Make ready!
What?
We, the loyal soldiers of the First Legion, proud servants of Garlemald, of the fallen Emperor Varys, shall safeguard these lands from the barbarian hordes until our countrymen return!
And suicide.
Stop, both of you!
This child may be the worst emissary I have ever seen.
We received an urgent communication from the Grand Company of Eorzea. Envoys from the Imperial Army, led by members of the 10th Legion, came to Alamigo and requested an audience.
Wait. We received an urgent communication from the Grand Company of Eorzea. Envoys from the Imperial Army led by the members of the 10th Legion came to Alamigo and requested an audience.
They explained that their efforts to coordinate the reclamation of the capital with the aid of the 4th, 5th, 8th and 12th had ended in failure. Communication between most legions has broken down entirely. Most of the 10th's conscripts have deserted, leaving their forces severely depleted. That is why, unable to continue the fight on their own, they and their allies turned to the Grand Company of Eorzea for aid.
Ha.
Lies. Every word.
It is the truth, and I have not finished. The 10th has requested that we deliver a message to Lord Quintus. Have the ill stand down.
You have been listening, my lord? What are your orders?
Inform her that we will honor the 10th's decision.
Yep. Get fucked.
Bereft of hope, and now dignity. I release you from your duty. All of you.
He's gonna... Wait, he's gonna fucking commit suicide.
I take solace, your radiance, in the knowledge you are not here to witness our debasement.
Wait, he's gonna...
It was a grand, glorious dream we shared. Of a world united, of peace and prosperity.
That's what you thought.
We are ghosts, you and I. Memories of days gone by. Bonds forged in blood that I will not see tarnished.
Yeah, he's gonna... I'm guessing someone's gonna come in and stop him. Someone's gonna stop him, right? Ah. Okay.
Quickly! We have to reach the station before it's too late.
And nobody stopped him. Ah,
If there is
shit.
still a chance that Quintus will agree to a truce, we must take it.
Well...
I just hope we get there before he and his men do something rash.
Well, you see... Well, you see... Well, you see... yeah, you see... Yeah. 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 Rather take your own life than be taken prisoner. He thinks. That's what he thinks. And that's what he thinks. Much more has occurred since last we met. As for determining what comes next, we must speak with Lord Quintus. Yeah, we're not gonna be doing that. We won't do that. Before we proceed, tell me what you know of the First Legion and the disposition of their forces. It's shit. They have nothing. They were preparing for war while the refugees in their care were left to go hungry. A reckless, short-sighted plan that risks the welfare of the people they are sworn to protect. Nevertheless, we cannot compel them to accept our aid. If we were to arrive in force with the intent to do so, we would only incite panic. But perhaps they can be persuaded to follow on one of their own. Go with Eulus back to the station, have him head to lead the refugees here. Some may be unwilling to or unable to leave, but for the time being I'll take what I can get. Alfinod, LSA, and the scouts sent to extricate them should already be at the station. I will also have our other comrades in the area lend their support, should it be needed. Understood. Yeah, we're not gonna be... Just who I was looking for. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Rimonod. However, it first appears to being Syrian was excellent, as you said. Which were helped getting the same left line in the front line. I was more his guard and his coincidence interpreted. In a case, I'm not correct. You have to most of the man. I feel much easier. Thank you for your willingness to assist us. Okay. Spider-fuck. Here. I suppose you must be a friend of Rivelnod's wanted to fetch. You have my thanks for getting him to agree to my proposal. Do not misunderstand, I have yet to agree to any such thing. I merely wanted someone else present during our talk. Very well, though I do believe my preferred deal would be a boon to us and the Ilsebard continue to like. I used to work on Uturna Platform G, you see, so I know more than most about the facility and its operations. That may be so, but are your relationship to the facility notwithstanding, why should a guardian such as yourself still be taking refuge in Tapper's Den? We've been led to believe that the former workers residing there were from other territories. You're right on the technicality. I was a supervisor rather than your typical staff. When the platform went down, it only seemed right that I stay with my crew. I always thought we were close, but living alongside them in Tapper's Den has made me realize that I took their skills for granted, and that's not to say nothing of the blind eye I turned to their struggles. That's why I came to you. It's high time I do that I be of some use to them and everyone else, if we're lucky. If we manage to get the platform back in working order, it will dramatically increase our capacity to pump and refine ceruleum for everyone in the region. Sadly, we're more than a few hands short of a full workforce, not to mention the lack of supplies, which is precisely where you come in. Help us get things up and running again, and you'll have your share of the ceruleum coming out of the rig. You couldn't come up with more mutually beneficial arrangement if you tried. So he says, what do you think? He seems trustworthy to me. Yes, I'd been leaning the same way myself. Ultimately, what he says about the potential benefits is true. Nevertheless, I doubt the higher-ups would assent to this. I suppose that is how it goes when you're dealing with military types. For what it's worth, I do understand the hesitancy to throw your lot in with someone from a hostile nation. Thus, part 2 of my proposal. I shall do you a service to prove myself worthy of the contingent's trust. I had a look around the fringes of your camp here before you arrived, and I've spotted a few cerulean engines in need of repair. If I fix them up, your superiors would have no reason to suspect that I want to see you driven out. Less reason in any case. Assisting us with use of local technology would be a long way. I'd imagine. That said, I've not heard anything about the cerulean engines we've scavenged breaking down. It's not as if they're entirely useless yet, but I guarantee they're not running as they should. Give me the opportunity and I can have them working more efficiently and safely. You're welcome to accompany while I do so. That way you can ensure that I don't get up to anything suspect, and then watch for me with your superiors. With no reactions, I trust you will sense anything amiss. Let us begin with a proper inspection then. We can get to work as soon as you're ready. Though the ultimate objective is to get the engines running at full capacity, the purpose of this inspection is to work out what parts we'll need. However, I would hate to fumble something that be accused of sabotage, so I'd appreciate if I could be one to lay hands on the device. Never fear, I'll be right behind you, telling you what to look for. If you inspect, say, 3 of them, you'll have a decent idea of what needs repair. Lead the way. Okay. RPR says yet to arrive, but sure. Oh yeah, I can't mount. Where's the entrance? Praise be to your deft hands. I have an idea of what our next step ought to be, though perhaps it would be best to apprise Ripple of our progress. How are our engines? Alas, I fear that each of those we examine are guaranteed to break down sooner or later should you continue using them in their current state. Surely you jest. I swear it on my integrity as an engineer, you are in dire need of instructions in proper operation of cerulean engines. You saw the little lamp light up when you touched the switch, correct? That only illuminates when there's an issue with the engine. They were switched off for want of fuel when the settlement was abandoned, no doubt, which prevented them from burning out, only to let them freeze solid instead ere your lot turned them on. From the state they're in, I can only assume it didn't occur to you to warm them up first. Yeah, that makes sense. That's how real stuff work. I noticed you have a heating technology. I noticed you have the heating technology of your own, but I will do you no good should the engine to power them break. Now will it? You have nothing to lose and everything to gain from my assistance. I am a machinist from frozen climes myself, and what you say sounds plausible enough. Very well, on behalf of the camp, I formally ask that you repair the cerulean engines. I suppose that means I'll be taking responsibility if anything goes wrong, so you may as well use your own 2 hands this time. That's the spirit I knew to come around. Oh my god, I'm actually not fucking 83 yet. Dude, what? I'll do this fate, I guess. Oh, there's someone running around. What the fuck? What the fuck is he doing? Fuck. He's just running around in a circle. Oh, someone started it. Nice. Wait. It should be the last one. Now I go and finish this part until I get another break. Southwest. Huh. Is that the last one of the zone? Oh, the second last. West, so it's over here. But where's the... Oh, that's probably up there then. I'm guessing. Yeah. Hello? Read what I type, hello? What? Can you have some fucking patience? Bro. Can't believe I caught you playing this game. What? Do I play noob piss game? Come league flex, hello? No? I'm gonna go sleep soon. What? How are you awake? Or did you just wake? I just woke up. Oh. What? How could you wake up now? What? What's so wrong about playing this game, by the way? 21-6? Yeah, but that's too normal for you. It's ugly. That's... No, not really. You just play it for a bit and you get used to it. The same way you play RuneScape and you get used to it. The same way you play League and you get used to it. Nopers. I mean, it is like that. We arrived just before you did, and too late. Too late for what? What's happened? It's Lord Quintus. He took his own life. Yeah. After the news about the 10th, he relieved us of our duties. Then when he was alone, he... No. No, he wouldn't. Yes, he would. Thancred and the others, assisted by the soldiers, have seen to the remains. In due course shall the legatus be afforded a proper burial. He released us from our duty. He wanted us to be free to choose our own fate. Without him to guide us, we are... I've just this moment spoken with Lucia. We are ready to commence the transfer of the refugees here to Camp Broken Glass, should they be willing to accept our aid. Some would rather die, but most of us want to live. Songs and standards be damned, we just want to live. We'll need to speak with the refugees. They'll have to decide for themselves if they wish to come with us. If any would prefer to stay, we can have supplies brought over for them. It will be a hard journey for the others, but we'll see they reach our camp safely. Also, I don't know what game you compare it to when you say ugly. I was only ever a dream, or it was only ever a dream, wasn't it, to think we could reclaim it, rebuild it all ourselves. But before this all began, I was sent my wife and daughter away to the provinces. If there's a chance I might see them again, I'll take it. So take me with you, please. Well, got the etherite sorted in the end. All it took was a few adjustments, and now it works as well as it ever did. From what I can tell, the one in Laterum is also functioning as normal. That's where you lot are staying, isn't it? Now that most of us are packing up and leaving this place, I reckon there'll be more use for me and my skills over at your camp. Oh. It's just shit. How? I don't like I don't understand. It's really not. It's you, the one who treated me with such kindness. I heard from the others that you're not from here. I thought you were one of us. Not that it makes much difference now. Pureblood, migrants, savages. After a while, the words start to lose meaning, until all you are left with is anger and fear and hate. And I'm too tired. If you and yours have come to offer aid, I'd be glad to accept. I don't know. I just can't see it, I guess. I mean, in my opinion, old school RuneScape doesn't look bad either, so... I don't know. I feel like it's just... doesn't matter, in the end, how the game looks. Or rather, if a game looks good, I'd rather Like, when a game looks good, I get suspicious because I feel like the game is gonna be bad then, like New World. Like, when I see New World and I see how it looks, I know that the game is gonna be bad because it's too much graphics. So I would much rather have games look like this and League and WoW and any of those games and RuneScape, because then I know that it's not about the graphics, it's actually about the game. So I don't know. I don't mind it at all. I honestly think it looks good. Just the same way I think League looks good, and the same way I think WoW looks good, and the same way I think RuneScape looks good. Like, it has its own unique art style. Like, it's not too realistic, so it looks good. We have much to discuss. Our rescue, the attack on Camp Broken Glass. What we'd hoped to talk with Quintus about with Quintus. But all of that can wait. More urgent matters demand our attention. Are any of the refugees willing to come to our camp? Most of them, actually. You and I should go first and secure the route back to Camp Broken Glass. With all the creatures and tempers skulking about, I expect we'll have our hands full. This should come in handy. Conqueror's Chain, courtesy of our Lumins and friends. I'd save it for the tempered though. Yeah? I'll mark a few points that need surveying on your map. Once you've taken care of the riffraff, we'll meet back at our camp. I don't know the machine look. I mean, this is just this is completely unique to this zone. Or rather, this is how to explain. The machine look is only this people, the Guardians. They are the only ones with machines. So the rest is non-machinery. The rest are more fantasy and stuff. Like it's a lot of mix, I suppose. Well met, traveler. Might I interest you in a Chocobo portrait? It's hard to explain. It's just this that looks like this, though. The machines or the rest? Excuse me, ma'am. Have you seen any? I don't know. I can't care. I don't know. I mean, the one place that I think look good is Charlian. That place I think looks really good. This one is, you know, depressing. Or Old Charlian, I guess, is what it's called. I think that place looks really good. Let me just go back. was behind the tree. What do you mean? Nah. This was an annoying implementation. Not gonna lie. What's this by the? Ah, but he... Like, how far behind can I be? Is my question. Well, I know he's gonna come here later. Where the fuck next can I hide then? meat. Man. Honestly, I wonder if any good game is ever gonna look good. I don't think so. Honestly. I don't think if it's Breath of the Wild. I mean, to some it doesn't look good. Actually, just saying. Some people don't find that game to look good. I mean, I think it looks good, but I don't think everyone does. Like, that's the thing about that. It has to look unique so not everyone likes it. Otherwise it won't have the charm. I think all of these like Black Desert Online, New World, COD, Battlefield, all of these games always are bad. Because they go for the bullshit bullshit look. I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know. I feel like every game that's good, you have to like learn to like how it looks. Most of the time. I think. Probably. Because I don't think anyone started playing League of Legends like in the early season and ever thought it looked good in any way. I don't know. Not every game is for everyone, I guess. Pretty much it. Pretty simple concept. cod and shit looks bad. Yeah, it looks bad in a different manner, I would say. Right? Because I mean, you can't say like... I don't think you can objectively say that looks bad. Right? But it looks bad in a manner. I don't know. Like World of Warcraft or WoW looks like shit, but it looks good anyway. Like objectively it looks like crap. No, it looks shit, but it looks good anyway. Only good thing with it. I mean, not like... It's hard to explain. Like obviously, for example, New World looks good, right? Like obviously it looks good, but it still doesn't look good. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. This better ran into a few beasts who went down without much of a fight. The temper proved somewhat troublesome, but those chains should keep them under control until our allies take them into custody. With that taken care of, I'm to gather a few supplies and return to the station. While I see to that, would you mind apprising Lucy of our progress? As it happens, I have some rather pertinent information from our recent scouting forays, but I'll save that for later. First things first and all that. Okay, it's the same way, like, the reason WoW looks good is because you started liking it and then it looks good. It's the same way I think that old school RuneScape looks good, but nobody who looks at old school RuneScapes or old school RuneScape thinks it looks good. Like literally no one. Not a single person you would ask if they haven't played it, they would never say that it looks good. But I think it looks good, right? And I think honestly, it's the same thing with WoW. I think it's the same thing with Fortnite probably also. Informed of Quintus' suicide. Nope. Really? You don't think so? So if I were to bring images of old school RuneScape like this, you would definitely say that it looks bad, right? 100%. But I think it looks good. I think it looks amazing. Like it looks unique. It's cool looking. It has unique charm. And then you like search up New World. I think it's okay, yeah. But you wouldn't say it looks good, right? But then you look at New World and screenshots of New World and like obviously like this has quality. Oh my god. Like it obviously has quality, right? Yeah, it's interesting. But then when you look at New World, like okay, honestly, it doesn't look as good as I thought, but it has quality to it, right? That's for sure. But it doesn't have anything to make it look good. Like, if I look at an image of it, then yeah, it looks good, but it doesn't have that unique thing that makes it look good. It's boring, yeah. Yeah. It doesn't have anything unique to it. other game? Oh yeah, BDO. No, not that. I mean, like, if you look at an image like this, it looks good, right? But I don't know. Like, it doesn't look good in the long run. That's the thing. And I mean, I think Final Fantasy has enough of that unique thing to where it doesn't look ugly when you get used to it, right? I think it's the same thing as with with RuneScape and WoW, in my opinion. In my opinion. Because I mean, look, it's the same thing with this image as it is with RuneScape, right? You don't look at this and you think it looks good. Like, you don't look at this and think it looks good. But when you play it, it looks good. This 2004 game. On school comp. This. Or Final Fantasy. I don't know if you're like delayed by a lot. Because I mean, like, if you look at this image of WoW, it looks like garbage. Like, obviously, it looks like shit. But if I play the game, I still think the game looks good. Okay, yeah. I mean, that's fine. I would agree with you, probably. On some occasions, it does look bad, but it has a charm to it, nonetheless. The same way I think WoW has a charm to it. Like, if I play WoW, I don't have any issues with how the game looks. The same way, like, if I play FF, I don't have any issues with how the game looks. The same thing with League of Legends. Like, I lower the graphics anyway, like on League. I don't care. So it's like it has enough of that flair to where I don't care. But if I play a game like the new like FPSs and shit, then I would care in a way, just because they care, because they show that they care so much. And the same thing, I think, for example, CS:GO looks good, Valorant looks good. I don't know. I think you can learn to like it, but I think obviously if you look at it without having seen it before or played it, then yeah, I can agree. Probably doesn't look that interesting. That's understandable. I don't blame you. What of the refugees? I'm told some were receptive to our proposal, but I will hear you first-hand accounts. That so many did not hesitate to accept proves how desperate their situation has become. We'll do our best to make them feel welcome. The troops who participated in the ambush are no exception. They will be afforded the same treatment as any other refugee, perfidy notwithstanding. After all, even if I wanted to make an example of them, there is no one left to learn from it. We will tell our allies that these soldiers were acting under the direct orders of their legatus, and that following his suicide they offered a full and unconditional surrender. Perhaps Quintus thought that had he lived he would be tried as a war criminal and his men punished with him. Perhaps by taking his own life he hoped to absolve them of any culpability, or perhaps like too many others he was a true believer to the end. Who can say? I didn't know the man or his heart. His reasons, noble or otherwise, died with him, and it falls to us to clean up the mess. I think this is a good place to stop, or like a decent enough place. Then I can go to Old Charlian, a place that I actually think looks really good. But it's night, so it will look a little bit worse, but oh well. So I mean, this place I think looks really good. But I mean, it's up to you if you think if you don't think so or not. I don't know. Oh. No. Okay. Ugly. Okay. Yeah. I mean, we just have different tastes. Or rather, I don't know. I wouldn't expect to show someone a screenshot of Final Fantasy and have them like it. Because it's the same thing as with WoW, it's an old game. No, wrong one. Old game, so... I mean, I think it's basically about like learning to like how it looks. I think that's basically it. Honestly. I think that's all it is to it. I don't think if you care about how a game looks, then like I don't think you would get into a lot of games a lot of the time. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I never care. I don't know. Gameplay is all. I mean, in that regard, it's incomparable to other MMOs at least. Or at least to the ones I've played. Because I think the gameplay is really great. But I mean, it's possible that, I mean, or rather it is the way that it's maybe not the preferred gameplay that is for everyone. But I like it. Gameplay is... You're not one for story, I guess, right? You just want other stuff. So then it's understandable, right? But I like story. I mean, there is other gameplay, but I actually do like going through the story slowly, so... Stories. You didn't finish. I mean, I think, as I've understood it, I've never done endgame, or like, I've never done endgame so far, right? But what I've understood, it's just playing the endgame is so much better in FF than it is in WoW. And there is actually like it's possible to play the endgame in FF compared to WoW. So like the only way that you have any chance of playing endgame in WoW is doing Mythic Plus, because getting into raiding is fucking impossible if you don't already have like a track record. But raiding in FF is you can actually get into it because you don't need as many people. since raid sizes are 8 instead of 20. And anything below mythic is honestly a joke. Except for like the 3 final bosses in heroic. Pussy shit. What? The raid size? Or the story? I don't know how long I should wait. Or if you're not gonna answer at all, I don't know. Ah, you're in game. Okay. Yeah. Well, I'm just gonna go, I think. For now. Or I'm gonna go to sleep. Go sleep, yeah. Probably a good time. Wake up at 4. Feel like shit. Yeah. Something along those lines. How long have you been able to have your good schedule then? Or did you just get to it? I don't know. Oh well, you can like write to Discord instead. 4 days. Ah. I mean, it's really hard to keep it, I feel. At least for me. Because it's literally like takes 1 day of a like it yeah, it just takes 1 day and it's gone. Oh well, see ya.